Okay. Scary? Me? As soon as I show up, you say scary. Oh, so sorry. I didn't realize I looked that scary. My hair is all kinds of crazy today. All kinds of crazy today. Not too dark yet. So we're not gonna see lights be lighty. I wonder if I can. I wonder if I can make this dark. Be black out there. I think nighttime is just the way. Sunny? I thought it was Jack at a sec. I thought it was Jack as a first thing in there. Scarily handsome. No, you. You are handsome. You fine beast, you. Yep. You. As in chat. Everyone in chat's handsome. That's just how we do it here. Hello, oh, I forgot about this. It works! Do you guys hear it? Please tell me you guys hear it. Jack is most handsome. Yeah, Jack is... Oh, I had so much fun with Jack when I was in Norway. I really miss him. I wish sometime soon we get to hang out and do things the way we used to. That was actually well timed for once. Dork. Okay, you guys actually hear it, because last time we had it, it wasn't working, and I had to turn off each source off and then back on. I felt like a tech support guy who's like, try turning it off and on again. He said no to you. I did. But hello. Hello, Snake. Hello, Tally. Hello, Mel. I'm not a JoJo fan. It's just JoJo is a way of life. You know what I mean? It's not the same. Oh my god, Jack. Not Jack 2. Not Jack 2. No! Here it comes. How are you doing, Jack? 47-month streak. Holy fucking shit. Also Sunny with the 38-month streak. Also holy fucking shit. Thank you so much, guys. You guys have the broken rainbow glasses. Have you guys ever noticed that? That the sub badge for rainbow glasses gets broken when you guys like upgrade to the next one. I don't know if I could show you all my sub badges. I don't remember how or where. What do you mean you don't know? JoJo is a way of life. You don't just dislike JoJo. That's an incorrect opinion. That is my favorite Hitsu sound. The soft sound one. Let me actually lower that. That was kind of loud. I was kind of surprised by that one. I think it's in my webcam scene. I have to turn it on for a second. Yeah, it was on max. It was on max volume. I lowered a bit. Oh god, I love her. I love her so much. I need to convince her to finish her Undertale playthrough again at some point, so we can get more sounds. She was doing it for friend back then, so maybe she'll continue with them, or she'll do it on this stream, or whatever. But I need her to I need to hear more soft sounds. Is that eye swollen? Hold on, my light's not on. Is this scratching it or something? We've known each other for almost exactly 3 years. Anniversary on Halloween. Oh. Nice. Nice. 4, not 3. Yeah, I know. COVID years. Everything's all jumbled together. It's just all mashed up. Yeah! Isn't that adorable? Everyone was like, just do a sub train. Like, they were having this trend of just doing sub trains, just like a line and stars and all something boring. And I'm like, that's boring. I'm gonna do a cute ass puppy running towards Sif, because that actually is cute. And I like that. I don't care what anyone says. I'm about that. I'm also about that. Hat please girl dancing on Sif rainbow version. Can you even see her? Hope you guys can see. I don't know how big things are. I can actually hold on. Let me just pull up the stream. Dum bum bum. You can't see her. She's adorable. I love her. Oh, Jack and Sunny. Mel, Sunny, or Jack or Sunny. Holy crap, it's a 10 out of 10. Thank you. Thank you. And then when they finally meet, they get to be happy, and it's like puppy meets Sif, and they cuddle, and it's happy days. And the rare one, you guys have seen it before, for sure. But there's a rare one that will spawn, where it's the Hat Please girl dancing her way towards Sif to combine and become this. And it makes me so happy that I had that idea, because it's such a dumb idea. But when I had it, I was like, I had to do it. So it happens now and then. You guys have definitely seen it. But it's just so fucking funny. I type out a spooky story to Anna and chat has exploded. Oh no. We're sharing spooky stories now? Oh boy. Oh boy. How have you been, Sunny? How have you been, Jack? I know Sunny's back in the States now, but how has that been for you? Sir Jack, Knight of, or no, Duke of Yorkshire. Is that right? I vaguely remember that. Oh, thank you for shouting out everyone. And giving the Hound shout out with the /SO thing. I realized it tells you their stream schedule, and it tells you what they're doing. Or what they were playing, last playing, or whatever. That's such a cool thing. I do like it. I do like it a lot. Can I reduce the cooldown? That I don't know. But it's understandable why normally you wouldn't. That wouldn't be an issue. But for a place like ours where we literally shout out everyone, even people who don't stream, like my boo, my love, Sleepy Sophia, best streamer in the fucking world. I'm being dug out right now. Look at him. Look at this. Oh. You're all dorks. I don't make the rules. Steve makes the rules on this stream. He literally just came in here and he said, you're all dorks. Oh, sorry. Correction. Big dorks. Steve. Insane. Insane. Minecraft. Fucking wow. Actually, wow. Why would anyone shout? Why would they not shout you out, Hound? What do you mean? Half the emotes we have right now on the stream are yours. Oh, I want to give you an artist badge, but for some reason, I can't give you the damn artist badge on Twitch. But I can give it to other people, but I couldn't give it to you. Why can't I give you the artist badge, Hound? What's going on? I was trying. I was actually trying, and it didn't work. Surprise. I was trying. That was supposed to be a surprise. But no, you can be VIP and artist. I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure you can. Also, hey, DoorDash. What up? Oh my god, what the fuck is that emote? That's so fantastic. What? Look at it. Sorry. Hold up. I can't showcase this well unless I'm on this screen. Where am I? Oh, I have a Stream Deck. I need to use this more. I'm going to desktop. Right? Oh, fuck. Right? Yeah. Ah, it works. Okay. So, full screen this. Hover that emote. Look at it. The way the fucking mustache jiggles. What the fuck? Hello, DoorDash. What's up? Welcome. That's actually such a phenomenal emote. All right. Stream Deck. I'm not good at streaming. I'm still getting the hang of it again. It's so hard. But it is. That's crazy. Nope, you can be everything. Yeah. So I was actually trying to give you an artist thingy mabob, and I couldn't. It wouldn't let me. So I felt offended, and I wanted to sue Twitch. I must stash you a question, but I'm shaving it for later.
What the fuck?
No, you've been consistent. You've been so consistent at my brain just stopped working. You've been so consistent that it makes me happy. 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10. Maybe you need to credit me for an emote before you can give me the badge. I don't know. Do I have to? I'm trying to. You know, fuck it. Who cares? Well, also, does anyone recognize the music that's playing right now? Does anyone recognize it? I hope the answer is yes. I have to go on my Twitch dashboard. I can't share this part, so excuse me until we get there. Twitch.tv. Can't share this part. Of course. Disgusting. Actually disgusting. Emote attribution. Accept, decline, or report emotes that have been attributed to you on Twitch. Allow attribution on Twitch. What? This is hard. Technology's hard. I need help. Prime Gaming, channel and videos. Okay. Okay. Viewer rewards. No, that's channel points. Content, that's not it. Community, roles manager? New artist, add new. Hound. You don't show up for me. Is that what it was? I thought there was a near at some point, but music is kind of low. Well, I don't want to make it too loud, but I can raise it a little bit if it's too low. But you're right. It is near Automata. Yeah, no, it's H0. I just lost my Twitch. There it is. But you don't show up when I search you. Yeah, you actually don't show up. Here. This is fine if it's not like unique info or anything, right? Desktop. Oh, I forgot I had Ghosty Chan. Oh, that makes me so happy to see. I fucking love him. I did Control C. And it's not popping up because I want to add the add artist role, but I actually can't find Hound. Where's Ray? I am pro lurker. You're too good at lurking. Like dead of night dark when it's only like 2 p.m. Wait, what? Here it gets super dark. Oh no. Also, Hitsu, how's the workout stuff going? Today I went to the gym. My back. I probably had some improper form today because I feel a little bit of soreness in my lower back. It's not bad. If I sleep, it'll be fine. But I just gotta be careful with that. Knee, my right knee, the inner side of my right knee, feeling kind of funky. So I don't know what that is. Gotta be careful there as well. But it is what it is. But they've been going good though, at least. Can you only show VIP and find if I'm on there? Oh, yeah. We have a lot of VIPs. Let's see. VIP. Console. Yeah, you are here. You are here. Hi everyone, it's me, your boy Hitsu, man who can't handle technology cause he's bad at technology. Hi. I don't know why I'm bad at technology, considering I spent my entire life basically on the internet, but hey, that's besides the point. In that case, I have other artists that I kind of... Do I have any artist that's VIP though? I think Ray is the only artist I have that has VIP on it. Yes. Oh no, Art of Lek. I'm gonna give it to Lek as well. Lek is also an artist that has done stuff. He made this thing. That entire scene. He made that entire scene. Which is really fucking cool. Dragon, the Sakura blossoms. Me and armor. I look better than I actually do, but that's besides the point. But a 10 out of 10 smile. This guy over here. This guy. So yeah, I gave him artist. I would like to give someone else artist, but I just need to remember who it was that made these emotes, because it's been so long. Like the Hitsu Shindo. I love her voice. I love her voice so much. She's so fantastic. I only deal in truth and facts, young man. I guess a snake eater would do that. I was gonna say, but you have snake in your name, but you're a snake eater, so that's different. But yes, I want to play horror games. I will play horror games. I just don't know which horror games to play. Ray suggested Mortuary Assistant. And if you guys have seen it or heard of it and you guys are down for it, we could play the demo now. I don't know if I can afford to buy it, but they said there was a demo and we could try the demo instead of Elden Ring. I know it says Elden Ring right now, but we don't have to do Elden Ring because I can come back to that anytime. This is spooky month. We can do Elden Ring after spooky month, maybe. Can't hear, but I love you guys. Take care, Sonny. I'm waving aggressively at you, Sonny, so that you know that we love you. Take care. Bye. Enjoy your lurk. I appreciate you. Could you shout out Jack? Since Sonny's always on Jack's stream and we love Jack, and I don't know when the last time I saw Jack's stream was, but nonetheless, we love Jack, and I can't wait to see his stream again. Yeah, I'll try to... We can try the demo. We'll try the demo. I can regret this. Is it on Steam? Oh, you also said Xbox Pass. Do I have Xbox Pass? I don't know if I do or not. Xbox Game Bar. I'll switch to this. What? Why does it disappear on me? Oi. What? I have Stanky on Xbox Social? I don't know that. No. What? Where did it go? Yeah. The one thing I'm talking about is Haunt the House, Terror Town. Wait, hold up. Let's catch up on a little bit of thingies. Probably Phasma, as I'd be down. I have a good thing. I have a good one that's Spooktober fitting, but not super spooky. I haven't seen your face, but I know it's you. Okay. There's also Backrooms for 3.999999. You have no idea why you can't host? I think Twitch removed hosting, which is so shitty. I like my hosting one. I'm gonna play my hosting one. How do I test the host? Hold up. Let's switch to this scene. I want to, just so you guys remember it. You guys remember this one?
Tell me what you're doing here.
Let's flip a coin. Heads I tell you, tails we go out on a date. Ding. I love that one. That's such a good one. The raid one is good too.
I haven't seen your face, but I know it's you.
I love that one too. Don't get me wrong. But I love the hosting one too. So now I think I have to find a way to bring the hosting one into the raid one and make it so like it's random which one plays, but then I have to adjust the timings based on clips so like it averages out so like the effects make sense. But like I like the hosting one. The hosting one was so cool. Makes me sad. 399 pounds for Backrooms? Surely that is a cap, is it not? How do I check Xbox Game Pass? Xbox Game Pass. PC Game Pass. Oh, also, I have a lot of random keys on Humble Bundle that I kind of want to start giving away because it feels weird to have all these games that I'm probably never going to play. At some point, I'm just going to start giving things away, but I need to figure out how do you guys do giveaways properly? Because without like Googling and typing in names and stuff into Google, there should be an easy way to do giveaways, right? I kind of want to do that. That sounds kind of fun. Do I have Game Pass? I don't know if I have Game Pass. I don't think I do. You have to pay a subscription for it. I don't have a subscription for it because I've not been paying for it. Oh, right. I was looking for a lot of people. I'm still looking for a lot of people. There's many ways to do giveaways. Yeah, I figured there would be. I couldn't remember. Anywho, let me find the demo. Or actually, here, we'll switch to... I keep switching to this scene. Oh, Gundam Evolution has been so much fun. Don't scratch your eyes. Don't rub your eyes. If I am actually swelling there, I need to not touch that. Okay, don't touch your eyes. Got it. Store. Oh, I forgot about this game. That's on sale. I've always wanted to play this. Is music still good, by the way? I hope so. Anywho, I need to find the games. Ooh. Creeping Terror looks creepy. Oh, but it's one of these. Could be good. Okay, I need to focus. Inside the back rooms? This looks so dorky. It looks like you can play with friends as well. Is that an It reference? Oh my god, that fucking hand. I just saw it the very last second. That... horror games! I fucking love horror games. They're my favorite pastime. Favorite pastime. Favorite pastime. Yeah. Inside the back rooms is also $4.99. There's many ways to give away. Screw regional price difference. Yeah. Yeah. That does suck. Removing hosting was their answer to the bot host spam plague. Instead of fixing it, they removed it. Inside the back rooms, yes. It's $4.99. Can play your friends, and it's got puzzles with spooky shit. Okay. This looks fun. I would want to play this. We can do like a proper like game night with this. This looks fun. I'm gonna add to cart. Wait, how do I? Isn't there not a wish list? Add to wish. I'm gonna add to wish list, and then add to cart. We can definitely do that at some point. I would like to do that. Mortuary's Assistant. I was trying to think. Oh, I've never played this one either. And it's still $60. That's crazy. Mortuary Assistant. Hold up. Let me pause the music, which is on this one, I think. There we go. Oh, fuck no, dude. What? I have the games as well, but playing with me means dealing with my frequent bathroom breaks, so that probably exempts me from playing. Maybe, but I don't really know. Hey, Garu. The only horror I could think of was Resident Evil 4, but that game is also hilarious. They won't let me gift stuff if the price is cheaper for buyer rude. For buyer rude. Oh, rude, like rude. Rude. I get it. Devour is also a cheap $4.99 horror game, but it's also co-op. Mortuary's Assistant is mad scary, dude. Is it? Fuck. Fuck. Could you change the game to Mortuary's Assistant for me? I'm not excited for this. I'm not ready for this. I mean, I'm excited for it. Game scene, game capture, properties. We're not doing Elden Ring. We are doing Mortuary's Assistant. There it is. There it is. Oh, you guys remember the horror intro? This? You guys remember this? I can't wait to use it again. That'll be fun to use again. Since we're now also in spooky month. I feel like you won't listen to me in future. Oh, God. Despair. More despair. More despair. Somnium Files. Horror. Ultra quality. Am I gonna fucking die when I play this game? Use the gurney C Shift to sprint. There's a fucking sprint button. Of course there is. Left mouse button. F for flashlight. Clipboard is space. Inventory is tab. Makes perfect sense to me. Subtitles on because I don't know how to fucking listen correctly. High DPI mouse. I don't know if that's relevant. Apply. Dude, I really upgraded my PC just to start playing horror games. I'm gonna get to experience the horror in fucking 4K HD.
It was just really weird.
Thank you,
So
Rebecca.
some stuff fell over. That's not a big deal.
No, I know.
How's the game
It wasn't
sound?
even my fault, but he sent me home right after that. I'm just really worried. He was supposed to finalize my stuff today.
And
Let's
he
move
said
this
he
a little
would,
bit over
right?
here so I can
Yeah.
see the
So
chat a bit better.
that's a good thing.
Yeah.
There you go.
It just didn't feel like he meant it. Like,
One, that
You
it's
just
fucking
said it to
serious
get
you
me
that
out
if you
of the
experience
building.
any odd occurrence in your
Wait a
own
second,
home,
I
aka
have-
haunting shit, then seek
Hello?
a priest immediately. The game says that.
Oh, hi, Mr. Delver. Look, if I did anything wrong today, just...
No. I wanted to apologize. You've done a fantastic job. I'm just not feeling too well. That's actually why I'm calling.
I need to put some deodorant on. I'm gonna be sweating this game. I don't want to smell like shit.
No one
Hold
else
up.
can make it in right now. I was hoping you could come
I
in.
can already tell.
Take care of them.
Well,
Fucking horror
yeah.
games.
Are you sure? I mean, of course.
Excellent.
Old Spice, fresh high
A
endurance.
huge favor. I took care of the rest of your onboarding. We're all set. And your new badge is in your personal belongings drawer in the back room.
Asthma inhaler.
That's great. Thank you. I'm on my way right now. I hope you feel better.
Thanks again. I'll see you tomorrow.
Oh, you're legally a priest? Well, take care of chat and me.
Holy shit. That was him. He signed me on. He needs me to come in tonight.
Oh, let's go,
See?
Rebecca.
I told you it was fine. Congratulations.
Thanks.
I need to change the
I
title.
have to go. Like, right now. I'll talk to you later.
If it's good enough, I'll
Where are my keys?
I'll spend some money to buy the game. I don't have much, but if I fucking piss my if it makes me scared, more scared than I am now, I'll do it. But I need to change the title. Did you know we're working at Cell's mortuary? Get it? Maybe the title fits already. For anyone who doesn't remember Cell, because it's been a while, Cell is actually becoming a mortician. She's trying to be, at least she's going to school for it. So here we are. Don't get Actually, play the radio. So I'm moving now. I didn't realize I was moving for a bit. How do I zoom in? Is this name DJ Two Shades? That would just who has their fucking microwave in the wall like that? That's kind of weird. Oh, once you crouch, you can't move. I don't like that. I'm turning my crouch to C is Gurney. I'm gonna make Gurney G, and I'm gonna make crouch C. Cool by me, right? Now I can do this without hurting. You think Cell got a job in a funeral home recently? Yeah, so we're working for Cell right now. Mortuary's assistant. We're Cell's assistant. Okay, cups don't break. They hold some sort of physics. Was this made in Unity? This feels like a Unity game.
Where are my keys? God, I always lose those.
Yeah, where are my keys? I want to wear the music band shirt. I want to wear the sports shirt. The nicest people are... Well, that's not good. I'm not nice. Death and Decay, a book covering the process and science of decomposition by C.C. Balon. I wonder if Cell has read that book. Maybe it's a real book. Keys to the apartment car and the front door of Riverfields. Okay. We have to drive there. Now I can teabag the dead. Are those donuts? Yeah, I think these were donuts. I think. We'll bring the donuts.
Where are my where are my keys? God, I always lose those.
Huh?
Where are my keys? God, I always lose those.
Did I break the game? I can't move. Right, when I crouch, I can't fucking move. Forgot. At least there's some food in here. Wolfios. There's food in here. Okay. Okay, game. Milk, 2%. Mozzarella cheese, an organic type of salad. Where the fuck were the keys? I had them. Did I drop them? Did I break the game? Okio cereal. It's supposed to have bees in it, but they keep putting on the box that it got bees. Game does not make sense.
Two shades again. You're still here. That's great. We're gonna play the same song again, because that's what we do. It's the same song radio station. Same song radio station. It's still the same.
DJ Shades. That was so funny. But where the fuck are my keys? Kind of tastes like leaves with sticks. Deaf and Decay, all I see is plots on the book cover. And I was about to host you, but then I realized I can't. Yeah, they got rid of host. So sad. Where are my actual keys? It's insanely sweet. Moth bomb cereal. No, like, actually. I picked them up, right? Did I not pick him up? Am I trolling? Huh, Grandma! Hey! History of preservation and the role in coping with death. Embalm. Fantastic. No, where are my keys?
Where are my keys?
Like, I actually lost my keys. Where are my keys? What do I do if I lost my keys? Should I have to restart? It's not my quick inventory, is it? Right mouse button? Hold storage. Oh god, we're actually going to do mortuary stuff. Some must love this game. We love stuff. No, I can't open the door. I lost my keys.
Where are my keys? God, I always lose those.
And the keys were on here. And then they weren't. They were right here. I picked them up. I came over here. And then I picked up the donuts. Right? And then the keys are gone. Did I look under the pillows? I can't move the pillows. No! Did I have to restart? Did I bug it out? This is a demo. I'm gonna go ahead and restart. Cause I saw those damn keys. I don't see those damn keys anymore. I'm gonna go ahead and restart. Scuffsuga strikes again. The game contains flashing lights and loud noises. Please play with caution. Am I stalling? You tell me. Can this music fucking stop?
It was just really weird.
So some stuff fell over.
No, the keys were up here earlier.
There we go.
Coming with me. No! Fuck you, game. Oh, is this the... This looks like a funeral home. I doubt that's our home. What to expect after death? Not big. Dude, oh, I haven't...
All right, guess I'll head to the back and get started.
I'm not ready for this, dude. Gonna move the chair. I want to see what's written on here. Sorry, I like calculators. Rebecca, thank you for coming on at such a short notice. The body currently in the embalming room is done, so please return to cold storage and get started on the next one. I've left the keys to the embalming room in the top drawer of the front desk. P.S. Don't forget your clipboard. Nice. Is this mine? What? Nani? I don't know. It's an embalming room. You can attempt to use items at any time, access quick inventory, and then choose the item you wish to use. Most, but not all places where the items can be used will cost okay. So...
I can't use that here.
Okay. He talks to me. The character talks to me. Hello, boss. I lost my keys and I can't come into work. Yes. An old... You know what? I don't trust none of these fuses. I'm gonna go ahead and grab these fuses. This is a horror game. Fuck that. I'll take it. Mr. Delver's business cards? Dude, why is he staring at me like that? Oh, we have a reflection. That's really cool. Rare to see that in a game.
I already have one of those.
Let me just go ahead and turn on the lights of every single fucking room in here. That'd be really cool. That made me jump. Hey, that was a poster of Ewan McGregor in the background there? Wait, what? Where? The amount of TP? Yeah, the amount of TP is insane. I don't know where the lights are for here. I don't have a flashlight, so I can't see. Here? That's not Ewan McGregor. I'm afraid. Is her eyes closed or in the other room? Where? Do you guys see something I don't? In here? This room looks really dark to me. I can't see shit. Just hope they don't open. You know what? You're fucking right. I need to grab my clipboard. Which one's my clipboard? P.S. Don't forget your clipboard. Yeah, is it this one? How do I know which one my clipboard is? It has the icon thing. Can I just... Do I have a different clipboard? That was Jesus? Oh yeah, that was Jesus. Gonna need him. Oh, there's a clipboard hotkey. Is there actually? Verifying items. After selecting an item, a description will appear below. If an item can be dropped, a drop button will appear under the item description. Okay. Can't put the embalming tank cleaner in my pockets? That's crazy. Why can't I? Yeah, he got a bit mad there. What do you mean? Oh. Inspect body for identifying marks and... What? Here? Enter. Enter into computer. Mix embalming fluid and pump. Glyceraldehyde. I think is what that says. Methanol. Humeclant. Formaldehyde. Make an incision in the carotid artery and jugular vein. Clamp tubing to both veins and connect to the embalming pump. Engage pump and let the body drain. Remove tubes and close incision. Fill IV bag of cavity fluid. Insert the trocar into abdominal cavity and fill with cavity fluid and clean embalming pump with cleaner.
At least I can keep track of things.
Oh. That's fantastic. Wait, but these are all checked marked already. Get your clipboard. Oh, I have to use the keys. Don't like the way that door opens. I'm fucking scared. I'm shaking. I'm shaking. Ah, yes. Riverfields Network. How to enter cadaver information. Click the record system icon to open the program. Okay. Match the sections on your clipboard to the corresponding sections on the computer. Once all findings have been entered into the system, click Submit to print out embalming records, then file the records up front to begin the embalming. Okay, nice. Okay. Cool. Night shift. I don't see how that's not a night shift password. I am stalling.
I can't use that here.
See why not. Who did have a tattoo on his face? How do I drop this? I definitely know what I'm doing.
can't use that here. I can't use that here. I can't use that here. I can't use that here.
Used for injecting cavity fluid directly into organs. Okay, so what? Let's look at the clipboard. Let's see what I gotta do. Let's focus. Retrieve body from cold storage. It says all of it's check marked already, so do I just gotta push you back? Dude, are your eyes open? What am I supposed to do? To get you? Are you who I'm supposed to push out? Baba? I don't know! It's dark in here. Return body to cold storage. Desk of Raymond. No one saw that. Ah! You. Ah. Ah. How do I move you to cold? I can't. How? The gurney button is G, but I can't fucking move him. I don't know what I'm doing wrong. Yes, we're playing a scary demo. And I am not enjoy. Record system, head, right shoulder. How do I name? Raymond. Oh, I see. I had to. Okay.
I already have one of those.
Yeah, I got one. Got one, dude. A chemical that adds in retaining moisture. Fucky wucky shit, right? I'd rather leave the window open. I know it's gonna scare me at some point, so I might as well change it up, you know? How am I supposed to move you, bro? Do I need two hands? Is it the two hands kind of thing? Is that why I can't? Do I need to drop these two? Are they? They're over here, right? Yeah, okay. Now can I move you? No, I can't. Anyone know what's going on? Why it's not working? Because all of them are check marked. Maybe my positioning is wrong. I've done it this way. Alright, next. I'm just doing my job, working at a mortuary. It's what we do, cause we're really cool. I'm just curving the thing. That scared the fuck out of me.
I haven't seen your face.
But I know it's you. Bum 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 ba 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 da. Hello. Hello, Anna Dabadoo. Oh god, I need to make chat bigger. Perfect. I barely started. I'm scared shitless. I can look at chat and pass the time. Hey guys. Nani? 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 Oh shit. Why? Why must you do this to me? Oh fuck. Oh no. Stop it. I'm good. Ha ha ha. Anna, thank you so much for the raid. Hello. Janice Spider, hello. Dujabert. Did I say that right? Did I say that right? Hello. Thunderstorm, hello. There's a thunderstorm in the game right now. Oh my god, that is literally legendary. You're a dork. Oh, that is a little loud? Yeah, I need to readjust the sound of the things I have to turn off and on. Haven't done it yet. So now that you reminded me, I'm gonna go ahead and do that. Cause fuck playing this game right now. I haven't even seen that many spooky things yet. And I'm fucking terrified. Fucking terrified. There you are, Thunderstorm. What's up? Oh, I think it's over here actually. Alright, that's lowered. And we're off. That's another scene that's lowered. Active feedback, huh? Active feedback, yeah. Stalling again? Nope. It can wait. Nah, it's all good. What were you up to? How was your stream, Anna? Tell me all about your stream. What were you doing today? What were you doing today? You know what? Cheers to you for being such a good friend. I appreciate you. You are such a phenomenal person. Wow, she was sniffing? That's a weird thing to do on stream, but you know what? We need more sniffers in this world. We need more. Yes, I'm fucking scared. I know you stalling, but I'm gonna cry anyways. Yeah, you cry, bitch. Got him. Oh god. Did I put him right next to the lady? I'm so fucking scared. Return body to cold storage. This is cold storage, right? For a patient named Raymond Delver. Must be one of these. But stream is so good. Just some chilled out spooky gameplay and lots of chatting. Oh, you're playing a spooky game. That's awesome. What spooky game? Is it less spooky than this? Did I have to like align it somewhere? For what? Did I have to burn him? I had to turn it to cold storage. Which one is it? Can't see the... G! 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 I'm pressing G! Let me leave! Fuck it, old man, you're coming with me. I quit this fucking job. I quit this fucking job. Sorry, old man. That's my shadow. That's my shadow. It's all good. Gee. Whoop. Yeah, definitely my shadow, but much less. It's called Hunt the House. Super cartoony where you are a ghost that possesses items to scare people. That sounds so precious. I get scared and dead by daylight, so I don't feel Batman doing way better than I would. Oh, well, yeah, I'm terrified. All right. Not that light. I'm crouch spamming. You can't hit my headshot. Can't headshot me. Neo's. Okay, fuck. Where's the damn light? Okay, crouch spam successful. We're good. blank. Blank. Sherwood Ayers. Don't know. Christine Ward. Okay. Gonna be a long night at work. Yeah, I fucking hate this game. Let me take you, dude. I'm pressing G. Here. Just so you guys know, I'm not kidding. Keyboard. G. I'm not stalling. I'm pushing G. Oh, there you go. Now it works. All right, follow me, old man. All right, yeah, we're firmly grasping it. Firmly grasping it. Fucking. I need so much mouse space for this. What the hell? What's the sensitivity on this game? Sorry, I'm just making some mouse room. Have you tried petting it before pressing? Oh, that's true. Okay. Oh. Cool. I did break it. I can only use it after I open the thing. Can I somehow get you to go in here, though? So. Okay, like so. Yeah. I need you to go a bit to the side, though. Okay. Now I can go ahead and drag this out. Right? Okay. I'm gonna be a good worker after all. Wait, that wouldn't work. Hold on. I don't think I did that right. Even opening the locker thing sounds scary. Sorry, Mama had a crisis and I intend to back her, but I'm back. Yeah, Anna Dabba She's such a precious dork, a good friend. It's so nice to see her. Oh God, I love the new shoutout command, but it makes sense that there's limits. Dude, which one are you supposed to go in, bro? Oh, are you Sherwood Ayers? I thought you were Raymond. Hold up. Ah! Well, that's just case and proof that I would just die in a fucking horror movie. Okay, next. Uh-huh. like away from me like. I fucking hate this. I fucking hate this. She's just shy and she was shy and just watching. Well, I scared her off. I'm sorry. Big deal. Big deal. Get over it, dead woman. And you get the fuck in there. Oh, I quit this job. I hate this. I hate this. Get in! My fellow brother. My fellow human. If you can just go ahead and get all the way in, that'd be pretty fucking suave. Thank you. Yeah. L dead, not alive, not even scary. Now what? What? Oh, it doesn't tell me the name. Oh, fuck. So I do have to retrieve the other body. Can I check the painting? Yeah. Yeah, I can. Yeah, I can. La 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 la. But why are the ads this month scary too? Not okay. Not fucking. That scared the fuck out of me. Video games and more. Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate that. Fuck. Game reminds me of PT kinda. Well, PT was a scary fucking game, so I really hope it's not like PT. Don't see anything. Don't see anything. There we go. No, that's not really right. That's not center. There we go. Alright, Baba, I can't see you because I'm blocking your body. Ow. Cool! Cool, 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 cool. How do I... Go in. Go in. Ew. Naked grandma. Ew. Ew, not cool. God, the fucking mouse speed is ridiculous. Oh my god. Wait, they don't actually wear clothes, do they?
All right, let's check you out.
Rebecca still talks? After seeing literally 4 different spirits? Such echo? Yeah. Holy shit. Christine Ward, age 80, has any distinguishing marks and or anywhere. Okay, let's see. On her... Sorry, what? Alright, anyways, those gosh darn raccoons again. They're doing some crazy shit. Let's rotate it. Uh-huh. I don't know if hands are supposed to look like they're burnt when they die, but fingers kind of sus. Thumb kind of sus. But could be normal, I guess. How do I look at your... Kind of aim for your face? I guess we'll look at your feet. Y'all like feet? Oh, yeah, yeah. That's a distinguishing mark right there. Shame, really.
I can't use that here.
Very distinguishing. Okay. Right leg. Contusion. Contusion. Rotate. Wasn't the door open? Huh? I gotta say who's there? You're right. Silly of me. Yeah. If you could just rotate your body. Oh! That is a lovely spine you have, ma'am. Great spine. Contusion on the left shoulder. Contusion on that thingy. Contusion on your motherfucking face. But I can't do that yet. Rotate over here. No. Nothing I see. Is it just contusions? Center head? We're good. Just 3 contusions is all. No big deal. I've handled less or worse. Yeah. Okay. Name. Christine. Chris. What? Oh. 80. Head. Contusion. Left shoulder. Left shoulder. Contusion. Right shoulder. Contusion. What? Wait. Right. I'm working here, ma'am. Jeez. Left shoulder. Contusion. What the fuck? So rude. 3 out of 4? Did I submit? Oh, maybe I don't have all the pieces? Alright. Whatever. I need to go ahead and see what's on your body, if you don't mind me, ma'am. Oh, there's something on your stomach. What? What? What's over here that you're pointing at? Oh, do I need to run? I'll run. I'll fucking run. God has left you? I saw Jesus on the front door. That's not true. Don't lie to me. Fuck you. Okay. I didn't think she was gonna jump at me. I thought I was gonna run at her. Okay. Okay. Fuck this game. that was rude. Rotate your stupid body. Where's your other contusion, ma'am? Ay, ay, ay. Yeah. This is why you don't take drugs before you start a shift. Like, honestly, kind of her fault. Kind of her fault. I don't see anything on this arm, though. That was soft tackle. Yeah, stupid body. Imagine being so rude and interrupting my work. I'm working. Like, you're dead. Just be dead. I don't see what the big problem is. Like, just fucking chillax, keep on sleeping, and stay dead. Ridiculous. Actually ridiculous. Oh, there it is. You did have a contusion after all, ma'am. Left leg. Contusion. Submit. Nice. Cool.
I need to file the copy up front.
Cool. Yeah. We'll file a copy up
Can't
front.
hold anything. I can't hold anything else.
Okay. I guess I don't need the humectant yet. Just yet. Eyes on her. AJ? Nani? Oh, shit! AJ, hey! Long time no see. Good night, Hitsu and chat. You got this? Ha ha ha! I totally do. Sleep well, Ray. Oh, don't mind me. Going up front to file what I need to file. Where? How do I file it? Oh, this thingy.
Time to embalm.
Some mixed DMT acid and shrooms, so I guess there's worse than this. Yeah, it could be obviously a lot worse. But we're just gonna we're here to embalm this old lady. We're here to do a good job. I'll make her so damn proud that she moves on to the afterlife happy. Mix embalming fluid in the pump. Okay, embalming fluid. First let's just close this door here. Don't need unwanted guests seeing potential almost naked grandmas. What? What? What happened? What happened? Wait, actually, what? Mix embalming fluid into the pump. Oh, this is where I get the Himekatak. Get one of these. Nice.
I can't use that here.
This thingy? Oh. Oh. Nice. That is what it is. You don't want to be hallucinating in a mortuary, that's for sure. Yeah, not ideal. Go ahead and that's something else. Formaldehyde, my favorite. You know what they say? Something that quite hits like formaldehyde. Maybe it's this thing over here. That looks like a liquid methanol. You know what they say? Meth is great and all. They don't actually say that. Don't mind me. I'm being stupid. I can't believe I laughed at that fucking joke. It's so cringe. Oh, is it? No? Ooh, a keycard. There's no shot. This is who we decided to work for. Oh, that's my work badge. Cool. I need glutaraldehyde. Oh, it's not you. You're flow clean.
Stanley pushed the follow button.
Oh shit!
No
Hello,
one is
Stanley.
quite sure why, but perhaps he thought something peculiar would happen. How strange. Anyways, welcome, stranger.
Hello, Thunderstorm. Thank you so much for pushing that follow button. Welcome, stranger. An old key that belongs to Mr. No shot, right? Oh, Mr. Delver! Oh, no. Never heard it before? You never heard it before? I mean, this came out of nowhere. Literally, it was just a dumb joke, though. Welcome back from the shower. Feel fresh? Ah, yes. This is what I'm about. L plus ratio. This is ratio. for this ratio. L plus ratio. There we go. This is like mo in Japanese. And this one looks pretty. Ooh. Ooh. Haven't showered regularly in like a month. I mean, when you're in a thunderstorm, I kind of give you a pass, you know? I get it. Spring 2022. Those gosh darn earthquakes, man. So ridiculous. Huh. Maybe that's what I need. Very useful, though. Earthquakes can be very fucking useful, though. That's pretty cool. Nice. Make an incision in the carotid artery and jugular vein with scalpel and forceps. Okay. Question. Where are the scalpels and forceps? Who farted? I'm having a headache. So feeling hungry? Well, that's not good. Go get some food. Yeah, silly goose. Yes, silly willy. Oh, that's actually fantastic. Thank you so much, game, for telling me that that's where the scalpel was. That's exactly where I need to go to your carotid artery. And make some incisions.
I can't use that. I can't use that.
Okay, that's cat. I know for a fact that what I'm supposed to do right now is cut your motherfucking neck. Go. Scalpel and forceps. That's a scalpel. I need something else for forceps? I'm okay. It's all good. Needle injector. That's not what I need.
I can't hold anything else. I can't hold anything else.
All right. Here we go again. Scalpel?
I can't use that here. I can't use that here. I can't use that here.
If I can't use that here, where the fuck can I use it? What? Am I supposed to be on the other side? Is this like a side specific thing? No, it doesn't look like it. It's definitely on this side. Make an incision in the carotid artery and jugular vein. Is that not it? Am I trolling? What is it, Baba? 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 I really need you to lay back down. I need to I need to make a cut. Baba? Do you know her? Sorry. Business is closed for you. Okay. Alright, guess I have to fucking go to her. Fuck you still! Okay. Looks like I'm fucked still. Okay. What? Nande. Doko. The flash of fire. Flash of fire and flesh will herald the coming of my house. Ah, don't drag me, baby! Didn't mean to call you a baby, old lady. That just came out of fear.
I'm not going! I hate you! Please, don't!
Okay, this is...
Miss Owens,
What?
they've done an increase for you, so that's 300 milligrams now. Let me know if you have any questions, okay?
Yeah,
Thank you.
I do. What am I hallucinating? Am I actually hallucinating right now? Am I hallucinating my traumas in life?
I miss you so much. I don't care about anything anymore. I don't want to be here without you. Please.
Recovery service.
I love you.
What does that say? To thine own self be true? Okay, that's cool. 10 new coin. This is my coin. Nice. Well, now what? What do I do here? Damn. Oh, I walk this way?
Somebody! Get me out of here! They're gonna kill me! Stop it! Stop it! Stop it! Let me
So I'm getting this feeling that we might have been in a psych ward or something. It's a general vibe I'm getting.
I'm sorry.
What the fuck? What the fuck? Alright, welcome back, Baba. I'm gonna keep working. You can watch, I guess. Anywho, like I was trying to do. There it is. There we go.
That's not it.
What'd I do now? Back. Clamp tubing to both veins and connect to embalming pump. Okay. Oh, you're still standing there. Oh. Okay, you're actually watching. Earlier, I scared you. My bad. I need to find a pump. Gotta pump her up, you know what I mean? That sounds kind of wrong. Ow. How do I pump you up? So I'm gonna pull this out, clamp tubing to both veins, and connect it to embalming. Embalming pump? That's it. Cut it on the other side as well? Oh, you left. Alright. That's cool. No, it's a tubing pumping thingy somewhere, apparently. Yeah, she's just vibing. It's all good. The audio stingers, yeah. Was about to say she probably killed her ex. Sorry, no customers allowed right now. Though we seem to have unwanted visitors still hanging around. Crazy. What? Clamp tubing to both veins and connect to embalming pump.
That's
fuse.
That's not it.
I don't know what you want me to do. Hello, thunderstorm. Again, hi. No. 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 me again. It do be you again. Ethanol, already used that. For tubing. See, I thought it would just been like an embalming pump. Sounds like it should be something that's like poopy, right? Question is, where the fuck are the tubes? Where the hell are the tubes? Answer, I don't know. Is this it? Oh, these are IV bags. Yeah, that's an IV bag. Not exactly what I need. Am I missing something? Dishwash soap? Is there like a tube back here? I'm missing something. Engage pump and let the body drain. Clamp tube to both veins and connect to embalming pump. I'm actually missing something. When someone is assigned to work in a mortuary, how must they feel, especially if it's at night? Probably fucking awful. Especially if they don't know where any of the equipment is. Because, you know, that's kind of important. But I digress. Oh.
I can't hold anything else.
Oh, come on. I'm sure you can. Oh, you're back. That's crazy. I'm gonna go ahead and drop this though. You can keep standing there for all I care. Oh, hey. Yeah, you just keep standing there. Not my problem.
I can't use that here.
Oh, you can't? Okay, back then. Do I have to use it on the little machine thing? Oh, you're still standing. You don't look like the old lady. You kind of look like me. To be honest, you kind of look like me. Just like an evil, dark version of me.
I can't use that here.
Interesting. Honestly. Well, maybe I'm supposed to go to these things over here.
I can't use that here.
What the fuck do you want me to do? Oh.
That's not it. That's not it.
Second crisis averted? What'd you do? She just left.
I can't use that here.
How am I supposed to embalm you, lady? Clamp tubing to both veins and connect to embalming pump. That was literally tubing. Am I missing something? Bleaching agent. No. No, no. Are you back again? And pick of grandma, that should be an older version of you. Does it look like anything like the old lady? No, it doesn't look like it. No, it doesn't. Well, this old lady looks more like our grandma than that thing does. If I've poofed, it's because I have to take care of my mom. She's not doing too well and requires assistance for a lot of things. Oh, that's fine. I understand. I'm missing my sanity. Yeah, I'm slowly going insane. That much is for sure. I can tell you that much. Wait, you're not implying I have to go over there, do you? Maybe that's what they're implying? To get the tubing? But there's nothing over there. It's just the fucking drawers. Or the body storage. Is this tubing really not it? A flexible, durable tubing used for various medical applications. How is this not it? I don't get it. I tried that earlier. It didn't let me. She's still just standing there? Yeah, she's still just chilling. I would go and say look for the tools, but the app... Yeah! Like, half this game, I don't know where this shit is. Alright, anyways, cool. Cool. Bro, why are you still standing there? Yeah, I see you. I see you. Engage pump and let the body drain. Okay. Yeah, that's metal as fuck. Cool. Cool. Okay, I need to see if I have the things I need to find stitches or whatever. There's a plunger syringe. No. Oh, that's a needle injector. Tool frig. No. Honestly, power to sell our local cell for becoming a mortician or wanting to be a mortician or something like that. I would go crazy trying to find all this equipment. Actually. How the fuck am I gonna patch it up? Can I patch it up with this? Gauze pads? Or turn on the game. It's very loud, which does add to realism. Yeah, it's realistic. Don't mind me. Can't say this is pleasant. No, it's not. We once had to make a tubing conversion from a pump into a valve. We had to work with 2 cabinetfuls of random unmarked fittings, half of which were metric and imperial. Same vibes. Yeah, it just sounds frustrating. All right, if you don't mind me, I'm gonna. Oh, that's how I do it. I just put it back. I just take it out. You'll take care of it. Fill an empty IV reservoir bag with cavity fluid, then insert trocar into the abdominal cavity. I got that. I picked it up earlier. Did I? Did I drop it earlier? I did. Alright. I just swallowed my throat because I'm scared. Which is fine. To fill... What? Okay, mini game. I love mini games. To fill body cavities, insert the trocar until it stops to begin the flow. It stops to begin the flow of embalming fluid. Once that cavity is full, pull the trocar back, rotate it, and then reinsert it in a new angle until the reservoir bag is empty. Okay, we got this. No problem. Yep, just gotta get in there. Just embalm you up. Make you look full again, ma'am. Hey, Snacks! Welcome. How are you doing today? Hope you're having a fantastic Thursday. I forgot what day it was for a second. I'm just job simulator. Just job simulator right now. We're just working. We're working. We're being an assistant for a mortician, and we're just helping him out here. Do some of his late night task. Ooh, pasta sounds good. My day has been good. I got a workout in. It was pretty chill. I enjoyed my workout. Then what else? I dropped my sister off at school. I picked her up as well. We had a nice long conversation. We talked a lot. It was nice to catch up with my sister properly. We haven't had a conversation like that in a while. And then I started streaming. I had food, of course. But you should get some pasta. What kind of pasta? What are you thinking about? Yeah, now I started my late night work. So we're here. Tally, could you do me the favor of shouting out Sherry Snacks? I would greatly appreciate it.
There we go.
Nice. Fantastic. Pour pump cleaner into the embalming pump to clean it. Well, it just so happens that I have this right here. Now, question.
I can't use that here.
See, I don't fully believe that. I think I can use that there. Those are her feet. Sorry, I guess. Oh, she's back. Wow. Hey, welcome back. That's crazy. How are you? How's the game going, Hitsu? I think I'm losing my sanity. Basically. Oh, penne. Penne for sure. For sure. I've been craving that so long now. With some Alfredo and some like shrimp and like some other stuff in there. Like, penne with Alfredo sauce or white sauce, whatever you want to do, it holds the sauce inside the fucking thing so well. It's phenomenal. I love it. There's been much procrastination. Nah. There's been much, I don't know where all of my equipment is. Imagine expecting someone to do all this work without them first teaching you how to handle the work. Why does she keep standing there?
I can't use that here.
Where the hell do I use it? Am I supposed to like use it here? Oh, maybe actually. We're cleaning it up. So, I'm guessing the main character, this is based on the gameplay so far, I'm guessing the main character, Rebecca, has a dark past.
All right.
And the dark past of hers is haunting her right now. Throw on some type of demonic shit going on as well, and just sprinkle that on top, and this is where we are. Return the body to cold storage. Fan-fucking-tastic. I am about to piss myself. Let's go, Baba. Let's go.
The door is open. The 4 seals have marked my coming. The halls of Satan echo my return. I am here.
Oi! Get back here! I need to put you in the damn cold storage! What the fuck?
Can my name be so far from reach?
Bruh. Yeah, this is not worth minimum wage. I'm sick of it.
I suffer no bondage but this rotten, weak, pathetic corpse.
Weak, pathetic corpse. I can't see you! Oh, you're over there.
Look at this pitiful flesh I am servant to. But this body is no longer mine. I have my
That made me laugh. Fucking ragdoll physics. Oh. Hey. I was the prize. I get it. So I'm guessing if I can figure out the sigil somehow, I unlock something, like something cool happens maybe. I added to my wish list. I did add it to my wish list. I can't play it yet because I'm a broke bitch, but that is how it is. That was a good demo. That was a good demo. I liked it. It made me fucking terrified. So I hated it. Voice acting: Rebecca Melissa Medina. Great voice. Demon Eileen Anglin. I hope I said that right. Terrible voice. Like, in the good way. Raymond. Forgot his voice. Screaming Man. Alright. What happened to the DJ? There's a DJ voice, too. I sleep now. Good night. Yeah, sleep well, Garu. Thank you for hanging out with me. Thank you for stopping by. I appreciate your face. Please, 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 please. Please, 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 please. Get some rest. I need to pee. Like, I need to pee. But, since it's just the demo anyways, I kind of want to go in there and see if you can figure out the sigil thing. But, if you guys also know the sigil thing,
really
I kind of want to just...
weird.
Skip it.
So,
You know what I mean?
Some stuff fell.
Yeah, let's see. Where are the keys now? Oh, the keys change each time. That's
There we go.
kind of cool. Yeah, that'd be really cool. I would like to know how to do the sigils, because that's basically what I'm going straight for.
All right, guess I'll head to the back and get started.
Because we won't do all the other stuff. Yes. We won't do all the other stuff. Yeah. All right. Grab that.
At least I can keep track of things.
Yeah, sleep well. What's up, friend? Yes. Oh, you're going to sleep too. We'll hop by when you stream again, mister. Well, thank you again, Thunderstorm, for hanging out with us both in game and in chat. Thank you for laughing at my joke earlier. That made me feel better. You sleep well. Good night to you. Sleep well to Garu. I love your face. Y'all take care. You walk around the building foot, so it should be pretty obvious from there. You gotta do this multiple times throughout the night. What? Are there sigils? Oh, I need to pee. I'm curious. We need to pee and then we'll figure it out. I'll be right back. Oh, I need to keep remembering to run. Can you run ads for me, Tally? Is that just easy? Can I? Is that possible? Can we figure that out? But I'm gonna run a 60-second ad because that's the lowest I can do, I think. And I'll be back. I need to pee. And I guess while I'm running an ad, I also need to hit BRB. So you guys can enjoy the BRB screen.
You guys, we can watch a movie night.
That'd be so nice.
We can watch a horror movie tonight if you guys want.
All right, BRB.
I'm gonna try to stay up for that. We can totally watch a.
This is fancy. Ooh, this is fancy. Don't fall. Charles! Charles! Hold me! What the fuck? Fuck you. Wait, can I bait this guy to fall off?
He's in second phase again.
That is your fault for
Because
camping.
no one will come here and get me because you're camping.
He's in second phase again.
Yes, because you're camping. Well, you're not camping, but you're one-tapping.
She wasn't fully healed. Oh, that's adorable. That was actually adorable. I was just staring at you. 4. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. No! Oh fuck, he's gonna get me off the map! No! My back. Fuck. You love this BRB screen? Well, thank you.
That's the first thing I did.
What's been going on right now? Oh my god, this fucking clip. This clip where I scream? Where you scream? Wait, what? You scream? Or with slash commercial? Slash commercial?
Well, no!
That's propaganda. I don't actually get scared like that. Propaganda. Oh, you scream. Oh, Dead by Daylight clip. Nice. I see. Yeah, I vaguely remember that. I missed it, so. Game scene. Alright, so. Need to process this, what I just read. If I want to, I need this special parchment paper, which I walk around the building with. Should be pretty obvious from there. You gotta do this multiple times throughout the night. The order of these sigils does matter, and the guide, of course, you can find on the computer. What? This computer? Is that motherfucker standing up right now? Nah. I see you. Okay. Alright, we ain't fucking around. Okay. Good. Good. The system is only for river field morticians with access rights. Please enter your night shift code. What is my night shift code? What? So we was just saying, hey, yeah, no, we already went through the demo. We already did the demo. I just want to figure out how to do the sigil thing that I missed out on earlier, because I want to summon some spirits. Ooh, spooky. And I never noticed that, so I guess there's a lot more in the game that I haven't missed. I've missed out on, I mean. But how are you, Kylie? What's going on? How have you been? You've been doing a lot of Lost Ark stuff, right? 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 2 1 1 1 1 1 3. All right. How the fuck do I forget that? Put in the sigils? Is this the main game thing? Because I'm just trying to see how it works in the bait or the demo. You can only hold one parchment at a time. Da-da-da! Don't scare me now. Your allergies have been acting up? I'm sorry. That's not good. Yeah, it might be main game only. So I'm curious what... Alright, we're gonna Google search this. We're gonna Google search this.
I might just play the whole game as this character.
I'm still lurking for people on Twitch. Okay. Mortuary's assistant. Oh, I turned on my Norwegian keyboard somehow. There you go. Fix that. Demo night shift code. Use that one first. 8156, they say. I don't know why it's 8156, but I'll try it. 8156. Enter. No. Okay, that's not it. Go look for a bump. I've already looked for it. I didn't see it. I'm looking for it's like specific. This might be like demo specific. Oh wait, maybe I didn't look for it. Hold up. I saw the ID card, but I realized I didn't flip it around maybe. No. What the fuck? Code changes every time, but the card is always there. And they said it's on the back of the card. Well, I'll be honest, I didn't see it on the back of the card. So, next up, we're going to look at this sigil thing. Sigil mortuary assistant demo. Sigil found.
So we have this notebook.
I was in game, right? Scared the fuck out of me. Am I missing something? Maybe if I just search secrets. Maybe if I search secrets. Full walk. I just want to see. Did you find out? Is it main game only? It's not activating demo, so it's just not a thing in the demo. So I actually can't do anything with it. Basically. So that's it. We actually did complete the demo. There's nothing else then, right? I don't think there's anything else. There's the thing with the fuses, but that never happened. We never had to worry about that because we could just flip the switch again. All right. I mean, if that's that. I mean, that was fun. Scared the shit out of me. Properly. I'm fucking terrified. Like, I'm terrified. This game is gonna fuck with me mentally. How long does it take? What's the average play time of Mortuary's assistant? Two hours. Really? How was it 2 hours? I feel something there. Scratch it. This music, monkers. Wait, is that an emote? Cause I don't see it. Oh, it's many endings. So it's 2 hours to finish your first ending, and then you play through it again. Can you just like save or launch at a certain point and continue, or is it like at the very start? 4 hours and 30 minutes to get all the endings, it seems. Okay, that's not that bad. But is it worth the price? How much does it cost? I'm broke right now. 25 bucks. 4 hours of game time. I think I'm gonna buy Backrooms instead. Each night is saved, like auto saved, so you have to change it basically. Oh, okay. So you could get multiple endings somehow. Sorry, let me yawn there. Still getting used to my sleep schedule. Trying to wake up early today. All right. Anywho, I'm just gonna exit the fucking game because that music is creeping me the fuck out. I would like to play more of that, but I just need to buy it. Basically, that was a good demo. Too scary. Shit pants. Yeah, I'll switch to desktop. Damn.
You're an original,
aren't you? Anonymous has gifted a sub to Kylie. Thank you so much for gifting Kylie a sub. I really appreciate that. Whoever Anonymous is, thank you. That's super pog of you. You should play at Dead of Night, Hitsu. It's on Steam. I can take a look at it. Too scary, shit pants. Something about ignoring demonic attacks while doing your Monday tasks just amuses the hell out of me. Like, look, Martha, I know you've got Satan in your ass right now, but I'd like to get my shift over with and watch my soaps. All right, we did that. that was part of what we did. That's actually kind of funny. That's really interesting. As a person who's a mortician themselves, I love this game and how it captures the realistic aspects of being a mortician because every ghost is different. Some follow you home, and others tickle your feet, and some touch you at night, making you feel weird. And what? Things, then questioning if you're in love with a dead person. Overall, what? What? I mean, his name's Biden Censored Toe. I'm not fully aware. I'm a complete baby. 10 out of 10 horror masterpiece. Go to the extra mile and play late at night with all the lights turned off. You won't regret it. I regretted it. That's Halloween streamer scared of shitless. We couldn't even finish it. Oh my god. I love not being able to finish games. Love it. Love it. Dead of Night.
No, not that way. Okay, good. I'm checking my.
So follow the compass. Here we go.
I want to full screen it. There we go. This looks very familiar. Ghost and Spirit voice receiver. Oh god, what is that lighting? That's some scary ass lighting. This is that point and click game, right? Oh. I need Sophia here. I need her to show up on Halloween right now. Just so we can play it. So we can get scared together. Oh, that'd be so funny. I would enjoy that so much. I would hate it, but I would enjoy it. I'll add this to my wish list as well. Remember this game?
Oh, here we go.
I'm watching this little Markiplier bit.
Whoa! He's right there. Go!
Markiplier.
No, not that way. Okay.
Oh,
good.
okay. It's just all the streamers. All the streamers.
So follow the compass. Here we go. Let's go. Whoa! He's right there. Go!
Oh, so it is the click and point adventure game.
Oh my god! He gets. Oh my god! Oh my! Oh, it's a baseball bat to the head! Oh my god!
Over side.
Oh! No! You don't see nothing! Go!
Wait, is that guy the only one that's killing people? Jimmy got me screaming every 2 minutes. Goddamn fucking Jimmy.
This feels wrong.
Gosh darn Jimmy. Is it just Jimmy? Peepholes and doors still freak me out after playing this. Oh, so it had the mirror effect for you. I watched. I watched a movie called Mirrors, and when I finished watching Mirrors, I avoided the mirror for a solid like 2 months. Like I would brush my teeth, hiding underneath the mirror, just brushing my teeth like down here, and the mirror's up here. I'm like, I'm not looking to that mirror. So yeah, it's live action type games. The people in it are real actors. I mean, it looked fun. I added it to my wish list. Oh, there's another game someone mentioned in the Discord. What the fuck was it? It came out this year. It was expensive, but I want to add it to my wish list. I don't remember what it's called. The Quarry? Is that what it was? The Quarry? Free. Free.
What is going on here, man?
Free. Oh, it's the official trial version. You guys want to play another trial?
There's something out there.
How's that sound? We can try another trial. We can get a feel for the spooky games that are out there right now.
Who should I call?
Before we make some commitments.
911. Who says 911?
911? No one says 911.
Them's the rules, you noob. I'm gonna
Them's the rules, you noob. This reminds me of that one game. Is that Brenda's song? This reminds me of that one game that came out a while ago. What was it? The one with the great fucking actor who plays Mr. Robot and is also a James Bond villain. And I forgot his name. You guys know what I'm talking about? The Before Dawn, that game. This reminds me of that game. Is this the same company?
This isn't a ghost story. It's a creature feature. It's really happening and you're all in it.
Before Dawn? Until Dawn? Maybe. But yes. Oh, by the way, you came in earlier and I didn't say hello. Corby, hello. How are you doing? Nice to see you again. It's been so long since we talked. In the Dark Anthology? Yeah, sorry. I didn't say hello earlier. Dark Anthology. Man of Medan? Never played that. It's also on my wish list. Is this good?
Welcome to the show. What is going on here, man?
House of Ashes. Seems to be quite a few things. I guess that was gone for like 2 years. So I miss out on a lot of things. Now, this came out last year. I basically haven't done shit in 2 years. Dark. Yeah, I'll add this to my wish list. This looks interesting.
Welcome to the show.
Add Corey to my wish list.
What is going on here?
This is gonna get a little messy.
Little Hope? Why is the one guy? The kid that never stops being a kid, like. Or the adult that doesn't look like an adult, I guess. Great face. Alright, wish list. Where's the last one I haven't added yet? Dark Anthology. Made in Abyss has a game.
This is gonna get a little messy.
The devil in me?
What's going on?
You've seen all of them? I have not seen any of them yet. Are they good? Why are they so expensive? It's devil in me? Oh, this one's not out yet. I don't know anything about these games, so I kind of want to watch a trailer for the newest one coming out. See what it's like. Is it similar to Until Dawn? Same company, maybe? I don't know for sure.
You want to know what it means to be a killer?
Supermassive Games.
Think of the most profound thing you've ever done.
profound thing I've ever done.
The most beautiful thing you've ever created. And I promise you, it's nothing compared to watching the life bleed out of someone.
That's kind of weird, bro.
The fear in their eyes. To feel them pawing at you for release. To hear them pleading, begging. That's true art. That's what you have to be, an artist. I've left my mark on the world. Have you?
Okay. So he basically turned someone into a zombie. Some sort of puppet master. So exact same playstyle? Okay.
Welcome to the show.
Yeah, Supermassive. Oh, I can see all the games they've made. Wait, what? Is Until Dawn not from these guys? Oh, what's the game called? Is it not Until Dawn? Or is that a PS4 exclusive? Is that what that is? Maybe? Okay. There's the other one as well, the one you mentioned before Until Dawn, because they made something before. Don't remember what it was. Actually, I don't think they did. I don't remember. I'm trolling maybe. We saved everyone in Until Dawn when we played on stream. That was hype. But I see they have all these games, basically. And they have the Quarry trial version, so you can play that for a bit. That seems to be the hot new thing. So what's the difference between the Dark Pictures and these games? Are these like do they carry continuity, like same universe type stuff? Like this is not Until Dawn stuff. This is just its own universe, and like something like the Quarry is its own thing. You guys know?
Welcome to the show.
Anywho.
What is going on?
We'll try the trial. Sorry. We'll try the trial version.
Get a little messy.
What's going on?
There's something out there.
To install now. 20 minutes to install this. The trial version. I think some games hint at content in another. Okay, so there's some sort of continuity in the Dark Anthology series, but not necessarily the other games. Okay, I gotcha. I just remembered. I think I also have. Fast it's going. It says 12 minutes. I think I also have some more games here. But we played Amnesia way back when. Blood and Bacon. What is that? Breath of Death. Don't know what that is. Call of Cthulhu. I've never played this. Is this good? Does anyone know about this game? Is it spooky? I have it, apparently. Polina Legacy. Don't know what this is. D-Tune has played it. Call of Cthulhu is Just Okay. Coma 2. We played Coma Recut. So I guess we could play Coma 2. I just haven't played it yet. Oh, I see Hound has played it. We can ask Hound. Canarium. I don't know what this is. It seems like no one has played this one. Corpse Party played this. I didn't unlock any achievements. Oh, we played like I think we got off Corpse Party. I think we downloaded a different uncensored version. I think that's what happened there. Corpse Party 2, Dead Patient 2. I don't remember how this went. Did we play this as well? No, we played Book of Shadows. I think we played Book of Shadows. I never played Dead Patient, whatever this is. The Council. I'm gonna be honest. I don't even remember what happened in this game. I was playing it. I was hyped for it. And there's episodic shenanigans to it. And then I just forgot about it. Cry of Fear. Yep. That'll make me cry. Dagon. Don't know what that is. Ultra Despair Girls. Danganronpa is a horror. I mean, I guess I can kind of see what they're saying. Elijah. Dark Occult. Yeah. Fuck this game. I hated this game. This game is... Fuck that game. Cry of Fear, classic. Yeah, Cry of Fear, classic. Darkest Dungeon, wouldn't classify that as horror, but it is what it is. There was another game that came out recently that's kind of like Dead by Daylight, but it's not. What was it? And like you hide as items in the game. What was that? Because that sounded fun. Dead by Daylight has haunted stuff now. Kind of cool. Kind of cool. I mean, I guess they already had haunted stuff. But when your favorite hero dies of a heart attack, it's horror at its finest. Fair enough. Sorry. Darkest Dungeon. Didn't think about it like that. Death Garden, Blood Harvest, Deceit, Doki Doki Lit Club. That's not a horror, silly. Don't Starve Together, Doom. But then they make another Doom. I enjoyed the first Doom quite a bit. Emporium. Ether 1. Ether? The Evil Within. I've never played this one. This one's actually good, isn't it? People really like this one. But I never actually played it. Finding Paradise. How the fuck is this one horror? I mean, I played it and got the achievement. Get the fuck out. Halo. Halo's horror. I was a character in a streamers group. I stepped into a trap, died, and caused another to die of a heart attack and die. Oh no. Oh no. Sinuous Sacrifice. That was a really good game. I really enjoyed that one. Hello Neighbor. We did a sponsor stream by them once. That was really fun. Her Story. Did I finish this? I finished it, right? I think so. Right? I don't remember. There's Cloverhook stream, if you remember him. Yeah, I remember. How has he been? I haven't seen him in forever. How has Cloverhook been? Home Sweet Home. This one. The one that made me cuss in a different language that I did not know I could speak. I remember. All right, past 2 a.m. I should probably sleep. Get some rest, Corby. Thank you for stopping by and hanging out. Thanks for the help with like figuring out like the old horror shenanigans as well. I do appreciate that. Oh, Do you guys want a movie night this weekend? Spooky movie night? But yeah, no, get some rest, Corby. I don't know why that just reminded me when you were leaving. I felt like I had to ask. Killing Floor. I think so many people have this. Is this good? The fuck is this? 44 friends have played this previously. Like, what? What is this? Killing Floor. Nanny? Just Survive. Oh, this is H1Z1. Please bring back H1Z1.
Jaffa Cakes! Z1, remember how you were dog shit at it? Well, here's a game you can be good at because nobody fucking plays it. Survive the Nights. I've played just about every single zombie survival game on.
Okay. I forgot H1Z1 had a survival mode, to be honest. Killing Floor is great. It's a shooter where you survive waves of enemies. Oh, okay. So it's kind of like not COD. What is it called? Not Counter-Strike. What's that game called? Combat Arms Zombies. That's what it is. Combat Arms. Who are they? And who? Cell has this game and she's played it? The letter. Wait, what is Cell's icon? She's such a dork. Oh my god, this looks fucking creepy. This actually looks creepy. What the hell? Little Nightmares. Little Nightmares 2, which we played part of. And then I felt like I quit streaming for a long time afterwards. So I'm not sure where I was. I'm not even sure if it'll save where I was. So you play with others too, so it's a team of players versus waves of these creations by some crazed doctor and boss at the end of some waves. Killing Floor 2 is out and it's pretty good nowadays. I see. I don't know how I had it. Someone probably gifted it to me. I think Will might have actually. Lost in Viva. I've played this game. And I beat this game, but it doesn't show up that I beat it. Because I remember there's a dog. I do remember that there's like a dog at the start of this. And it's also like an alternative like night title sequence or something. Lucius, we played. Lucius 2, we played. These games were so fucking buggy. Mad Father, don't remember. Played all the Metro games, which is also really fun. Misao, we played. Murdered Soul Suspect, played a long time ago. No More Room in Hell. What is this? There's a lot of people that played it. I don't see like game related stuff though. I don't see the game content. Only If. Don't know what it is. Oh, and I remember this. This was like way back when. I tried it early on stream as like a little test thing. Outlast. Fuck that game. Phantasmagoria 2. Don't know what it is. Kind of looks like shit. So, the moment the game becomes self-aware and notices you. What? Notices your OCD. I don't know what that is. Phasmophobia. Oh, I don't have an insult. That's right. New PC. Plague Tale Innocence. Did we? I don't think we ever finished this game. It wasn't even really horror either. Yeah, we completed chapter 14. How many chapters are in this game? Let me look it up. Plague Tale Innocence. Chapters. How many chapters are there? There are 16 chapters. I completed up to chapter 14. There's 16 chapters. I didn't finish the fucking game. Oh my god, that's actually true. There's a big update recently? Yeah, I heard about that. There's a big update in Phasma. Fuck Phasma. It scared the hell out of it. Quake Champions. Not really a horror game. The Quarry. Sorry. Trial version is still downloading. 43 gigs. Holy shit. A trial, a demo is 43 gigs long. That's crazy. We played the demo. The Room 3 wouldn't count that as a horror. That's a puzzle game. It was fun though. SCP. I remember playing that. That was fun. Simulacra 2. These were interesting. These are really interesting. We finished both of them. Spooky jump scare. Just so you guys know, like the last time I played like proper indie games or anything like that was 2020. That was 2 years ago. I'm so out of it. I have no idea what has come out in the last 2 years, basically. Apparently I only got to chapter 8 in Plague Tale. I thought I played way more. Yeah, I don't know why I stopped playing it. I don't know what happened. Like I must have just quit stream at some point. Same with Little Nightmares too. I don't know. Stories Untold was a really, really fun one. But we beat it. Subnautica, never played. The Surge. Not just Vampire. Not Vampire. Futuristic Dark Souls. That's what people called it. The Survey. Weird ass ending. Tokyo Dark. Weird ass game. Undertale. Horror. Okay. Vampire, however you want to say it. Okay. Visage. Visagi. Never finished this game. Never finished Visage. Never fucking finished Visage. And I have it. And it's spooky month. I hate it. White Day. What's White Day? Oh, yeah. The one with the boobies. Yeah. Booby lady. Yomawari Night Alone. Don't know what that is. Oh, that looks cute though. It looks cute. Zero Escape. And zero. Okay. Stalling stream. I never finished games anymore. I feel ya. I thought I finished them, to be honest. But it is what it is. I mean, I was becoming less consistent. I wasn't streaming as much. Could someone change the game to something else and come up with a creative title for the stream? Can you just do everything for me? Like, would be great. Thanks. Install from Steam. Stalling stream. I'm not. I was just going through what I've played or not. See if I can find anything spooky or worth. Oh, can I play this one with controller? I can, can't I? This is a controller game. I need to get in game first. I need to change the settings. Oh, I agree to all. I won't read any of that. Thank you. Buy full game settings. What's the settings? Graphics. There we go. Importer list. There we go. That's much better. I'll change the stream title of my VIP powers. Okay. Can you do that? Actually, though, subtitles. We keep them on closed captions. Yeah. Additional sound cues. We like hearing them. That's kind of nice, actually. Character names, I can know who's talking if I remember fucking just deaf. Color the subtitle change. That's also kind of really cool. Wait, these are cool settings for subtitles. It used to just be like size of subtitles, and that's it. Like that's all there was. But like this is actually kind of really cool. You can change. You can like character name, whichever character is speaking. Well, they'll say the name. They also show the color of the character. That's really cool. I don't know how nice it looks, but movie mode. All right, let's just play the demo, and I will switch to game scene and properties. Select Zaquari, and I guess I have to do it. 1 second. The quarry.
The sun is setting and you're right here by my side.
Orlin with chat.
Every look, every touch makes me wanna give you my heart.
I like that title. Corlin with chat. I didn't check. You should have permissions. Yeah, like that. Like that. I love it when horror games sing to me. Lin Shaye. Trial version. Let's see. Let's see how scary this game is. Sit back, grab some popcorn. We're chilling. Is this actually Brenda's song singing? I don't know. I don't know music. I forgot how cinematic these games were, which is kind of cool, actually, that it's so cinematic. It probably is Ariana Grande. It sounds like her.
Why'd you kill the music?
I think you know why.
I don't think I do.
It begins with an L. Like the L word?
Lesbians?
Lost, Max. We're lost.
We're lost. Oh, yeah.
Graphic flux.
Right, so lost.
That's debatable.
Okay, is it though? Lesbians. Oh, fuck. Safety tip, quick time events.
Take a moment to consider the
Can I pause?
As it will guide you through the various twists.
I realized something with my camera. I'm gonna raise my camera a little bit.
Quarry. What you see here are quick time events, or QTEs, which will help you to act at
That's better, right?
Watch your step. Hackett's Quarry can be a dangerous place if you're not paying
better.
attention to your surroundings. Take your eye off the ball, and it could spell disaster.
Oh no!
The path you tread is yours to choose, but that doesn't mean there won't be obstacles along the way.
Oh, heads up! I'm playing on controller.
I'm not the one who hit the pothole.
Fuck you, game.
Well, maybe the pothole hit us. Ever think about that?
You.
Wow,
What?
That is like Olympic level goalpost moving.
Thank you.
Very impressive.
Thank you.
Yeah, still totally lost. You know what, Max? It's okay. It doesn't make you any less of a man.
You know,
I didn't kill anyone
If I
yet.
got lost and landed on these golden shores, there would be no United States of America. Goodbye hot dogs. See you later apple pie.
Columbus never actually landed in North America.
What are you talking about?
He landed in South
Didn't even
America,
know he wasn't
idiot.
in Asia.
Are you serious?
Just another guy who didn't want to admit he was lost.
Well, just another guy who's got a whole day named after him, so put that in your pipe and smoke it.
Oh my god. Okay, just get us to camp already before I roll my eyes.
Hello, Neo.
Working on
It's just the trial version. We can't play the full game yet, because money issues. But that's beside the point. Fuck you, game. Pick
Were
the
there any
leaflet.
directions on the flyer?
No.
Yes, thank you for
Just a
shouting out
fake
Neo.
bunch of kids
That's
faking it around
fantastic.
a fake fire pit.
Can I not pause the game? Okay, I can't pause. I want to use my damn controller to play this game. Is there not a settings? Fuck you, game.
Checks out.
God damn it.
Everything okay?
Yeah, all good. Hey, eyes on the road, mister.
Oh! Whoa! Whoa! Max is getting impatient.
Stop the car!
Can't kill me! I made it think I'm a controller player now. Yeah. Yeah. They moved controller settings to make space for the subtitle settings? I don't know what I did, but I'll take that. Yeah, I'm okay.
Yeah, I mean, still in one piece.
We're good.
Jesus Christ, what do you think that was? A bear? What?
No, Max, that wasn't a fucking bear.
What was it? I think it was a person.
It looked like a person.
Oh, are you serious?
There's also an old-ass lady in the back of your car earlier. You didn't hit a person. Did we hit
I
it?
mean, it was really close.
Nah, we didn't hit it.
Really close, but maybe we didn't.
That's what you get, Max, for not keeping your eyes on the road. And honestly, brake harder. Brake faster.
What is it?
I really effed this car up.
Well, maybe it looks worse than it is.
I should check out the damage before we try to start it up again, huh? Could you grab my, the toolbox from the trunk?
Yeah, okay.
Dude, this is like horror movie cinematics right now. Trunk up, trunk down, dead. We go into the back of the truck, dead. And that's our main characters. I'm not gonna snoop. I don't give a shit about snooping. We're good people. I'm a good person. I don't snoop and get my nose up in other people's businesses.
Thanks.
Not
Yeah.
Not in this stream.
Do you need a hand?
Yeah, actually, if you could just shine a light right here.
X to doubt? Death flags everywhere. Yeah, there
Perfect,
is.
Thank you.
Sooner we get out of here, the better.
Just picture yourself curling up in front of a big old fire pit singing campfire sing-alongs.
I don't think people curl up right in front of big old fire pits.
Why not?
They don't want to catch
This
fire.
death flags are being thrown everywhere. I should get a flag that has death written on it and just start throwing them up on stream whenever shit happens. Like just you're gonna fucking die. No, don't walk around. Just stand here. Oh my god. Oh. If you didn't see that old lady, you are fucking blind. I saw it without the light being shown on her.
Just over here.
Just stay there for a second, okay? I'm almost done.
What? Just, where's agree? Where's the agree option? I want to agree.
God, Max, hurry up.
What's going on?
I'm worried that there's somebody down there.
Are you serious?
Yeah, they could be.
Sorry.
I don't think we actually.
These
hit
kind
her.
of games
I
get to me.
I heard something, okay? Like a woman.
Do you think we hit her?
I don't
I
know.
just want to check it out.
Okay. All right. Just don't go too far, okay? Be careful.
How about you come with, Max? Fucking idiot. I know Max has a phone. I know Max has a goddamn phone. Whip out your phone, turn on your damn flashlight.
Luck with the car.
Oh my god. They're dead. They're dead. They're dead. Oh my fucking god, they're dead. They're actually dead. Ridiculous. Why am I walking in the woods fucking alone? Harem's Scabum. Slideshow spectacle. What's up, Derek? How you doing? What's this? Yeah, that's LB to view. This is a poster for a traveling sideshow. It looks like it's been here for a while, left forgotten in the woods. Are those burn marks around the edges? Sure. Fucking dumb characters already. Alright, what's that? That don't look right. I ain't never see anything that looks like that. Rocks? Dude, why am I walking alone? I already don't know the way back. If you told me to go back right now, I feel like I would get lost. Yeah, go ahead, open it. Open and get scared. What's in there? Kinda creepy, isn't it? Huh? Wait, LB? How do I look at it? Clue? Escapology truck. A trunk filled with strange devices. That of an escapologist, perhaps? A relic of traveling show that must have passed through the area. Overwatch 2 party up? When? I'm down kind of whenever. But my problem is I want the server issues to be fixed first. It was a pain in the ass. I played one match and I got disconnected and I tried logging in. It took me like 3 or 4 hours before I logged in. I was going to do a stream on it yesterday, but I couldn't while Sophia was awake.
What the hell?
These aren't main characters in the game, are they? They die in the fucking trial. If they did that for a trial version of the game, that'd be really cool. They are working on that either today or tomorrow. So yeah, probably well, maybe. I'm gonna be potentially busy tomorrow. I still don't know what my schedule is like tomorrow. Yeah, it's fucking weird. Why are you out here by yourself? Dude. If it's creepy, just go back. Can I just go back? Will it let me? Actually, though? Can you imagine? It's gonna give me like a surprise ending? You were smart! Congrats! You beat the game ending. Wouldn't that be nice? Huh? Talk about a turn of events. Dude, I see the car, but I don't see him. He's already fucking dead. He died already. The fool. Ooh. Ooh. I'm a fool. The fool, I wonder who this is. We all know a fool when we see one, don't we? Innocence and freedom. Or recklessness and risk-taking. Spontaneity. Actions without thought. But the consequences to match. Think, and don't get burnt. Whatever. If I was a smart person, I would not be wandering these caves or in these woods by myself. Like, imagine if a bear showed up. I'd be dead. I mean, the controls are kind of cool, though. I'm spanning my flashlight around. That's kind of cool. Hey, what's up? Not Queen Hina. Let's go explore the sound. Why not? The dog boy. Okay, never mind. That was a completely different animation that time. The fuck? Actually completely different. Nani? Nanny. Nanny desu ga? Dude! How is she not hearing these whispers? It's not like a branch. It's someone saying Silas over and over and over again in a creepy voice. I would not be concerned for this person. I'm gonna get fucking jump scared. You're only playing the demo? Sure, this is untrue, right? I mean, I want to play it so far just based on how I feel about the game. But yeah, I can only afford the demo. That was so cool. That was so cool. The camera flash over with the body broken. Yeah, shit, I know. I know.
Where are you?
I don't got a job right now. I'm struggling. Run! Quick time event incoming! Quick time event incoming! Quick time event incoming! What I gotta do? Wait. Oh, okay. Called it. I thought that was the circle button for a second there. I was pushing the wrong button. Don't even worry about it. I'm a professional gamer. Max, you're fucking dead.
What's wrong? Is everything alright?
Silence King, Fog of War from the jungle.
There was noises all around me.
Honey, take a breath. It's okay. It's the woods. There's a lot of stuff out there. There's animals.
Something about Max's face really annoys me.
Can we just leave,
Yeah.
please?
Let's go.
He looks so lost. Maybe it's the fact that he let her walk on his own. Let her walk on her own.
Yes,
maybe that's what it
there
is.
we go. Purring like a kid.
Max, come on!
Here we go. We're getting out of here.
Are you fucking kidding me? Max!
Okay, give me a minute.
We've got to go, Max!
Alright, you're not helping right now.
Can you just... I am trying to get us out of here.
Alright, enough! Shit, I'm sorry, honey. I'm sorry.
Alright, do a slow rev. Stop trying to rev. Do a slow rev. It builds traction. If you spin the tires like that, it's just gonna go fucking crazy.
We're safe in the car, really.
Slow rev.
Oh, fuck.
Terminator 2 over here. What the hell is this guy?
Roll it down.
Hi, officer. How are you doing this evening?
Are either of you injured?
Really, we're fine. We're just a little shaken up.
He's helping reverse.
Well, you folks want to tell me what happened here?
Never mind. It's over. It's over. We lost. We're fucking dead. What does this mean? Paths chosen?
Hackett's Quarry is full of twists and turns, unknown paths, and unexplored wonders. With each step taken, you tread a path of your
Buy
own,
yourself
matched
a
with its
spooky
very
game,
own
boy.
consequences.
Happy Halloween.
There will be moments throughout your stay.
Thank you so much, Sonny.
Choices you've made. The
Buy yourself a spooky game, boy. Happy Halloween.
At Hackett's Quarry.
I think that's enough for
there's no
Mortuary's
such thing
assistant.
as the wrong way. But be warned. Some paths are more dangerous than others.
I don't want to play this one though. This one seems really interesting to me.
Yeah.
Did I afford 35 pounds? I might be. I might have cash. Just.
We, something jumped out right in front of the car and we didn't want to hit it, so we swerved and. Now here we are.
Be honest, Laura.
Something jumped out.
Honest. Just be honest.
Sorry, it was so dark and it happened so fast.
Honesty never fucking fails until it does. So we're gonna keep being honest.
Ma'am, did you hit someone?
No, God, no, of course not. You know, I mean, I don't think so. I don't.
Oh, she's stuttering. Be honest, not clueless.
Keep the car running.
Sir?
Is this guy like the all-time scariest cop?
I don't know. This is my first cop.
What, like ever?
Yeah, I'm not a criminal.
Oh, but he's actually helping us though. Is he helping us though? Is he helping us though? He is. License and registration.
Now you folks want to tell me just what in the hell you are doing all the way out here this late at night?
Be honest. Be honest.
We're heading up to Hackett's Quarry summer camp. We're new counselors.
You're one night early.
No, we know. But we figured we'd get in early and scope it out, you know? I mean, they know we're coming. We called ahead.
And to be honest, sir, one of us kind of oversold their navigation skills and got us completely lost.
One of us. I've already played that though, Cool Bones. That was really fun when I did play
You're
it.
not gonna
I'm
make
not sure
it
if
to
they
Hackett's
updated it.
Quarry.
I'm not sure if they updated it.
Not tonight. Harbinger Motel. It's the nearest place you can bunk.
The dude has blood on his fucking neck.
I think we're just gonna stick to the plan, sir. I mean, Mr. Hackett knows we're coming and we called ahead.
No, ma'am, you're gonna head to the Harbinger Motel. Do you understand?
Just say yes and then turn around. Just say yes and then, why is that not an option? Just say yes and then dip on his ass. Dude has blood on his fucking neck. Be smart. What are these options? Complain? Oh, yeah.
Okay, fine. Yeah, we'll head to the motel.
Then
Understood.
don't actually do it.
There's just one small problem.
I forgot to spring for the middle of nowhere coverage plan on my phone.
What he means is we're lost completely.
All right, ma'am. Step out of the vehicle.
Wait, what?
I just want to show you how to get to the motel on your map there. Okay?
For sure.
Son, remain in the vehicle.
Okay.
This ain't right. This ain't right. Stand behind the cop at all times. Don't stand next to him. Stand behind his ass.
So, we are right about here.
Dude, his eyes are so jank. His eyes are so fucked up.
Right, okay, and where was Hackett's Quarry again?
What? I thought his eyes... What happened to his eyes?
Well, I'm sure the fine folks at the Harbinger Motel can guide you there. First thing in the morning.
Right.
Dude, this guy's a fucking serial killer. Do not lie to me. Do not lie to me. That police officer is a serial killer.
Harbinger Motel. Stay on the road.
Wait, but what if there's someone out there?
Yeah, I'll have a look. Good night.
Nah, that cop ain't a cop. That cop ain't a cop. I bet you the cop's body is in the back seat.
Why is this guy just sitting there?
That guy was giving me major weirdo
The
vibes.
dude needed like at least a dozen showers.
Oh my god, I know.
What was up with the thing? Did you see that?
Was it blood?
Yes.
Nice to meet you. Oh man.
All right, let's get back on the road.
Yes.
I think I've had enough woodland encounters for one night. Thank you very much.
Agreed. So where's this motel?
Okay, so we're here,
Mhm.
and the motel is here.
Okay.
But we're going here.
What's there?
Hackett's Quarry.
How'd you do that?
I don't know, kind of tricked me.
She's.
Are you sure we shouldn't just get to the motel and just listen to this guy's advice?
That guy's advice.
Really want to listen to the advice of some creep ass cop?
He had
who told
blood
us
on his
in the middle of
neck.
the Creep ass woods to go to some creep ass hotel.
No, that sounds terrible.
Yeah.
Let's hit the road, shall we?
Good morning, Sierra.
Ma'am.
Oh my god! If he called me ma'am one more time, I was gonna shove that badge up his dick hole. Seriously, do I look like a ma'am to you? I got like 20 years before I'm a ma'am.
Mm-hmm.
Sure thing, ma'am.
20's debatable.
Easy.
I mean, I'm kind of into ma'ams.
Okay, we're done here.
Okay, dude. That better not be the trial version. He likes MILFs. Yeah. That's what it is. He has a type.
You gotta be kidding me. There's nobody here. We drive all the way the fuck out here.
Max, can we just look around before we jump to conclusions?
Did you actually even talk to Mr. Hackett, or did you just leave a message?
Well, what's the difference?
This is the difference.
Hello?
I take it she
Doesn't
didn't
check her
actually.
How was I supposed to know that? I mean, clearly there's somebody here.
Yeah, or it's just an abandoned car, and this is a complete waste
Why
of
would
time.
there be an abandoned...
I'll beat the car.
Max, come on. Max, don't be a dick.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I just see very sus decision making. That's what I see. I see very bad decision making. All in all. So I could go through, but I think it's better if we just follow him and talk to him and just be good about it. That door down there looks fucking creepy. Real quick, let me just take a look at this thing. I don't see what you're looking at. Jetty, boathouse, car park. What doesn't kill you makes you make you stronger. No S, just make you stronger. There's no bad decision, only great decisions in horror games. Yeah. Nah, fuck that door. Talk to your boo. Go ahead and go talk to him. Be smart.
Hey, you ready to roll?
It's not even a talk. Alright. The game said, no, you're not making any smart decision. You are walking into your fucking death. That's what the game said. Game said, no, not today. Explore. Want to have a sensible talk with the person that you just got into a slight argument with? No. Let's instead go inside this quarry by ourselves in the thick of the night after a crazed police officer was there to
Is anybody home?
stop you and spook you. Ridiculous decision making. Oh god. I have to keep all of these people alive in the main game.
Lord, there's no one here. Come on.
Just give me one more minute, okay?
Unless. Is that a reflection? Come on, have something creepy here. Oh, that's kind of cool. That's kind of really cool. I really like that. That's so cool. That's so cool. That's such a cool angle. Alright. Jump scare me, bitch. It pays to be attentive, right? So being attentive. Oh, yeah, I wasn't trying to walk down. I know there's a giant like doorway shining in over there, but we be attentive in games like this. You gotta do what you can to make sure people don't just fucking die. Hoo to you too. I wish there's a sprint option though. I feel kind of slow. Yeah, I know nothing about the past 2 years worth of games. Absolutely nothing. And this is just the trial version. Though Sunny just sent $25 for the game, so I might pull out some money to buy the game because I'm actually kind of really interested. Mortuary's Assistant was really fun, but it also kind of scared the fuck out of me. This one, if I get scared, it's a quick time event, you know, like I don't know. Oh, her eyes widened.
Hey! Hey, are you okay? I'll be right back. I'm gonna get some help. Max!
Fuck.
Max,
The
get
thing is,
over here.
it does look like a person. It does look like a person.
Bunker. I think they might be stuck.
Mortuary's Assistant, definite problem. My favorite horror game. Like, I'll probably get that too.
Bring some tools so we can break the lock.
But I think in terms of like I don't want to jump in to a game like Mortuary's Assistant because that shit was terrifying. I want to ease into the horror spirit with a game like this
Look, there's someone in there.
before I play something like Mortuary's Assistant because that shit would scare the fuck out of me.
Look.
I'm not ready for that. That bitch. Jump scare, jump scare, jump scare. No jump scare.
There was definitely someone there.
Okay, so
Take the wrenches, I guess.
You sure?
Hammer would be smarter. Yeah.
Saw it online.
Saw it online. I say this all the fucking time. Just stand there, Max, with the hammer, just in case.
damn.
Saw it online, baby! Yeah, that was fucking crazy. I'm telling you, I saw it online. Oh, that's such a cool angle. Okay, I really want to play this game now. The cinematography in it's actually kind of really nuts.
You've seen The Evil Dead, right?
Oh, shut up.
Hello?
I don't need any horror game references right now. I already spooked.
Are you hurt?
Do you exist?
Dude, there's a bicycle literally going spinny spin spin. Yes, there's something down here. A bicycle would not just be spinning spin spin like that. Max, stand the fuck up.
You know, I'm scoping it out.
No, you the fuck you're not. Stand the fuck up, Max. Oh, fuck you, Max. I knew I didn't like him for a reason. Ian? Oh, hell no. I don't like Ian either. God. Nai? Hello, Neo. How are you doing? Alright. We're gonna go do the dumb thing. We're gonna go right for this damn thing that was just thrown out. I'm not gonna scope it out, but this way we're in front of Max's vision. Bloodied collar. Let's take a look. The bloodied collar looked too big to be for a dog. What kind of dog would be called Ian anyways? That's definitely a dude's name. God, I wanna play this now. But it's more because apparently Mortuary Assistant is like a 4-hour game. This is what, like 8 hours? Probably more if different endings as well. Oh, okay. I'm doing it. I'm doing it. I'm committing. I'm committing. I'm committing. If purchasing for yourself, you not receive an extra copy of the quarry.
Welcome
What?
to the show.
It says I already own one. Oh, it's probably the trial version, right? Do I have to delete the trial? No, that doesn't make sense. Yeah, I'm doing it. I'm doing it. We're 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 committing. I'm committing. PayPal. I'm not showing my PayPal, is it? Okay. We're committing. I'm about to sneeze. About to sneeze. Sorry. So sorry. I love you guys. We're doing it. We're doing it. We're doing it. We're doing it. Okay. I understand. I agree. Okay. We're doing it. And I also bought Into the Backrooms just there. Because we can definitely do that at some point and play that on stream with someone else. Spooky month. My favorite. It's so nice. Wow. Wow. Return to main menu. I already bought the full game. Now I launch it properly with the game. Oh. Also, I want to... This is probably fast install. Inside the back rooms. This could be fun. I would like to play this with some. I'm not sure how many players you can. I think it's 4. If you guys are down to play and hang out together one night and just play this just for shits and giggles. Inside the back rooms. I bought this as well. I'll spend a bit more money than I do, and I think I might have $20 somewhere. Hold up, I need to check something. Oh, I got 25. Okay, yeah, I can make this work. Yeah, I bought it impulsively, but no, I can make this work. I can make this work. I can make this work. We're good. Sorry, ignore that part. We ignore that part. Oh shit, you got the quarry. I am back from eating. Welcome back from eating. But yeah, no, if you guys, oh here, let me show desktop for a second. If you guys want to play inside the back rooms here, I think there's 4 players online. When we were looking at the game store page, yeah, we saw people walking around, and I think there's 4 players multiplayer. I'm assuming, anyways, because we have our perspective and then 3 other people in front of us, right? Like that's what makes sense to me. So I'm guessing it's 4 players. And if you guys want to play, that'd be pretty fun. Maybe we can do that together. I'd have a blast with that. But yeah, I want to start with something like the Quarry, so I don't fucking piss my pants when I play this damn game. The Automata. Oh, that's Discord. Oh, that's a script I was working on for a video. Game scene. It's yes to playing with me. You played that and it's fun. Do you want to play with me? Is that? Yeah, I'm down. I'm down if you're down. I'm down if you're down. You down? I'm down. Finish editing your video? Nice. Yeah, I'm a controller player. What are you 2 playing? Inside the Backrooms, maybe? Oh, God. horror season. I fucking hate horror season. I hate horror season so goddamn much. But maybe we play horror games. Maybe we play horror games this month. Been wanting to play it? All right, we got another one. Tally might be down to play, but Tally said he has a lot of piss breaks, so he might not be able to actually like play with us. Which I understand. I get it. But yeah, we'll see. Spend time watching people like you suffer. It'd also be really fun again if we have those. Remember those nights we used to have where we would like literally just chill, not stream, but we just chill in the Discord playing games together. Like when we had the slumber party days, we would hang out, game, movie nights or whatever, and then slumber party. We could have this kind of nights again, like off stream stuff. That was pretty fun. Like a 2-hour straight sit. Okay, yeah, if it's a 2-hour straight sit, then maybe we won't subject Tally to playing it. You missed those? Yeah, those were really nice. I missed those too. I'd be willing to hide in the back rooms and hoard all the hiding spots. I know nothing about the game. The most important thing I can say is in the past 2 years, I've basically had zero interaction with any games that have come out besides Valorant. Yeah, actually, besides Valorant, because I know there's been a couple Pokemon games that's come out, and I haven't even played those. And I love Pokemon. Valorant has been like the only game I like. The last 2 years have been such a fucking... Nothing makes sense. Elden Ring, technically I kind of played early in the year before, but that's when I was trying to get back into stream, but I couldn't, and then I left on my trip. Yeah, actually, I think Valorant was the only game I've really played in the past 2 years. Damn. Oh, I played Lost Ark as well. That's right. I played Lost Ark as well. Forgot about that. I want to play it again, but I just forgot I was playing it in the first place. I haven't played it since I've been back, but well, maybe I'll get back into it soon. The past few years have barely... That's what I mean. Like the past 2 years, 2 to 3 years. It's just 2019. I was slowing down my streams. I don't remember why. I think I got busy. 2020 happened. I had to stop streaming. 2021, mental boom. Like 2020 to 2021, mental boom. 2022, I was still experiencing it, but I was starting to get better at the start of the year. I was slowly starting to feel like myself again. And then I was working at it, trying to figure it out, and I had set plans when I was gonna go on that trip to Norway during the summer. I was like, I'm gonna work out, try to flush myself, refine myself was the idea. And I think slowly I was working towards it. But now that I'm back, I'm starting to feel like myself. That's why I'm streaming again, by the way. Hello, everyone. But no, it's been a blur. It feels like to me, if you asked me what year it was, I would tell you 2020. Like instinctually, that's what my brain thinks. But then I like pause for a bit when I say 2022. Like literally, it pauses for a bit when I say 2020, and I add the 2, and I'm like, so the last 2 years for me feels like it doesn't exist, even though a lot has happened. It feels like it doesn't exist to me. If that makes sense. Like, it's almost 20. Yeah, I know. Like, shit's. It's been a blur, and not like a good kind of blur. It's like a hungover, I don't remember shit that happened last night kind of blur. It's like that kind of blur, which is so annoying. But that's besides the point. I said that again. I've been saying that a lot. Where did I pick up that phrase? But that's besides the point. I don't know where I picked up that phrase. Yeah. I'm glad you guys get it. Right. We were saving Half Chosen. I saved Max. I'm still saying you're an idiot. And Laura, you're also a dum-dum for not saying, there's a fucking body here, let's get out, call the cops. I don't know who sees the body. He's like, but I thought I saw someone. Is there someone here? Bro, he is not helping. He got... I didn't see what dragged him either. It looked like nothing dragged him. Did he shoot Max?
Does this look like the goddamn Harbinger Motel to you?
Yeah. Okay. What's that emote? Madge late? Oh, Kylie, do you have Better Twitch TV like permissions? Turns out I have 200 available slots for Better Twitch TV emotes, and I literally have no idea what's good or what's funny or like what to add. I didn't know I had 200 slots, but I have 200 slots. And if you have permissions, I was kind of hoping if you would like find the cool ones and add them. Forevermore. All I worship and adore. In other words, please be true. You're not friends with my channel? I did play Until Dawn. We saved everyone in Until Dawn except for that one actor. Pause it for a second. That one actor, and who the fuck am I now? That one actor, Mr. Robot, the Mr. Robot actor, Sam something. I'm gonna see if I can give you permissions. Is that a thing I can do? I don't know why I asked if you could add stuff for me, but I think that might be a thing that exists, right? Let me see. I probably instinctually remembered it existed, which is probably why I can do this. But the question, emotes, here we go. How do I give you permissions for this? How do I give you permission? Yeah, I'll switch to desktop. We gonna switch to desktop real quick. DM? Okay. Jupiter and Mars. Another word. Okay. What's your name on Twitch? Is it just was about to leak? Yeah, I was about to leak. I'm still remembering how to stream. Okay. What's your icon on Twitch? Is it a rose? Did I add the right person? Okay, I did. Okay. All right, lower that. Close this. And game scene this. And then we're good. Now, I have 100. I think I have 117 emotes. That's what I saw when I closed Better Twitch TV, but I think I have 117 emotes on already. And I don't know if they're good. I like them, but some of them are also kind of outdated. Like, I added this one recently. It looks so fucking troll. What else have I added? I added this one. I don't know if that one's good or not, but I added that one. It made me laugh a little bit. There's a dancing one that I added that I really liked. Where was that one? Oh yeah, I added this one. This one is really fucking funny for me. I don't remember what this dancing one I added was. Jammies I added. I like jammies. Me when I see Hitsu not eating properly, you know it. Libido. Is that? I added noted. I saw you guys used noted already. Oh my god, I fucking added this one, the nerdy fucking one. Fly me to the play. I don't. Oh, there it is. There it is. I finally fucking found it. Look at that one. Look at that one. Look at how how weird that one looks, but it looks so fucking troll. You spam a couple of them at once, right? Look at it. It's so cursed. It's so fucking cursed. But that's what makes it so good. That's what makes it so good. It's so cursed, but that's what I love it. That's why I love it. Actually amazing. Oh damn. Kylie's going in. Kylie found it already. She knows the emotes. Alright. I'm gonna hit back. Alright, continue this. He smashed Toad. Same. The pogfish. Ooh.
Welcome to the show.
Hello.
We are friends, aren't we? I've waited for you.
You're the person that says Silas.
So I do hope our time together proves enlightening.
Who is she? Why does she look
There's
so
no need to
familiar?
worry. I'm here to help you. Think of me as your guide into the unknown. It's
Do you have
exciting.
a lazy eye?
Yes. And terrifying. But if you're brave enough, if you let me help you, I can help you. We can help each other. This is the card you found.
Yeah, I did find that.
The Fool. I wonder who this is. We all know a fool when we see one, don't we? Innocence and freedom. Or recklessness and risk-taking. Spontaneity. Actions without thought, but the consequences to
She read the line.
Think.
No. That was good. I like that one.
I can show you more if you'd like me to.
Yeah.
This is what might come to pass. A possible future. A path yet unchosen. Look here.
Should add in JoJo emotes. JoJo is a way of life. We have Swole Suga technically, I guess. Whoa!
There are secrets out there, you know. Secrets and lies.
It's JoJo is a way of
To
life.
uncover.
You either are JoJo or
I
you're
can
not.
shed light, if you let me. Help me help you. And remember, what doesn't kill you will make you stronger.
JoJo is in me. And I'm okay with saying that. Max just died. Whoa, whoa. Laura is gone. Max is still dead. Does he always be streaming when I wake up? What can I say? I'm here for you. Oh my god, what is that? What is that? Bye!
Laters.
Laters.
Peace and love.
See you later, kids.
Yeah, Hackett's Quarry forever!
Do I know her? I know Brenda's song. Brenda's song is instantly recognizable.
You know how many hearts are broken on the last day of summer camp? It's like a romance apocalypse.
Reflective. We're not cynical. Imagine being cynical.
I mean, you never know. The universe has a kind of way of working.
Cynical people.
The
Lame.
universe?
Yeah, like the cosmic space gods.
Space gods.
You heard me?
You got
Okay, so-
Halloween versions? Oh, that's
Hell,
fantastic.
we're cool.
Oh, so cool.
We are super.
And slow stare.
So she dumped her ass, huh?
Quit it.
Oh, that's so cool. They have
Hi,
Halloween
Emma.
versions.
Hey.
I need Halloween versions of my email.
Okay, this is.
That's a lot of money though.
You've heard of spatial awareness before,
Yeah,
right?
spatial awareness is for nerds. Be a lamb and grab the last couple of bags, will you?
Yes,
Last
boss.
couple of bags.
Emma for me.
You're a bad person.
Yes, I am.
Dude, I love the subtitles actually. Hold up. Did you guys reckon I wasn't paying attention, but like the way they say the person's name and the color of the text matches with whoever's speaking. I fucking love it. I fucking love it. That's actually amazing. All subtitles should have options like that. When I turn, there's like a weird thing around me. Do you guys see that? Kind of weird. Kind of jank.
Jake, bags, focus.
Alright, sorry, boss. Right? Like, I'm just saying, like, I don't know why I have 200, but apparently I do. I'm guessing Better Twitch TV changed some stuff. I'm like, well, if I have 200, I might as well try to fill it up somehow.
According to reports from the local paper, the North killed some hay bales caught fire during the opening.
Hey, what are you listening to?
Before they knew it, the whole place was up in smoke.
I like that character. I like him a lot. I don't know what the fuck he just did, but I like that. I like that a lot. Why can I not go down there right now? I guess I gotta go get the bags. I wish there's a sprint option. Oh, there kind of is. Wait, what was that? How do I sprint? How do I do that? I want to see the sign. I didn't see it properly earlier. Quarry, treehouse, fire pit, tree walk, cabins, lodge, bathhouse, car park. What doesn't kill you will make you stronger.
Doesn't kill you will make you stronger. Not in the mood, sign.
No, chocolate doesn't kill me. Makes me stronger too. So did KFC. KFC did not kill me. Made me stronger too. A lot of things that made me stronger.
Jesus Christ. Hey, are you guys gonna help with the bags or what?
Oh, you know, I was actually just working on fixing the door.
Dylan, come on.
Broken.
Dylan, please.
I can't. It's.
I gotta get the last bags in there. Come on.
with this thing? It's just.
Dylan, please.
Sorry, bro.
Cool. Thanks, guys.
Just open the door and go in. What? I guess that'd be very jockey of him if he did that, though. Maybe they wouldn't be, like, approving of that. Not Ayaya! I love Ayaya! Oh, Ayaya! Zombie Ayaya! Hackett's Quarry, Summer Camp, 1953. Oh, that's fantastic. Ayaya. Ayaya. They actually locked the fucking door? That's such a dickhead move if they did. But he didn't really stop them from closing the door.
Skill.
He was just slowly closing it. Kind of on him. Is the lighting in this game kind of weird? Like, scuffed a little bit?
Ugh. Horror.
Like, it's cool, but sometimes it seems scuffed. Yeah, bro, I hate horror too, man. Fucking hate horror. Who the hell plays horror games? Fucking masochists. Who? Me. Like this. That's good. Oh. The bear.
This place needs a serious overhaul.
It needs better lighting.
Oh. Jesus.
I was wondering if he would do the same reaction again if I clicked on it again. But I guess not. It'd be kind of troll if it did. Can I unlock the door now? No. Oh, that cat gem's fire. Oh, that's actually fantastic. Fivehead. What is Fivehead? Is that Shrek? Is Fivehead a Shrek emote now? Temperance. Temperance, to be balanced, to consume in moderation, or to indulge in excess. Temperance, take it or leave it, but remember something, with temperance comes deferred gratification. Ooh. Full of temper. Okage.
Man, that's a bad place to get stuck.
Is that another pumpkin one? Bro, there's blood on the ground. There's no shot. That's fresh blood, right? Is that a meat storage? Okay. I mean, if I say hit to make a bad decision, a game with no bad decisions. Uh-huh. Don't worry. You'll be proud of my choices. I've never failed one of these games where you get choices. My decision making has always been impeccable. I've never failed. Never in my life. Everything I will ever do in this game will be perfect.
Okay,
Like this.
really, dude? Locking me out?
Okay, in my defense, A, it was Dylan's idea, and 2, it was really funny.
Oh, yeah, right. Is that right?
I don't write the rules, man.
Okay, whatever. Look, you
That guy looks so high.
Nah, I gotta stay here and wait for Mr. H to return our cell phone. Sorry.
What is that version?
Jesus Christ. Okay, and why are the stairs blocked?
Well, apparently it's to keep raccoons and other pesky varmints from ransacking the place. Mr. H's words, not mine.
Oh! Boring.
Alright. Jacob's kind of a dick. I'm gonna be honest there. Don't see anything. No secret tarot cards. What the fuck? That's so good.
Deal with one shit at a time, Jacob.
Pepega is also really fire. That's awesome. Keep out counselors only. Has anyone ever been to like a summer camp? I've never had a chance to go for obvious reasons. My parents being extremely strict. But where the fuck are the bags? Dude, what? Where are the bags? Oh, I said it'd be fun because it was like, yeah, like the Disney Channel like camp shows and stuff. But no, I literally never went. I always thought it'd be fun. But I also knew that if I went, I would be fucked. Because instead of getting Disney camp vibes, I would get this game kind of vibes, you know? I'll be like, oh, I can't wait for the Disney Channel summer camp. Instead I get this shit. Or, like some Jason shit. No.
Jacob, go upstairs. Jacob, get bag. Caitlin moves on with her goddamn life.
Come on, man. I'm getting yelled at. I did when I was younger, but the camp director didn't tell us there were spider issues, so sometimes welcome to Daddy... I mean, Daddy Longlegs aren't bad, though, are they? They don't bite you, do they? I don't think they do, right? I've slept in the woods before when I was in the military, and I had Daddy Longlegs, like, crawling around. I think it was in South Carolina is where I was. But they never bit, I don't think. Yeah, it's fucking creepy. It makes you irk out too when you feel one on your skin. Oh, there's the damn bags. I was looking everywhere for these. Who puts them in the middle, bottom of the staircase like that? Just put it by the door.
All right. Got the bags.
Yeah, no, fuck spiders.
Great. All by yourself, huh?
Yep.
Guess you're gonna have to get used to that.
Oh my god, you are so mean.
At least I'm honest.
Oh, okay, here we go.
Okay, you're not telling me the whole truth about you and Emma, are you, son?
What's Brenda's song's name? Oh, wait, what'd she say? That would be playful, let's be honest.
Oh, okay, so now I'm the one who's not telling the whole story, huh?
Oh, well, this is the bait I just gotta take, Jake. Oh.
What's the name of her in Zack and Cody?
Oh, sorry, I just got so distracted about that rhyme. I forgot what we
Oh,
were...
no. You were telling me how you totally have a thing for Ryan.
Wait, are we talking about Ryan, the sailing instructor with the sexy brooding loner thing that totally doesn't do anything for me at all?
Oh, that was kind of cute.
Knew it.
Who said I was hiding that?
I'm not. I'm just saying, you know, I feel like if you really did like the guy, you would have made a move.
London Tipton, that's what it was.
So she really just dumped her ass, huh?
I don't... Okay. Her whole thing is like, how are we going to make this work? Different schools, blah, blah, blah. My whole thing is like, you know, maybe long distance, blah, 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 blah. And she was just like, Jacob.
She gave you the look, huh?
Yeah, do not pass go.
Man, she just got you wrapped all the way around that dainty little finger of hers. How does she do it?
Do you want to know? Are you trying to find out?
Okay, you know what? Maybe you're right. Maybe she does have like this superpower.
Are you trying to find out? London Tipton?
Maybe I like it.
Oh, likes it. Check. Totally not in denial.
Oh,
Check.
Okay. Wow, the fumes of jealousy are just stifling over here.
Excuse me?
I'm just saying, I guess some girls don't have what it takes to hang with the big dog.
You're a real charmer, you know that?
She kind of meant that. But now would be nice.
Saying, I don't know why you didn't make a move on Ryan. You should have seized the moment.
Well, can't seize a moment that never happened.
Yeah, well, you can't wait for it to come to you. You got to make the moment happen yourself.
Oh, right. Chase the moment around all summer like a dog with two dicks until it dumps you on the last day of camp.
Okay. Not gonna miss you, Caitlin. Okay, so are we sure that this old rust bucket's roadworthy?
That wasn't that encouraging, was it?
Right outdoors might actually kill me.
Hey, what doesn't kill you will make you stronger.
Well, I haven't killed you yet. And you're still pretty pathetic.
Hey, shut up.
It's gonna catch on fire.
Okay, so, total hypothetical, but if I was like a huge asshole and I wanted to break down the van so we'd have to spend another night here, what exactly would I need to do?
Well, you'd probably break the fuel line, or, I don't know, rip out the rotor arm. And yes, that would make you a total asshole.
Okay, and what does a rotor arm look like again?
It's like an arm that's all rotary. You know, it's under the little black dome with the leads poking out. Jake, you do realize that even if we somehow did get stuck out here, one more night with Emma wouldn't make a difference. Trust me, Chick's made up her mind.
Yeah. Sure.
Jacob, are you gonna be fucking dumb? Do I get to
just have to find out?
Do I get to make the choice for him? about don't do any of this? Oh, Jacob, you idiot. No, steal the fucking rotor arm. Don't break no fucking fuel line. Don't be a fucking idiot. You take the rotor arm, you can put it back in. You break the fucking fuel line, there's gasoline all over that shit.
Come on with me, buddy. I'll put you right back tomorrow. No harm, no foul.
Up here, my dudes.
Saw, dude.
Like they're up to something.
Hey, Jacob.
What? No, dude, please, don't.
Go long.
Oh, Nick!
Quick time event. Too easy, baby.
Boom. Oh.
Not losing my phone.
Man,
Oh,
good
God. I should have dropped it. I should have just dropped it. I should have just dropped it. I should not have caught that.
Freaks.
I wish I dropped it. Fucking cringe.
Oh, thank God. I'm gonna get the whole no technology thing, but take me back, world.
You would have thought Mr. H could have like charged
Is
up.
Brenda's song really that short, or are these guys that tall?
You know, you should really just save it for emergencies only. Unless, of course, is being dumped an emergency.
These guys are dicks. Right? Oh, I love these spooky emotes. Dude, just be friendly.
Well, at least I had a relationship this summer.
Ooh, damn. Now we burned.
Yeah, well, maybe not everyone is looking for a hook.
Okay, let's all put a little dick swank at the show on the road, huh?
Where's everybody else?
Why would I know that?
Sometimes you know stuff I don't.
Look, I don't even know how to respond to that.
You say, Nick, you're way smarter than me, and you're a super hot stud who gets any chick he wants.
Okay, yeah. Keep dreaming, Junior.
This game's gonna bug me. These decisions, I'm telling you, some of these decisions. I think they're gonna do one thing, they're already doing the other. You know what I mean? Like, I think it's gonna be A, it's like C. Who is she? Is that the one chick that he was talking to? And there's another guy as well, right? The one dude that was summer body dude. Ryan, I think his name was. Ryan. Is her name Emma?
Hey there, Party Bear.
No, this is Emma.
We are officially empty nesters. High
Okay,
five.
so
up
that's
top.
Emma. That's the dude that Jacob was.
Oh boy.
Dramatic pause.
Let's go collect our bags and away from this
Hey, what was her name? I didn't catch it.
mosquito-infested backwoods dump.
Oh,
Doors
forgot
locked,
about the
bags
mosquitoes.
inside.
Abigail.
Fuck me.
Yep.
Well, it's obvious what we have to do here.
Find someone with a key?
Shape our destiny. And by shape our destiny, I mean shape our way through this crappy lock and grab our bags.
Dude, just break in. Whatever.
Okay. Let's do it. We better not get into trouble.
I won't tell if you won't tell.
Mr. Hackett's gonna find out.
So what? He'll just think it was a bear or something.
Wait, this is actually a really bad idea.
Have you ever seen a bear in these woods?
This is actually a proper bad idea. This is a proper fucking bad idea. We're gonna need this as the shelter one point, and I just
On
broke the
three.
damn lock.
1,
I just broke the damn lock.
2.
This is such a bad fucking idea.
Oh,
Half chosen. Oh my god.
positive thinking.
Why do I ever listen to you?
Because I'm always right.
Are you sure they're gonna think it was a bear?
Oh my god, relax. It's not like we killed someone.
All right, well, I'm just
Not
gonna
yet.
take another look around, make sure we didn't miss anything.
Go nuts.
Oh, Abigail, 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 Abigail. She was brown. This is kind of cool. I like when you pause, you get to see the characters. She has freckles, red hair, brown eyes.
Can't believe I'm actually gonna miss all those lumpy, loose springs.
That's a really weird thing to say in general. Why the fuck would you miss lumpy loose springs? Really weird
This
thing to
place
say.
be in the news.
Freak show goes up in flames. Oh, we can read it. And a scrap from the local newspaper, the North Kill Gazette. What the fuck? It doesn't look recent. Something about a fire. Was it here at Hackett's Quarry? Maybe.
Aw. This was little Izzy's.
I want to play a game.
Honestly, keep it.
Let's get you back to Izzy.
It's kind of creepy, but keep it. We might be able to use that as a distraction or something, you know? Like, if you think logically, it might scare the fuck out of us at some point, but we could also use it as like, oh, we're being chased. Fucking throw that out there and be like, I want to play a game, Izzy. Or whatever. Could work. It could work in our favor. It could work in our favor. Not bad. Not bad. Dude, this game is kind of beautiful. When she spins, it doesn't have the issue with the lighting. Okay, let's see. That little raven. That's so Raven, dude.
It's gonna be weird not waking up to Dylan's morning announcements.
Dylan was a nerdy kid. Nerdy kid with the suave hair, right? I already saw the bird.
Hey! You stop that!
He stopped it. I saved us. My brain's so big. My brain's so big. Is there anything in the back I can see? Wait, is that a thing, actually? How do I run? I need to be able to run here. I think it's L1 that makes me walk a little bit faster. There's a bench. Is there anything in the back over here? No, it's just off angle stuff. Okay. We keep moving. We keep moving. Oh, there's a lighting thing there. There's like a little like lighting shadow behind that like this little aura around the character. Like it's a bit janky now and then. I don't know what that is. I kind of want to turn it off because it looks weird. But I wonder if it affects light. It looks like it's a lighting thing. Honestly. Alright. Room 10 is the one we broke. Remember that. Room 10. Room 10. Room 10. Room 10. If we need to hide in room 10, we're fucked. If we hide in room 10, we're dead. I don't know why I walked up here. I guess I can see the blue lines I can interact with, kind of. Oh. Speaking of.
Dylan is not gonna be happy that the kids just left this year.
Recording a Hackett's Quarry camp song from years gone by. Technology may have moved on, but the song remains unchanged.
I'll tell Chris about it when we see him.
Can we not just grab that? This is actually a really pretty game. I have to admit, the quality has gone up for sure. Ooh, a swimming pool. Oh, there's gonna be some swimming pool scenes. Wow, I like swimming. Swimming pool in a horror game never turns out okay. Oh, there's a thing over there. Let's go see what that is. Jacob Emma for Bummer.
Ouch.
Oh.
Let's hope Jacob hasn't seen this.
Okay, so that's just a sign of their relationship. Empty vial. An empty vial with an unpleasant odor?
Ugh. Ew, what is that? Is it Dylan's? Ugh.
So Dylan, she thinks is a druggie. based on that interaction she just mentioned. Is Dylan also the campfire dude and also the morning announcement guy? He's supposed to be like the chill fun guy. Is that what the vibe I'm getting? Haha, it's me, Dylan. Everyone loves me. Death Valley. What the fuck? Tokyo, Boston, Burbank, Death Valley, Decatur, Toledo, Seoul, San Francisco. It's a long way away from anywhere. Ooh. Ooh. There's a hole in the fence here. You guys see that? Alright. Good to know. I'm coming, Emma. I'm coming. He's literally just standing there waiting for me.
Ready to roll?
Yeah, and rock.
Let's do it. Finally.
I think I got everything. I think I saw everything I needed to.
Time to let
I'm hoping
loose
so.
and vamoose this caboose.
How are you so
dramatic?
Annoying. Confident.
It's just acting. It's what the people want.
Oh,
So you're faking it?
just
I
acting.
mean, in a way, faking it is just being yourself, but louder. You should try it sometime. You never know who you might impress.
No. It's too late now anyway.
She likes someone here.
You never know unless you put yourself out there.
Who's Nick? I forgot who Nick is. Is Nick the other friend that was with Dylan? Juke, baby!
Oh, wow! Oh, nice steering, Tex.
Jinkies.
Jinkies? Hey!
Okay, so
you got a Velma fan over here.
If I were to put myself out there, what if he ends up being a dud? Kind of like you and Jacob.
He's actually really sweet.
Jacob is?
Then why'd you quit it?
Summer fling. We're going to school like 4 states away. He gets it.
Yeah, sure.
But that's us. You and Nick could be different. When do you get his handle? Hit him up.
Oh, I already have his email. It was in the packet they gave to us on the first day.
Okay, kinda sad.
93.
Yeah.
What's wrong with email?
Kinda sad.
I'm really gonna miss you, Abby.
She seems sweet. She seems sweet.
Oh, but the lodge is that way.
Go right here.
Why?
Come on, scenic route. One last victory lap around the camp.
Oh, the odds of us dying right now, very low. So we're gonna take the scenic route. Fuck it.
Sure. What's the victory?
2 months, no technology.
I kind of thought it was nice to be offline.
Ugh, I didn't. Plus, my subs need me.
Sanye? What's Sanye? Scenic route.
You know what? I actually believe you.
Abby, was that a compliment?
Your charm is infectious. What can I say? I'd subscribe.
You better. As soon as you get home, sub, share, smash that like button. The Holy Trinity.
Okay, well, now I'm really regretting it.
Oh no, you love me.
Okay.
My favorite spot?
The fire pit?
The island. Mad secluded, right?
What island? I don't see it.
Is that smoke?
Scenic route, baby! Got information!
It looks pretty contained. It's probably just Mr. H burning some stuff before, he closes camp for the summer.
Yeah. Speaking of which, we should probably, get back.
Oh yeah, worried Nick's, gonna leave without you?
Well, no, they're probably like all waiting for us.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone's waiting for us.
Everyone, yeah. Nick, waiting for you. Everyone, same.
But we saw the fire. Oh fuck, would that make us a target though? We got information, but we became a target. Okay. 1801. Dylan Hackett's Quarry Summer
Don't
Camp
worry,
entrance.
Jacob. I got you. I got a full tank of gas. So.
Heads up, like cheering.
Oh, fuck me.
Oh, idiot.
Does nobody own phone chargers anymore?
There's no signal out here anyways, dude, okay? This place is like patchy as balls.
Your balls are patchy?
What? No.
It's okay. I'll just go get some juice from Mr. H before
That's Dylan.
we go.
Ew.
The way he did say it was kind of sus. Hey, yo. Oh, it's funny. Oh, she has stats.
Hey,
Abigail has
where
stats.
were you guys?
What did
It's
you
niggas,
like?
that guy.
Ignore her, please. Let's go.
Okay, so
Just gotta get
Caitlin, Emma, Abigail, Jacob, Nick, and
Thank you.
Dylan.
Sure? Because I mean, it's really.
I don't
not that
see
big.
Orion. I don't see
Care for our
Orion
own
yet.
bag, thank you. We can both take care of our own bag. Thank you.
Cool.
Sure, less work for me.
Abby, do you need...
Nick likes Abby. Oh my god.
Thank you.
They like each other already. Yeah, good job. Good job, Nick.
Anyone seen Ryan?
Oh, yeah,
Boom.
Probably off.
One more
being
person.
brooding and mysterious and alluring somewhere.
I'm here.
What were you doing under there? Having a little me party?
I was listening to a podcast, actually.
Oh, podcast. Nice. That's cool.
What's it about?
Yeah, what's it about? Is it about me?
Be friendly.
I think I was listening
Oh,
to a
Giga
podcast
Chad.
about you.
Let's go.
Okay, if anyone here had a podcast about that, it would be me.
Yeah, if there was.
I can hear the music when I see the fucking emote.
Oh my god, you are so childish.
At least I don't look and smell like a butt.
No, it's a paranormal podcast. This episode was actually about this place, weirdly enough. The Hag of Hackett's Quarry.
The who of the
Dude, this
what's
guy
it where
mumbles. Okay, information. Lore.
the
Let's go.
Hag of Hackett's
Lore.
Quarry?
Hit us. Hit
You
us.
don't know about the Hag of Hackett's Quarry.
If I did, would I be asking dumbass?
Tell her about the Hag of Hackett's Quarry.
I don't think she wants to know about the Hag of Hackett's
Can we
Quarry.
just please stop saying the Hag of Hackett's Quarry?
Yo,
It's
Caitlin's
just
kind of
a
annoying.
campfire story for the kids. It's
Like, I know
it's
she's friendly, but she's kind of
supposedly
annoying.
An old woman.
She reminds me of my aunt a
who
little bit.
died in a fire a few years back. She haunts the woods, looking for her lost baby boy.
He's looking for Silas.
There are like reports of whispers or whatever, and this figure that floats around, textbook ghost stuff. Some people say that if she catches you alone, she'll try to turn you into her son. Or kill you. Or something. I don't know. It's never really been clear. Anyways, Hag of Hackett's Quarry.
You made that up.
It's right here in the podcast, man.
Cool story, bro.
Seriously though, you should.
We'll be nice.
The first time you told
No
the
need to
story
get-
the kids at the campfire. They were scarred for life.
I mean, not for life.
You
They
gotta
were
be
scarred for
careful with
life.
This stuff, man. This shit's true.
Come on, dude, bullshit.
What's the holdup, Hacketeers?
Yeah, nearly done, Mr. H.
We're up to it.
Oh, it's the one guy.
Get those butts in gear.
Why does his face look like it got bit by a whole bunch of bumblebees?
Maybe if somebody didn't spend so much time trying to press the ladies with all his ghost stories.
You asked.
Ghost stories?
The Hag of Hackett's Quarry.
Hey, you still have the van key, Mr. H?
Well, yes, I do. I'd lose my head if it wasn't stuck on. Back to the office I go.
Doesn't his face look like he got bit by bumblebees?
Oh, okay.
Oh,
Yo, Mr.
okay.
H.
Why is Ryan mumbling, bro?
What's up, DJ
Any
Dylan?
chance I could get a little charge? I want to have some tunes for the road.
No can do.
Cool.
Don't get annoyed about not having music.
No worries.
Just sleep in the fucking
Good man.
car. Be cool.
No big deal. You can share my earbuds.
Just why do they give us these options to just be pissed off? I'm trying to protect everyone. I feel like if I went the other route, everyone would be fucking dead in 2 minutes.
Chris, I'm actually glad we got a moment to talk.
Uh-oh. I'm not fired, am I?
No, it's
Just a bunch of packs of
just,
tobacco dip
you
in,
know, about the whole thing,
including in his cheeks, in his eyes, his chin.
Hold that thought, partner. I'm gonna have to take this.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
At least I think I know who this actor is. He looks like that actor.
Sorry.
Hello.
I wanted to eavesdrop for a second there. But the podcast also seems interesting. Perfect. Perfect.
Sorry about that, bud. Sorry
Watching
about
the
that,
next-
bud. Didn't mean to push you out like that.
I bet if we eavesdrop, would have been something simple like, "Oh yeah, we're just."
You need a hand looking for the keys?
No, end of summer, busy, you know. Anyway, you were asking me?
Oh, yeah. It was just the whole animation school thing, what you thought I should do.
Right.
You know, whether or not I should, like, leave my sister with my grandparents, since I'd have to live on campus, you know, and my mom's not exactly around, so I wouldn't want to leave Sarah on her own. You know, our family's small enough as it is.
Well, family is important, Ryan.
Family is important. He's just ignoring him. Yeah, literally. How was Ryan supposed to be the cool, broody, like hot dude? I don't need to be frustrated, bro.
Is everything okay? You got a hot date tonight?
Oh boy. If you only knew.
Oh god, he's meeting the hag. He's meeting the hag.
So, what did you need me for?
You're one of my favorite counselors, Ryan. You know that. One of the good ones. But do you know how many calls I get from parents, letter after letter, of these terrified kids that they send home?
Huh. I didn't realize that.
Believe it or not, scaring kids away from sleepaway camp is kind of bad for business. So maybe just ease up on the ghost stories.
We'll just
Sorry.
apologize.
I didn't realize it was such a big deal.
Gotta understand the repercussions of your actions, Buster. It's a big part of being a counselor, a leader.
Yeah.
Just stick to kumbaya next time, okay?
What's that?
You guys don't do kumbaya anymore?
No, shut.
I'm outgrowing my own cliches.
Am I getting old? Oh fuck.
Chris, what's going on?
I just want to get you guys safely out of Dodge before the sun goes down.
We'll be inquisitive.
Why?
It's getting dark, Ryan, and it's not safe to drive in the dark. And safety is the first step towards fun.
A little defensive there, my friend.
Just give me a minute.
He knows. This guy knows what's up.
Where in the good goddamn are they?
He knows. Oh, is that his family?
Will you say goodbye to Caleb and Kaylee for me? They sort of just snuck off.
You'll see him again next year. Caleb works at the scrapyard during the off season, and Kaylee, well, she's still figuring out what she wants to do.
Okay, so I know we're in the game. I I know we're in the game, but that photograph, they put the real faces onto fake bodies. Did you guys see that? Damn, his eyes are insane. Yeah, the stare. Yeah, if you tell me if they know what Kumbaya is, you're getting old, getting big old.
She's got her whole
Look at that, real faces just planted on there,
just come and
dude.
go as they please, really. Teenagers, am I right?
Actually, could have used the help packing up since we were short-staffed.
Hey, you guys seem to manage all right. But I'll tell them both you were sad you missed them.
Ryan seems like a
Unlocked
good kid.
the van, put the keys in my pocket, came in the office.
Seems indecisive, but he seems like a good kid. The damn coffee.
Right where I left him. Skedaddle.
That's hot. I don't know why his tone and like the deepness of his voice sounded like fucking Will Smith for a second there when he like in that one YouTube rewind.
Make sure they're all ready to go. For real this time.
Wait, how did you get your phone back before the rest of us?
I never turned it in.
You sure did turned it off before you handed it in, Dylan. Them's the rules, you noob.
I try not to dwell on the past, man.
Good. Because it's time to dwell on the minivan. Get on with our respective
You
lives.
noob.
Move it.
Dude, this guy's vocab is actually out of date. You noob.
What's the problem?
Ugh, dude, I don't know. I think there's something wrong with the engine, Mr. H.
Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah, dude, it's just like kaput.
All right, let me try.
What, dude? I'm telling you, all right, it's busted.
Well, maybe you're doing it wrong.
Maybe you're doing it wrong.
The fuck, dude?
Enough, both of you. Shit, come on,
All right,
come
dude,
on.
chill,
go.
dude. Damn it!
Okay, I'm still him. I thought I was playing as him for a second.
Check everything.
No, we did. It should be working.
Yeah, well, coulda and shoulda doesn't mean it is.
This guy's getting angry, dude.
Does it?
You fucking noobs! God damn it! Look at these goddamn noobs in my goddamn game.
Okay.
Look, it's not that big of a deal. Okay, we'll just spend one more night here.
No! Just stop. Let me think.
I'd be terrified. If a boss ever screamed no like that, I would be terrified. Chris?
Okay.
Breathe.
Damn it. You're right, yeah.
What?
Yeah, you're right.
Got it. Thanks for trying to teach me how to do QuickTime events.
Hey, Ron, come here for a sec.
Pepe melted.
Make sure that everybody is inside the lodge for tonight. Lock the doors. No one in, no one out. No one. Got it?
Okay.
I'll be back first thing in the morning. And we'll get you all on the road. You just have to keep everyone inside. Can you promise me you'll do that?
Yeah. Sure.
My face?
We'll
What?
see.
I don't know what I was doing. What? What do you mean my face?
Lock the doors. And for God's sake, keep the noise down!
Look at these motherfuckers. I might have actually had that kind of face because I was getting annoyed already. I was getting annoyed.
So, what was that about?
He, said to stay inside, that we're not leaving until the morning.
Are you kidding me?
Am.
Are you kidding me? What are we supposed to do?
Well, we should go inside, like he said.
We could go inside until morning.
Yeah.
Or Or we could do something else.
I already know we're not gonna stay inside. I already fucking know. I already know these guys are just gonna sneak out if I don't. Be curious.
What
Get information.
are you talking about?
No Mr. Hackett, no screaming kids. Just a bunch of grown-ass adults ready to cut loose and get down with their animal side.
Oh, hell yeah!
P-A-R-T. Why the fuck not? All right, it seems like the stars have aligned
smooth.
for
I
us,
like
no?
Okay, okay, okay.
One last epic bonfire blowout for all time.
Oh, dude. Fuck yes, I'm in. Nick, you're in.
Yeah, I'm in.
Dylan's in, obviously. My man. Caitlin?
I go where my people need me.
Yeah, okay. Em, what do you say?
Yeah, I'm in. Mr. Hackett seemed pretty insistent we stay in the lodge.
Thank you for bringing it up.
You know, like one of Ryan's stupid ghost stories.
Why would he want to scare us?
Good fucking point. Now, can we talk about it? We'll be supportive.
I'm sure he's just looking out for us. No big deal.
Fuck. Can I go back?
No.
Can I go back?
High five. Touch my hand, Ryan.
I made a promise.
I'm sorry. You made me promise.
Dude, he won't even know.
I don't know.
No, dude, we get it, all right? You don't want to disappoint Daddy.
Fuck it.
Yeah, well, someone's got to give a shit.
Oh.
You know what? I don't even care what you guys do.
Oh.
I'm doing what Chris told me to do.
Boo!
Ryan, come on, man. Wait.
All right. Hacketeers. Party planning committee. Let's do this. Okay. First things first.
Fuck!
Nick and Abby, you
Just
lead the
listen!
forward. Emma and
Just
I
be
will go to the stores,
big brain
get some
people.
supplies. And Dylan, you just, I don't know, figure out how to charge the phones for something. All right, let's do this.
You can still have a fucking party inside the damn lodge. Oh god, that's a fucking sniper rifle, dude. Oh god, man. If any of these kids get sniped right now, I swear to god. The fuck am I looking at? yeah. What the fuck is this? Is that John Cena? Dude's so jacked. Who played him? I want to know who played him. This guy must look so goofy without the blood. Even with the blood, he looks kind of goofy. But I know he's strong as fuck. Hunting season? Oh my fucking god.
I was hoping you'd come back to me.
Yes.
Let's see what you've found.
Thank you. Temperance.
Temperance.
Let's think about what this means. Let's actually break it down. Let's think about it.
To consume in moderation, or to indulge in excess. Temperance. Take it or leave it. But remember, sometimes with temperance comes deferred gratification. There's more I can show you.
What does deferred mean?
I was hoping you'd say that.
I don't like her. I don't like her. She scares me, bro. Partying. Fireworks go crazy.
You'd better be going. It's still early and the moon is bright, but time won't wait. Not for those with a story to tell. Be careful. Look out for yourselves.
Okay.
And look out for my cards.
Sure thing, ma'am. But I need to go pee. So time can wait. I'm making it wait. I'm gonna go pee, get some water, and BRB. Then we continue. Sound good? Y'all get water too. Get popcorn. I'm not sure how long we're doing this stream, but maybe. BRB. Love you guys. I should run an ad. Because this is bad shit. Before it gets bad. There we go. Alright, love you guys. BRB! BRB screen. Woo! I don't see shit. Trying to scare me, that's not gonna work. Come on, peace. That's not French, that's German, you idiot. I'll have you know, I took 10 years of German. So. What the fuck is that? Oh, that's a fucking Kraber. What the fuck? Got him. What? What? Just like TT, ooh, just like TT, ooh. Ba-da-da-da-da-da, da-da-da-da-da-da. Nandi! Meow! Ike! We'll be here for a while. And right now it's time for Sophia to come in. Is she not adorable? 4, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. No! Oh fuck, he's gonna get me off the map! No! Fuck. He's in second phase again.
That is your fault for
because
camping.
no one will come here and get me because you're camping.
He's in second phase again.
Yes, because you're camping.
Hi.
Well, you're not camping, but you're one-tapping people.
She wasn't fully healed. Oh, that was adorable. That was actually adorable. I was just staring at you. Channel. How rude. How dare you assume that. If you want to see a titty stream, come meet me at Chatterbait during Friday nights at 10 p.m. Central. What? What? GG, guys. Hey, we did it, guys. Y'all see that? Y'all see that? You're just a lame boy. What does that make? What does that mean of your friends? Does that mean we're also just friends with a lame boy?
I got it.
Oh, damn. You're right. I don't need no ads. You're right. Woo!
Why'd you let go?
Did anyone hear those soap sounds just now?
So that's the first thing I did.
Hey, Sonny. Welcome back. What? Why are you guys huh-ing people popcorn? Nice.
Hell no!
I can't wait for
can watch
Sophia
a
to
movie
step
night.
on me. Wait,
We
what?
can
Who
watch a
typed?
horror
Wait,
movie
what?
tonight if you guys want.
Huh?
Try to stay up for that. We can totally watch a.
Huh? Kylie? Kylie? I'm screen capping that. Wait, Kylie? It's too late. It's going right to Sophia. It's over. You can have fun with that one. It wasn't me. Yeah, the cat. I hate it when the cat just walks across the keyboard and Sunny? What? Gotta add that too. God damn it. You guys are such dorks. Okay. Alright, I got a little snack. Sesame bun. That's it. Just a sesame bun for the hunger. And my water. And we can go back into the game. Bante, yeah! Yeah! It's one of those! It's such a casual snack. I like it. God damn it. God damn it, Sierra. Alright. Okay. Game scene. I need to use this more. Has anyone... I think I have... Can you guys check in the channel points if I have just do it? Or not do it. I think it's just... I think it's called do it. And it's... I want to know if I actually added that. You don't have to redeem it. I just want to know if I added it. Well, I guess did it.
Just do it!
You guys actually did it. Okay, well, thank you. Sorry, Sunny. Hopefully, double plays.
Make your dream come true! Nothing is impossible! Just do it!
Damn it. You guys are dorks. Does it play again, though? That's a question mark. That's the question there. No? Does that work? Oh.
Do it!
There we go.
Just
now
do
we do it
it!
twice.
Don't let your dreams be dreams! Yesterday
Nani?
is tomorrow!
Oh no!
So just
Oh,
do
no,
it! Make your dreams come true! Nothing is impossible! Just do it!
I'm just gonna simplify that one. When you get order but the food too good. Alright. Let's continue. Thank you, Baba. Baba. Obasa. Truth or dare? I dare you to literally just fucking die. Oh my god, would you?
So here we are, stranded. In the great American Wild West, nothing but peace guide us. Humanity prevail, or we go ravenous and resort to eating the flesh of the deceased, like I saw in that one Plane Crash movie.
What's he doing?
First course, filet au Jacob. Rich and full-bodied, this rare beefcake may leave an irritating taste lingering on the palate. An acquired taste, some would say.
Okay.
Wow.
What?
Looks like you're trying to thread a needle with a packet of loose sausages.
Oh my god, I'm almost done, okay? Jesus Christ. And for the record, your analogies are very hurtful.
Very hurtful.
Okay, I'm almost there. 1 second.
Was that a sex joke? No need to kick the door. We need doors. I kicked down one door already.
There we go. And Viola. Your hair clip,
Yeah,
madame.
you can keep it.
It's not too shabby, huh?
Yeah,
You playful.
I like him.
Oh, we're playing as a girl.
He's
Okay.
good with his hands.
Yeah, well, they call me Mr. Magic Fingers.
No, they don't.
Okay. So, if I were a beer, where would I be hiding?
Why the fuck would they have a beer at a counselor camp?
What are you doing?
Oh, it's my beer dar. Helps me dar for beers.
Huh. How am I just noticing how super lame you are?
What? But it's my beer dar, dude.
I'm just gonna
that reply. What? But it's my beard art, dude. The way he said that so earnestly was so fucking stupid. Oh my god. Oh wait. Camp store? They tell you where all the characters are. Oh, okay. Okay, that's kind of useful. What the hell is this? Paths?
Wow, the kids really wiped this place out. Mr. H loved his accessories.
Oh no. I remember a safe.
Think it's locked.
First try.
Don't know what I was expecting.
Oh. Oh, hell yeah. Oh, jackpot. Hey,
watermelons.
Check out my giant melons.
Oh.
See, you just cut a hole in it.
Mm-hmm.
You pour in your vodka. It's party time.
You pour the vodka right in it.
Yeah, it's the most fun you could have with a hole in a watermelon. Or, well, second most.
Okay, I'm gonna leave you two alone and go look for some more party supplies.
Jacob, please think of your head. The biggest head. Thank you. This man fucks watermelon sauce. Sussy. Oh my god, that's so good. What the hell is that one?
Scarum?
Take a look. The flyers are promoting a travel show called Harem Scarum. The date list that indicates that it took place over 6 years ago. Okay, just 6 years? This place looks like it's been a lot older than that. Gonna be honest with you. Oh, fuck. My mom is making some noodles, I think. I can smell it. I don't think it's pho. I think it's boom. Boom. Are the bars acting up, or is that me?
Who buys this crap?
Kids. Kids and their parents buy that crap. Alarming much? You know, this place is kind of creepy, actually. I completely forgot that was a thing. Hunting season is happening. Dude, that just made me a little bit nervous. I forgot I was playing a horror game for a second there. We opened it. So now that it won't be closed on me if I get locked in for whatever fucking reason, right? Always have an escape route planned when you go somewhere. Is the idea. That was the idea there. But you never know what's gonna happen.
Hello, old friends.
Is that a rubber spider? Fucking touch. Just fuck. No, I don't see how that's beneficial to us at all.
Maybe
I don't see how
give
that's.
the guy a break.
I don't see how that's beneficial at all. I don't see how those props are useful. Yeah, sure, we can scare him, but I'm not trying to go into this thinking I'm gonna have a fun time. I'm going into this trying to save the fucking lives of everyone here. And if I fail, because I scared him and he runs out and gets shot by the fucking hunters or whatever, not cool. Not cool, bruh. Baffle. How are you, though, Tosh? I wish I had a flashlight.
Wonder where this goes. Locked. Jacob! Come check this out.
We don't do things alone.
Alrighty then. Door, buckle up because you
That was a Jim
are
Jim
about to
Carrey
meet your
reference, I think.
maker.
Is it Jim Carrey? That's his name, right? Yeah,
Done.
Jim Carrey.
Whoa! Whoa.
Fucking motherload.
Good golly, Miss Molly. No wonder I kept this place locked up.
Think he'll be pissed when we raid his stash?
What? No. I mean, he left us stranded here. It's like, human rights or whatever.
Sure. Yeah.
All right. Now let's see what we are working with. Hold that. The door will latch otherwise. Oh. Hell yeah. In and out. Job done. Boom.
I want to look around.
Go for it.
I mean, alright. I'll fucking look around, I guess. Boxes are useful. I like ice cream.
Jacob! Check
Those are
this out.
scratch marks.
I can't move or else the door will latch.
Human
Like
rights, so whatever.
Camping supplies.
Oh, okay. There's tents back at the fire pit, so just let's go.
Torn bags. Let's take a look. Yeah, I see that they're torn. Dash of flecks of dried blood. Okay,
Did a
thank
bear
you.
do this?
Nervous. I gotta somehow keep all these fucking idiots alive. Let's go!
Oh, cool.
What? What is it?
A gun.
Oh, cool.
And a code.
Don't play with a fucking gun.
Okay.
Please, ever.
I'm done.
Thank you for listening. Grab a fucking snipe. Or snipe? I read Vampire Bites, and I combined snacks with bites.
So you're really gonna keep the gun, huh?
Yeah. For bears.
Okay. Well, I am gonna find something to haul this lot back to camp.
I mean, I already fucking explored this place, so now I just want to go, I think. I don't see any tarot cards.
All right.
Oh, that was good for that. I completely forgot about that
in.
safe.
Hey, very nice. What else is in there?
Just some fireworks.
Oh, fireworks?
Yeah, but I don't think we should.
No, Emma. Fireworks.
No. Let's just leave
I
him.
feel like fireworks are crossing a line.
What? But you got a gun. Why can't I have firecrackers?
Because the gun is for bear protection, and the fireworks could start a forest fire.
Stupid forest fires.
Hey, I found these like torn up bat.
She is 1,000% correct. Actually, I didn't even think about forest fires, but that's a legitimately good excuse.
Blood on.
Oh, stop. Stay right there.
Jacob, listen to what she has to fucking say, dude.
Oh, dude. Peanut butter pops. Dude,
peanut butter pops.
Fucking butter pops.
What are butter pops?
No.
What?
I can't believe it. Okay. Pop, peanut butter pops. Pop them in your mouth. Pop. Oh my god, they're like the greatest snack of all time.
What are they? Are they like popcorn?
What? No. They're nothing like popcorn. They're like their own thing, like their own subgenre of food snack. You know what? I haven't had these since I was a kid. You are in for such a treat.
Okay, wait. Is there an expiration date on that bag?
No, they're still good.
Oh my god, they're like 20 years old, aren't
Okay,
they?
look, they predate expiration dates.
Blah.
Well, you're gonna love them.
Blah.
Oh my god. All right. Well, I saw a wheelbarrow out front, so we can load up all our booty in there.
I'm sorry, what?
Booty? Oh, it means like treasure or butts.
No, before that.
Wheelbarrow?
Yeah.
Okay. It's like a barrel with wheels. You can put stuff in it and just wheel it around.
Oh, I see.
Ladies first.
Yeah. Which way?
Why'd she ask what a wheelbarrow was? That's surely just a vocab term you just learn. Like, that's like English 102 type of vocab.
Right. The inner sanctum.
It's just an office.
This is where the magic happens.
Okay, yeah, let's just make this quick.
Sure, just give me a sec to get this going. And engage.
Power.
Podcasts.
Yeah.
All right. What's it called, the one that you're listening to right now?
Bizarre yet bona fide.
So like ghosts and stuff?
It's like, yeah, like the weird and the wonderful, digging up weird mysteries and discussing if they're, well...
That sounds like a really interesting podcast, actually.
Boner, fide. Get it? funny.
Your wit knows no bounds.
That's even better.
So, should we check
His
out
fucking
Mr.
response
H's
was even better.
Private den of sin?
I don't know, man. I feel a little weird going through his stuff.
Okay, well, I don't. I mean, come on, what kind of dirty secrets is the owner of a summer camp full of impressionable young children gonna have anyway? Not Mr. H, I know. He's cool.
It's always been cool to me.
Okay, we're playing as him. I sometimes forget who we're playing as for a bit.
Can't you, like, speed it up at all?
I can try to encourage them. Go for it! You guys can do it! It's not working. We're gonna have to wait.
Alright, Dylan's a comedian. Has to crack a joke at literally every fucking thing that he ever is said.
So, got anything going on when you get back home? School, or?
Jury's out.
Understood. Girlfriend?
Not.
Does Dylan
exactly.
like Ryan?
Boyfriend?
Free
I
agent.
didn't know
Cool,
that Dylan
yeah.
swung that way.
Me too.
Are the phones?
They could probably use a little while longer.
Ah. Okay.
Bro, first of all, Ryan, why the fuck did you ask that stupid question? It's your phone. You can literally just check. That's such a weird thing to like. That's such a weird line. It's actually such a weird line. I don't know. Maybe that's just me. I see a little thing there.
Hey, what's the gun for?
Chris, Mr. H told me it was for bears.
Bears?
Y'all like that sussy emote.
Yeah. He said they don't really come around because he's got the gun to.
Yeah.
Just leave it alone. Just leave it alone.
Thank you, Ryan, for being. Be serious.
Dude, what if we're out partying tonight out in the woods and we end up in a sort of most dangerous game situation?
Like when people hunt other people?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, think about it. It's camp is over and hunting season has just begun.
True.
What if okay, bear with me here. What if what's on the menu tonight is
It's
us?
spelled bear wrong.
Well, then I guess
Unless
we
that was
would need
intentional.
to protect ourselves.
Exactly. That's why we need the gun for protection.
Yeah, not gonna happen.
What about for fun? No? Okay. Yeah, totally.
Well, we know where the gun is if we need it.
Your call, man.
That's fair. I liked how that approach worked.
Well, hello. What is this? You hear that?
What is that? Is that like a secret hatch to escape?
Is that a trap door?
Yeah, I guess it goes to the basement.
Huh.
But why would Mr. H have a secret trapdoor in his office that goes to the basement?
Maybe it was here before this was his office.
He's like 1,000,000 years old. This has always been his office.
It's probably for storage.
This is interesting because then we saw that flyer
so
that
that he can
said
make a quick getaway
there
when
was
he
a
comes down.
thing came
Okay, or it's
where
for
it was
storage.
6
Go ahead, open it up.
6 years ago. There was a fire here or something 6 years ago.
All right, well, it looks like a pit of eternal darkness, so...
You're being dramatic.
Climb down, take a look. Look, you can squeeze through there.
You opened it, you climbed down.
Just be fucking smart, dude.
On second thought, I'd rather not know what Mr. H is into. more mysterious that way.
Sure.
Just be fucking smart, dude.
Ooh, that's a nice chair. I could get used to this.
You better hope Mr. H doesn't catch you taking his baby out for a joyride.
Ringy dingy ding. Oh, sorry, bud. Gotta take this 1 second. Hello, Hackett's Quarry Summer Camp. What doesn't kill you will make you stronger. What can I do for you on this darn tootin' doozy of a day?
Is that your impression of Mr. H?
Yeah, uh-huh. Yeah. Yeah, you're absolutely right. He does need to be nicer to Dylan. And, what's that? You want him to give Dylan his phone number? That's a little forward, but I can see what I can do.
Smooth.
So Dylan does have a thing for Ryan, and Caitlin has a thing for Ryan. Does that imply that Ryan might be bi? Oh, he's actually sneaking. He's sneaking.
Oh. Laura Kearney and Max Brindley.
Laura and Max.
Yeah, those are the ones that never showed up.
Yeah, it's because of these goobers that we had to work extra shifts this summer.
So we know they didn't show up. Oh, am I missing stuff already? Oh, fuck. I'm missing evidence already. Great. Alright, so that was investigative. We found out about the trapdoor. If we ever need to go down it, I'm sure it'll be a great safe haven. But we know there's a trapdoor and a ladder. Where do you look at this? A younger looking camp leader, Chris Hackett, with his 2 kids, Caleb and Kaylee. They look happy. What changed?
Kaylee and Caleb Hackett.
See what I mean? The face has his real life face, or the photo has his real life face. The kid, the son,
I like him.
has a CIG animated face or whatever. But the other 2 have proper fucking faces.
You have to admit.
What a weird decision to make. Look at that. Look at that. What the fuck? That's so crazy.
Whoa, look at this old thing.
You
Hey, give me your number. I want to try it out.
Why?
So that I can ask you out on a date.
Smooth.
I think if I tried a cell phone number on this thing, it would just explode, though. Hello? What?
What? Who is it?
Hello? It's weird. I thought I heard someone.
Maybe you should have asked them out on a date.
Damn it, I missed my shot.
We got Ryan to be interested in us. That's a good thing. Ryan being interested in us means that we can...
Yo, my guy, toss me the keys.
So you can poke around in Chris's private area?
I'm sorry, is that something that only you're allowed to do?
Hardy har har.
Come on, what's the harm in looking? You're not a little bit curious? I'm not gonna touch anything.
Fine. Don't let me regret it.
Can't promise that, but...
Boom.
Nothing?
Fucking insane.
You're using that wrong.
Oh.
He is. Yeah, I'm telling you, I'm god tier gamer.
Fashion icon.
Mr. H knows what he likes.
Sure he does. Wow, there's... Yo.
Hey, maybe we shouldn't...
What
Brian?
the fuck is this?
Whoa, what the fuck?
These monitors, this is the camp.
Huh.
Is Mr. H spying on us?
No. I mean, no, he can't be. These are just... They're all different trails in the woods around camp.
Sure.
Most of the cameras are pointed away from Cam, so it's not like he's spying on the kids, unless they wandered out into the woods. You know, these are probably just trail cameras.
What are trail cameras?
People set them up to catch weird, random shit.
I
Okay,
feel like it's just better to say
like
they have cameras to
Bigfoot
see
sighting,
what's
you
out
know,
there.
that kind of thing.
I didn't know that Mr. H was into that kind of stuff. Shit, maybe he likes that podcast.
I know.
Secret hobby, I guess.
Expensive hobby.
Yeah, well, I mean, what else are you gonna do out here?
Yeah, I guess camp probably does get pretty lonely when there's no one else around.
Yeah.
Okay, but why go through all the trouble of hiding this room through a secret door in the closet?
I mean, it's not exactly secret, right? Like, it's just hidden by stuff.
Yeah, that's
This
what a
might
secret
be
is,
that game.
Ryan.
I've never
It's
played it. I know
weird.
nothing
It's
about it.
majorly
Yeah,
weird.
I don't disagree with you, but
My
It's-
goal is to
it's
save
gotta be
everyone
something
and stop them
juicy
from
in
making
here.
It's
really,
not
really,
our
really, really dumb
business. And
decisions.
if you really want to know, you can ask him tomorrow. I'm sure that won't be an awkward conversation, like, at all.
Okay, yeah, maybe I will.
All right. I'm leaving this secret lair. Have fun.
Hey, you just admitted that it's a secret lair.
Yeah, no, we're fucking exploring, bro. Wood walks, Hackett House, excavation site, the island, scrapyard, replace scrapyard front camera, check family back left camera, camera locations, the island, reposition front right camera, trim back leaves and branches around the wood walk camera. Clean all the lodge cameras behind Big Canyon. Okay. Limited time off for 20% off plus free shipping. What is that? What is that? Shotgun shells. Okay.
Huh.
A perfect run? Yeah. 0 death, perfect run. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Max Brindy. Laura. So they got letters. They got letters. They got proper letters. Take a look around. Take a look around, dude.
What was that?
If we backed off right away, someone just broke the camera.
Probably nothing.
Dylan, you fucking idiot. Think. Camera just went blank. Oh my god, Dylan. Asking for a genocide run? I might be. Oh my fucking god, Dylan.
Okay, these are boring.
Unless be suspicious. Be concerned. No other movement? I see no other movement. It's just the middle camera. Okay. Thank you for shouting out Neff. %.
Whoa, there's some pretty heavy-duty stuff in here.
Yeah, maybe let's not touch that.
Yeah, there's nothing fun.
We got some medicine. Can we close the door? No door closing. No door closing option. I'm not seeing enough movement. There's no, it's on a horror movie. Oh my god, I'm literally trying to walk to the side, bro. Medicine. Oh, guitar. Ugh. Keiko. Something that I hate about these games is I know if they acted smart, there wouldn't be a story, you know? If they just acted smart, there wouldn't be a fucking story. But because they have to they have to act like idiots, we get story. Same shit. Yeah, I'm not fucking going down there. I don't need to know what's down there.
Nice. Full up. Hey, Dunzo.
All right, cool. Let's go.
You could act smart and still get screwed? Yeah. No, you could.
Thank you.
You really could.
This would be a lot easier with Mr. H's chainsaw.
It's really very pretty out here when there's no kids around.
Yeah, they can get kind of obnoxious, huh?
There's also gonna be some like red herring,
They always
probably
seem to listen to you during
type of
painting
things.
class.
Oh, they're doing a thing.
Seen my class?
Just walking by.
The art cabin's all the way out of the way.
Yeah, well, there's this shortcut that I take that goes by.
Rocky
Which way should we go?
Why don't you choose?
I get to play as Nick. Why don't you choose happy music? Ooh, dum. The Shady Glade or the Rocky Road? Just paying attention at the cameras. Where are they? Let's go with some informative cues. The game is saying Shady Glade is bright. Rocky Road is dark.
Oh my god, are you okay?
I'll be okay. Come on, I'll spot you.
Speaking of acting dumb. Yeah, these are the music. I was carrying a fucking branch around, dude. Yeah, we go towards where the sun is. I don't like that. Kinda cool. Waterfall. The song says we will follow the sun, so you know what? I will follow the sun. What does that say?
So where does the stream actually go?
The lake.
Oh, yeah. Duh.
Okay, we're good. I think I'm walking with like a little limp or something. Don't want to push it, don't want to accidentally walk a bit too far and then be like, aha, you walked too far. Time to slide off the damn thing and die. Some crazy shit, you know? Rather just miss that completely. Wow, look, an item. Ranger
I think
box.
it's a ranger box.
What is a ranger box? A box in the woods. Unlocked inside is a change of clothes, bottled water, and supplies. Provisions for a ranger, perhaps? Do these woods even have a ranger?
Oh.
Like a supply cache for rangers or whatever if they're out in the woods.
Naked rangers?
So it would seem.
That's Chris. No, look at the uniform. Look at the uniform. Is Chris like a fucking werewolf or something? Oh god, Chris is a werewolf or something. That's why he ran away from the kids.
I think we're back near the path again.
Oh, I know where we are.
Yeah?
Up here. Here, hold these.
Sure.
You about to draw?
This view is just... wow.
The view is wow. But I'm scared. Do me. Do me, baby!
Damn, Abby, you're really good.
No, this is nothing.
No, really, I'm not just saying that.
This
Stop,
is
Pete.
rough,
Stop saying that.
But if I can get a little bit of it down, then I'll remember it better later.
It's really cool you know that about yourself.
Yeah. I guess so.
I mean, not everyone knows what they're capable of, you know?
I'm sure you're capable of a lot, Nick.
I mean, of course, I just... don't know what.
You'll figure it out.
They're so sweet. I like these two. Ah! We entered cutscene territory. Either get close and kiss and go back, or...
Did you hear that?
Huh? It's probably nothing.
No, listen. There's something there. Look!
It's so tiny.
What the fuck was that? Her voice is so high pitched, but at the same time it made me want to go, aw. That's Chris. He transformed into that.
Hold on. Hold on.
You're in danger. Hunted by a creature of indifference.
I decided to save her because...
Don't breathe. You need to stop breathing, tricking the beast into taking you for nothing but a corpse. And where's the fun in hunting then which is already dead? Watch the visuals alter or listen to the sound change as the threat approaches.
Okay, what? There's a breathing mini game?
Pick the right moment and run for your life. Be warned. Exhaling or running at the wrong time may just mark you as the creature's quarry, causing serious consequences.
Breathing fucking mini game? Oh god. Oh, the slime! Oh. So we failed that.
Oh no.
Okay, did you get all that?
Huh?
I thought you were gonna draw me getting Frenched by a wild pig.
Ah, got it all up here.
Dead. They are cute though. These two are cute.
No escape.
No real danger. I held my breath I thought I was gonna break a limb or something for missing it. But all I got was a lick. Just a little warning. Hey, you fucked up. You better breathe properly.
Guess we should head back.
A little forewarning, because later on I'm gonna be like, you better breathe properly, or else you're gonna lose a limb, or a head. I don't know what animals. I think animals actually go for heads. I think they go for necks. They're like trained to go for the neck by instinct. They can go for other stuff. I think. I don't remember if that's true or not.
Finally get my phone back, and it's just a big dumb brick.
Yes, Brenda song. London Tipton. Take a photo of that. I should go for the sun, but I want to take a photo of that. Anyways, I'm off to bed, but I'll catch you later.
Hey,
Love you,
Caleb.
dorks.
Guess
you
what?
take care, Sonny. Enjoy
Mr.
your
H
night.
is a voyeuristic
Rest
creep.
well.
He has hidden cameras everywhere and a secret room.
No, that's not.
Whoa, now, back up. What?
His eyes are everywhere. He's always watching us.
Knock it
Dylan.
off, man. He's just got trail cameras set up, forest surveillance, that kind of thing.
Oh.
You don't think that's weird?
Well, he's got a perimeter to check, kids to protect. Probably just to keep track of
You
wildlife.
guys have no imagination.
So, what's going on here? Everything ready?
I did see a weird light in the treehouse across the lake. Yeah, that was pretty spooky. Maybe it's your girlfriend, Brian.
The Hag of Hackett's Quarry.
I told you never to say Hag of Hackett's Quarry
Yeah,
again.
he has strong
What's
point.
wrong with saying
Doesn't know how to
Hag of Hackett's
articulate.
Quarry?
Are you done?
Hold up. My wires are
You know,
getting
I just
tangled.
realized we may never see each other again after tonight.
You can't have just realized that.
Just trying to set the mood.
What mood?
The mood, the vibe.
Speaking of setting the mood, I have work to do. Okay? Because playlists don't make themselves.
Probably in
I
a
guess they
more
do,
public room, not hidden.
All right, guy. Time to get wood.
That is a very solid point.
Wording.
That is a
Oh,
very solid
I know
point.
what I said. Abby, Nick, just in time.
We got wood.
We've already done that joke.
It's mostly just kindling.
Oh, that's all we need. There's already a big pile of logs here.
We could have gotten more, but there was a hog or a boar. But Nick was very, very brave and took one for the team.
Oh my gosh, it can't be. The Hog of Hackett's Quarry?
What?
I thought you hated that phrase.
Big jokes take big sacrifices.
You're so brave.
Oh, I just want to shrink you down to little pocket people and put you in my pocket and peep at you when I need a little pick-me-up.
Okay.
Kind of weird.
Whoa.
Special delivery.
Did she shoot that?
Whoa. Where the hell did that gun come from?
Dude, relax, okay? It's not even real. Well, I mean, it's a real gun, but it's just for shooting bears.
We found it in the storage room.
Okay, fine. We'll put it down.
Did she announce
you.
their
Those are no
location was
jokes, it's
shot?
And we bring you a hand-picked selection of only the finest that Hackett's Quarry has to offer.
No freaking way.
Yes, frickin' way. Pop, pop, peanut butter, butter pops. Pop, pop, pop 'em in your mouth. Pop!
I didn't even know you could still find these anywhere.
Hey, cool your jets there, cowboy. All right, these are spoken for.
Dude, you can't just shove those in my face and not expect me to want to pop them in my mouth. Come on.
Emma, please hand me the shotgun.
What, you gonna shoot me over them?
No, dumbass. Okay, we are going to shoot for them.
Nah, dude. Absolutely not. No.
Okay, there's no way I'm leaving you dillweeds alone with a gun.
Come on, look, the shooting range is like right over there. Okay, it'll be fun. Okay, look.
No, fuck no.
Follow me. Old-fashioned shootout. First prize, peanut butter pops, all to yourself.
Dude,
They're expired
I guess
anyways.
you don't really want them then, huh?
Just say no, dude.
Fine, you're on.
Yeah, boy!
Jacob, hand me that gun now. I mean, nobody's handling any firearms if you're gonna act like a dick about
Okay,
it.
then you can be the ref. We need an objective third party.
Okay, we're trying to get a party started here, Jacob.
Okay, well, the main party's not gonna die just because you're off on a little side
Did she
quest.
just say all the things she just said, and then subsequently also load the shotgun with shotgun shells?
Old-fashioned shootout.
She just like, we're not gonna mess around with fucking guns. We don't play around with guns.
Dicking around, I am turning this car around.
Oh,
Did she just do that? Peppa game. No shot. These guys are that dumb. They're so fucking dumb.
Okay, so, just so you know, I was an expert marksman, third class, 3 years in a row, ranked highest in camp each year. I'm just letting you know that your goose is cooked, Nick, but if you back down now, I might let you just have one little peanut butter pop if you're lucky.
No way. You've never even seen me shoot.
Yeah, that's because you've never
Not
shot
only is a
before.
gun, but it's a fucking dangerous thing. Yeah, true.
Okay, I think I would know if you'd
Okay,
actually...
boys, I'm gonna have to stop you right there. As much as I'm enjoying your charming machismo, the moment we step foot on the shooting range, we're playing by my rules, okay? And what I say goes. Got it? Okay, good. Now I'm gonna go set up some targets and get more shells. Do not move a muscle or touch his gun until I'm back.
All right, so is it just me or is it kind of hot?
True, but I would still be scared
I'm
shitless.
always hot pencil
Yeah,
dick.
okay, thank you, bye.
I would still be scared of shit.
So, how's your little one-on-one with Abby in the woods?
It was okay.
Hey, attaboy! So, I mean, what happened?
Well, we flirted a little. She's really smart.
Yeah?
I like wholesome moments like this.
I mean, you see the deal?
Don't be gross.
Wait, no, hey, look, no sweat, okay? We all get performance anxiety sometimes. You just better make your move before a real man swoops in. Speaking of, let me show you how a real man shoots his gun.
What's wrong with stealing the
Seriously
deal?
still thumping your chests at each other?
No, I think he's got brain damage.
Okay, please, just give me the gun.
You'll have it when I say you'll have it. All right, huddle up, boys. This is how we're gonna do this. You're shooting the one on the left. Nick first, then Jacob's turn. Keep your fingers off the trigger.
Oh, I get why they're forcing this anyways. We're gonna need to shoot the shotgun, and they're gonna make us aim the shotgun in the game. So it's actually shooting practice for us. That's what this is. Like,
You got it?
I get it.
Aye.
All right. 2 things. Remember the spread, remember the recoil. This is a shotgun. We're not sharpshooting here. The flashlight shows you where you're aiming. Obs. All right, Nick, 1 point. Okay, we're too far back to do any real damage. Let's scooch forward a little and fuck these
Yeah,
guys
disguise tutorial. That's what it is.
up. You're good.
I wonder if I shot between those, if it would
All
have
right,
hit.
Nick. This time for real.
Right between both.
Nice shot.
Double whammy. Don't fuck around.
Lucky.
It's a fucking shotgun, dude. I'm gonna be honest with you, bro.
Point to you, Nick. Good job, Nick. All right. Let's see what you got.
All right, you might want to avert your eyes.
Take your finger off the
give you
damn.
more performance anxiety.
All right. Just shut up and shoot, Jacob.
I thought you were an ultra elite pro marksman.
Yeah, with like a rifle.
Whoa,
okay, not
dude,
with this
this
damn
rifle.
cannon blaster.
I'm gonna punch them.
Someone shot.
Get out of this guy right now.
Okay, you probably would have missed me anyway.
Hey.
Okay, disqualified for being a dumbass.
No.
Excuse my my emotions.
Sorry, Jacob.
Sorry, I fucking hate guns. Sorry. Yes, I'm here. Nick. Nick is a Giga Chad for sure. Trigger Distant. What the fuck, dude? I can't believe you already died 1.6k times in the courtyard already. What do you mean? Those are scripted deaths. They didn't happen yet, bro.
Better luck next time.
Butter like next time?
Hey, I didn't say it, but
You're both very mean.
Blam. We thought this was over?
What the? Whoa.
Pop, pop, peanut butter, butter pops.
So she can handle herself. Is that what the game's implying? I can let her use a shotgun? Is that what I just... Okay. Made me feel so fucking angry for how he was holding the gun. Everything he did in the span of 10 seconds made me actually want to physically punch him in the face. I wanted to slap him and be like, grow the fuck up. Holy shit. Sorry. Like, I get it. He's dumb. But there's a limit. There's a limit. There's a fucking limit.
Okay.
Oh, the music just got weird.
New idea. Party game. Come on, people, we might never see each other after tonight. Let's make some memories.
Well, what do you have in mind?
How about the ultimate game of secrets?
I didn't
and
find any
lies,
tarot
truth or
cards.
dare, but Dylan style. Okay, house
There's
rules
limit
are,
to smartness, but there's not a
someone
limit to
asks you
dumbness.
truth
Oh
or
no.
dare. Then you choose, and then you do. And there's no ifs, ands, or buts.
So, like, normal truth or dare.
Yes.
So we can, like, make people kiss?
If they choose dare, yeah. As long as everyone consents, of course.
Cool beans.
I mean, keep it in your pants until it's your turn, but...
Well, who does get to go first?
Well, it's house steals, so... Abigail. Truth or dare?
Who am I playing as right now? Ryan.
Truth.
You really dodged a bullet, huh? Alright, here goes. Have you ever slept with anyone?
Oh,
Just be honest. It's okay.
Have you ever slept with anyone at this camp?
Just be honest.
No. Nope. Sorry.
Alright, Abby, it's your turn.
All right. Okay.
Abby, oh my god, just pick someone.
Okay. Okay.
Caitlin, that was literally less than 6
I don't
seconds.
know.
Stop being so
Ugh.
uptight.
Ding, ding, ding. Too late. My turn. Ryan. Truth or dare?
Dare.
We ain't no
Give
bitch.
me what you got.
Okay, Ryan.
Yeah. Gang gang.
Your dare comes with a choice.
Can't you do that?
I can do whatever I want. And I dare you to kiss either Caitlin or Dylan.
Wow. I mean, I guess both is off the table.
Sorry. I don't make the rules.
I mean, you literally just did, but okay. Let's do this.
Fuck. Fuck, man. Dylan kind of vibes with Ryan a bit more. Caitlin, we've had like very little interaction with. I don't know, dude. But it's Brenda's song.
Caitlin, shall we? Always happy to please.
That was pathetic. I should choose the other one. Pathetic.
Alrighty, who shall I pick?
Well, me and Jacob haven't gotten a turn yet.
Good point.
We'll do
All right,
Jacob.
Jacob, let's see what you're made of.
Oh, there, man, come on.
Okay. I dare you to take a flying leap over that fire pit.
Ryan, you're supposed to be the knowledgeable.
Oh, dude! Fuck yes! Oh, I will jump over this thing. I don't care.
Yeah,
Ryan!
That's a good idea.
Ryan! Ryan!
Oh, Jacob, wait. Don't do it. Stop.
You get some sleep, Towie.
You're gonna fuck yourself up.
What? No, come on, man. I got this.
Ryan, come on.
Fine, Vito.
You know what? Fuck this game.
Ryan, that was a dumb fucking dare.
Okay, fine. Then I call your turn.
Whatever.
That was a dumb fucking dare, Ryan. Really dumb fucking dare.
Emma.
There.
Emma, so you have to kiss Jacob or Nick.
Well then.
He's gonna kiss Nick.
Sorry, Nick. This is not even there, obviously.
I don't know if that's a
Got
good
this.
idea.
I'm gonna
choose Nick.
interrupt. Oh god. Stir me? What is that Eva? Abigail.
Em? Seriously?
Oh, Caitlin. Caitlin, what are you doing?
Guys.
Abigail. Bro, Nick. Nick, think. Think, Nick. Think.
Guys.
Think.
Thank you, Nick. He's good.
You like kissing my girlfriend, asshole?
Have they even had drinks yet? The fuck is this?
It was just a
Hey,
game.
I'm nobody's girlfriend.
The fuck it was. It was just a game. Yeah, the fuck it was, man.
Jacob, grow up.
Caitlin. Terrible. What are these dares?
Probably go after him. You should probably go find Abby.
They fucking split up, bro. Oh my god.
Anybody want to play Parcheesi? What?
Yes, Caitlin. Terrible. Why would you even start that? The fuck, Caitlin? They're right there.
Fuck this.
I'm surrounded by the dummies.
Welcome back. I am, as always, delighted that you're here. So, then, what
I haven't
more
found
has been
anything.
found? You return without any more of my cards. Yet you return nonetheless. Why is that, do you think? I can't help you without the cards. I want them found.
Where the fuck did I miss a card? I
want them
looked.
returned to me.
I looked around quite a bit.
Please, my friend. That's all I have to say for now. Secrets remain buried and the night grows darker. I'll see you again, you can count on that. Be careful. Where the wolves go, the ravens follow.
The wolves go, the ravens follow. Is there really no card? Can you look it up for me? Did I actually just miss a card? Chapter 2 card. I'm curious.
Stupid game. What are we in middle school? Why should I even care? Anybody can kiss anybody. It's stupid.
You know what? There's a place I didn't go to. The damn basement. I didn't go in the basement. Maybe going in the basement would have led me to a card.
Stupid. Great. Where the hell am I?
But just in case, could you look it up for me? Yeah, just walk back. Found a card, baby! Already found one. Tower, jump free of your troubles, flight or flight. That's the question we all ask ourselves. But often when leaping out of danger, we're still faced with certain peril. Watch your step. It could be your last. I'm lost. They're actually letting me fucking explore. That's not good.
Is that a trail cam?
There's one card from when Nick and Abby are alone. Oh god. It was on the left then. Like if I didn't sit down in the sunlit spot. Because I wanted to go explore that spot, but I never actually got the chance to. Oh, fuck. Something bad could happen here. So out of the way in Rocky Road option from what I see? Oh, it's in the Rocky Road option. So it was in a random option. That's the only place the card spawns. It doesn't spawn if you choose a different location. Pretty fucking cringe, isn't it? Actually, I think I know where I am. You were just here. Okay, I can't walk back that way. Dude, she's about to die. It's over. It's over. It's over for me. There's a stream. Remember the stream? Oh, fuck me. Pushed me away from it. I'm gonna fight the fear. I'm gonna fight the fear a little bit. I'm gonna enjoy this choice. I'm gonna fight the fear. It's so fucking dark in this game. It's actually so dark in this game. Uh-oh, indeed. Call back.
Nick!
Abby? Shout again!
I'm over here!
I'm coming!
Nick!
Hey, just call out.
Hey.
Power in numbers.
Hey. Hi.
Kiss and make up.
You ran off.
Does no one remember the camp counselor dude, like the boss man, actually being freaked out? Can you guys just have some sense of urgency? Just be honest.
I think that game just got a little too intense for me.
Be honest, get to the point.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Make up, kiss, move on.
Guess Emma's had a thing for you all along, huh?
What? No way. She was just trying to make Jacob jealous. I was just playing along.
You seem to enjoy playing along.
I enjoyed helping Emma make Jacob jealous. That's about it.
Boom! Kiss, move on. Alright, kiss, you guys made up? Now get the fuck back together. Oh god. Holding breath moment. Here it comes.
Should we look?
Mm-hmm.
Nick, be smart. What the hell is that? A leaf? Creature! Low growling.
Is it another boar?
It's too growly.
Way too growly.
Is it a bear?
It's too fast.
Where the wolves go, the ravens follow.
Run!
You guys can't! Yeah, help Nick! Don't be fucking stupid. Abigail! Nick! Hide, hide, hide. Didn't really do a good job hiding there. Gotta admit. Know what you're fucking capable of. Know what you're fucking capable of. Yeah, let's see. Creatures howling. Creatures howling about. Hold. Is it the hold breath moment? Hold breath moment? done yet. I'm still disappointed in you, Abigail, for running away from Nick. Bro, Nick is literally out there bleeding right now, man.
It's a fun game.
It's not.
Oh, he's sad. People run was at a megal. Oh my god.
When you first began it, you got what you want. Now you can hardly stand it though. By now,
I feel like if we climbed the tree, we might have just fucking died. I'm gonna be 100% with you guys. If we climbed the tree, she would have just been struggling. How the fuck do you climb a tree? Like, casually, if you don't know how. She gave no indication that she knew how to climb a tree. Answer, you don't.
Until you wise up. No, it's not going to stop. So just give up.
No swimming without supervision.
Technique needs work.
Hey. Yeah.
So, aka no swimming.
Of course. Sneaking down here was a little more fun when we thought we could get caught, huh?
Yeah, I guess.
Jacob, I thought we agreed that us, it's just supposed to be.
I have no training in climbing trees, but some are easier to climb if there's a lot of... Yeah, exactly. Some are easier to climb. But you're in a situation where you're being chased by something that's gonna kill you.
Fun.
If you don't know how to just fucking like... Boop, 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 up, like that.
No, I just...
You're... I don't know
love
what
that
else to say.
so.
If you're not Jackie Chan at that
I
moment.
can't believe you fucking Frenched him. You know, in front of everyone. Jesus wept.
French? Are we 12?
No, but Nick is.
You can if you can.
Kind of.
Parkour.
You know, I love the guy, but I don't think he's actually ever seen a girl naked before.
Well,
Or
I
Jackie
hate to
Chan,
break
or
it
Jackie
to you,
Chan.
but he just had his tongue down my throat, and he definitely knew what to do with it.
You really love fucking with me, huh?
Lighten up, Sourpuss, please.
This is not how the night was supposed to go.
What?
You know what? Nothing.
No.
Nothing. Never mind.
Fine. You can stand here.
Who am I playing as? I'm playing as
You're
Sad Boy.
sulking.
Okay.
Driving yourself crazy imagining Nick's tongue in my mouth.
Ah!
Or you can go grab us some towels.
What do you need towels for?
Well,
We are fucking tears, dude.
we agreed. Summer fun, right? Apparently, summer is not quite over.
Don't go fucking swimming. Don't go fucking swimming.
Okay.
No swimming without supervision. Don't go fucking swimming. Girl. Don't go fucking swimming. Oh, hell no, man. Like, no. No. Why would I go swimming now? They're not gonna let me make a choice. I'm gonna have to find towels. I actually have to go find some fucking towels. I can't just be like, hey, how about we don't find some towels? Ever thought about that?
Found her?
No.
I guess you're gonna get all cold and shrivelly, aren't you?
Well, just give me a minute.
Look upstairs.
Star. Nice. Nice. Oh, it's the star. Stars in the night sky. Beacons of light. Dreams of hope. purpose, or a reminder of our insignificance, fear of despair. Trust in the light of the star if it comes clarity and sometimes proof. So trust the light. I see light. I say I trust it. I wonder if the hillbillies or whatever that were like painted in red.
It's not long ago.
4 months on, hiker's still missing.
Wonder if it was near.
Hold up. I need to read that one. Recent newspaper, two hikers went missing. They haven't been found.
Here.
Okay, so it's pretty nothing new. We found 2 tarot cards. Was there only one, Sierra? During the
Shacket and
second
Thacket,
chapter?
huh? Oh, well, Shacket must mean Mr. H. Chris Hackett. Who the hell is Thacket?
Faded camp photograph from the 1970s, according to the names printed to the appears to be Hackett's. Who the hell is Thacket? Indeed. Okay, so I only had one, and I just missed that one. I don't know what it shows you. All I know is they just had one. This chapter we found 2. No towel. No towel.
None?
There's exactly 0.
You dick.
What the hell?
Just get back down here, Jacob.
Expecting a jump scare. Hold up.
What are these?
Oh, I want to pause it. Manageable but unsustainable. Let me fucking looking at it. What? What does that say? Sailing rules. Reminder for counselors. Keep all boots rinsed after use. Be vigilant. No swimming. Properly store boots to avoid damage. All campers must wear life jackets. If boots capsize, remove kids immediately. Do not jump in after them. Sail over and retrieve from water. Manageable but unsustainable. Is there a significance in these dates? It's day, month, year. It's day, month, year. Okay. March 12th. I don't see a significance here. My banana broke and fell on the floor. Oh no! Ohio? Well, it's past midnight here again. It's time for Grandpa to hit the hay. Enjoy the hay. Hit the hay. Yeah. DDMMYYYYY. Have fun saving or dooming the kids. I better be fucking saving these kids. If I doom them, I'm gonna feel like shit. Oh, hell yeah. Binoculars it up. Look for info. Look for info.
Whoa. Someone up there?
Yeah, someone's up there.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with probably everything's fine.
Good night, Neff. Good night. How about you don't go if probably everything is fine? How about you take a look again and look carefully, my friend? Nothing? Where's she? I know she's here somewhere. Apparently nowhere near. Oh, there she is. Oh. Oh. Here we go. It's really hot in my house. I think they turned on the heat. By the way, dear, good Morgan. Good Morgan. No swimming without supervision. A handmaid said warning people off swimming near the bathhouse. How dangerous can a lake be?
Yeah, we'll see about that.
Yeah, we'll see about that. Stupid Jacob. Alright, whatever.
Okay, well, I guess we could just like drip dry, or you could shake it out doggy style.
Wow, you really know how to talk to a girl, don't you?
Well, look, you can't just pretend that it didn't happen.
Oh, but I can, because you see, oh, help! I'm drowning, and I need a big, strong, not at all insecure man to come save me.
Okay.
Don't cause fucking drama. Just fucking.
A female in need? Fear not, fragile thing, for Hurricane Jake is here! Cannonball! Cold. Oh, cold.
Hurricane Jake.
We know there's a dead body, by the way, in the lake from the camera view that they gave us earlier. We know there's a dead body.
Okay, now
And
you're gonna get it.
we're in the fucking lake. We do the other thing? Oh, why not? What about Nick? She's gonna die. We do something like that, she's gonna be like, oh, well, fuck off. He's gonna leave, she dies. No splash. No more splashing. How about you stop? Jacob is a fucking idiot.
Dick move.
Look, I don't want this to end.
I'd be happy to stay out here all summer, but I think we'd get a little pruny.
Oh, you know what I mean, like this.
Jacob, I had
Scared
a
boo boo?
great
Yes.
summer with you.
We played
Well, it doesn't
Mortuary's
just have to be
assistant
this
earlier. Scared the
Okay,
fuck out of me. Well, we played the
okay,
demo. We played the demo.
If I can do a backflip off of here, you let me come visit you, okay? How about that? Right. Hey! Where you going? Come on! Oh, shit, the rotor. Oh, gotta be fucking kidding me.
Fuck! Okay, we played as Abby earlier. We made it with Abby, right? We did it. We set her up for success. She should be fine. We know what happens after that shot. That first shot. We know. I'm thinking logically here. We escaped. Finding the rotor arm is more important, and making sure Emma doesn't die alone on the lake. Oh,
Ugh,
I'm so
Dick.
Your mother-in-law is proud? What do you mean your mother-in-law is... Wait, what? Hello? Good morning. Oh my fucking god, he got caught. please, dude. Just grab it and go. Floated corpse! Floated corpse! Detangle. 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 Be smart about it. Detangle it. If we pull, we're just gonna fuck ourselves up. Yeah, if we pull right now, if we stress out, we're just gonna screw ourselves up. Don't say Gugumor. She never offended. Look. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm trying to save these dumb kids from their dumb choices. All right, see what we got out. If we pulled right there while we're running out of breath, we drown. We drown 100%. You can't panic. You can't panic. Panicking during stressful situations is how you die. I'm panicking. But we just gotta calm down, think logically, and get mad at them for making very, very dumb decisions.
That was some mighty fine social disruption there, Kaylin, I have to say.
Ah, or was it just the nudge that Abby needed?
You're an evil genius.
Who do you think is gonna make the first move? Nick or Abby?
Ooh, good cue.
Who am I playing as right now? Ryan again, okay.
My bet's on neither.
I don't know. Nick's got the beast in him.
If by beast you mean some sort of mild-mannered baby deer.
Hey, don't let that cute, preppy aesthetic fool you. It's like a steel barbecue grill under that shirt.
So, you noticed that too, huh?
So, what do you
Dylan definitely is
playing.
gay. Okay.
Yeah? Just the three of us?
Ryan is bisexual. Dylan is
Alright,
gay.
Dylan. Truth or...
Truth or... Yep.
That sounded like Abby.
Oh my gosh.
We gotta help her.
Wait, where did it come from?
This way. Come on.
Abby! Help! Please! Nick! Help him!
Where's Nick?
Come on. Life or death. Life or death. Life or death.
Go!
We got this.
I got this.
Someone should come with me, but I got this. We trained. I know what I'm capable of. I'm good. I'm good. Okay, yeah. It has a spread. It has spread. I gotta be careful. Okay, I don't want to accidentally shoot Nick. Oh my god. Yes. Gun gamer. I'm a gamer. I'm a gamer. Gotta go take the bus to work. See you in a bit. Hi. Come on. Come on. Where the ravens go, the wolves follow. Where the ravens go, the wolves follow. Where the ravens go, the wolves follow. Here, let me take this shortcut. Parkour! Hardcore! We're gamers. Actual gamers. Hey, spam that A button. AA Sports. I got this game. Keep taking that shortcut. Keep taking that shortcut. We're gamers. Just don't mess up. Be hyper-focused. Focus on the commands.
Oh, fuck.
I got sweaty. I got fucking sweaty. I missed the damn command because I got sweaty. What the fuck? Oh. Okay, I wasn't expecting that. Okay. One mistake, one misstep. That's all. That's all that happened. Fighting game misinput.
Hey! Get the fuck off of him! Stop! Stop! I'll shoot!
Did I miss? He shot his finger off. There's an infection going on. It's an infection type thing.
Holy shit, dude!
Gotta get, we gotta go.
Can you walk?
Come on, gotta go.
Come on, let's get back to the fire.
He's infected. That's why the dude shot his finger off. To stop. He's infected.
Stupid.
Dude, I really hate that the shotgun. I wanted to not shoot him and hit him with the spread. So I'm trying to shoot to his side. Spread ain't that big.
Oh, Jesus.
There's a half-naked girl waiting for you back there, Jacob. What are you doing?
Well, I'm in danger. Hope you've been working on cardio, fitness kid, fitness boy. Dude, is everyone gonna get infected? Don't call out. No. We don't do that here. Not in this scenario. I said don't call out. He calls out anyways. Hey, sports. I'm in this game. Come on.
Shit! Fuck!
Come on.
Let's be nice.
Oh, please, man, just let me down, okay? Just don't hurt me, please. Oh, Jesus Christ, what the fuck are you doing?
He's letting you down. He's letting you down. He's letting you down. He's letting you down. Or he's gonna gut my throat.
God, son of a bitch. What are you doing?
Shh. Quiet.
No. I'm not. I don't think these guys are crazy.
If you close your eyes.
Oh, what are you doing? Stop. Help.
Tastes bad, don't it? It's for your own good. Where are you off to now, girlie?
Okay. Sometimes you gotta be smart about things. I think that was the right thing to do. I think. Yeah, we don't call out in that situation, for sure. That was definitely the right thing to do.
Seems like just a blink and you're back to see me again.
Yeah.
So, then, what have we got?
Oh, the star.
It's the star. Stars. Stars in the night. Sky. Beacons of light. Dreams of hope, purpose, or a reminder of our insignificance. Fear of despair. Trust in the light of the star.
What's the meaning
With it
of this?
comes clarity. And sometimes truth. The tower. Jump free of your troubles. Fight or flight. That's the question we all ask ourselves, but often when leaping out of danger, we're still faced with certain peril. Watch your step.
Okay.
It could be your last.
I'll be honest. If this is like some sort of infection, like zombie thing,
Remember, there's always
if it's some sort of infection zombie thing, then that means Nick is already screwed. I'm assuming that's the reason why the big guy shot off his own finger, because he got bit by him. I don't know.
more than meets the eye. Would you like me to show you?
Sure.
Yes, good. But I can only delve deeper into one possible future. So which is it? Choose.
I trust the stars. The heavens never fail me.
Back to it then. Back to Hackett's Quarry. Back to Hackett's Quarry you go. Oh, the fun you'll have.
I need to pee. I'll be right back. That made me think, though. That made me think. I need to process this thought that I'm having. I'll be right back. I'll be right back. That emote's great. That emote is great. Oh, shit. Oh. There we go. the light will either show us how the stars will show us how insignificant we are. Something. See the star again. Trust in the light of the star when with it comes clarity and sometimes proof. It says trust the light. And if I take a screenshot there, what does that imply? Oh god, that emote. What? Feels strong, man? I don't see it. I'm sorry. What does it look like?
It was horrible. It was.
See, I'm trying to process this. Normally, those visions are warnings. That seemed like it's a dangerous situation, but the card is also saying trust the light. So I'm kind of at a loss right now.
It was so fast, and there was a hunter, and it was just.
I don't fucking know. I actually don't know. Do I trust the light, or do I just let him die?
Oh, Abby. Here. What? Oh, try drawing.
Drawing what?
Can you draw what attacked you?
Okay. Stop.
Should have stayed in the damn lodge, huh?
Nick, hey, buddy, can you tell me what those guys did to you?
Gus did?
He's super out of it. Man.
The hunter.
Yeah. There was a guy. There was something else. Some kind of animal.
What kind of animal?
No, I only saw a dude trying to take him away. He's probably just disoriented, that's all.
Dude, talk to Abigail. Angry. Abigail's literally right there. She was there. You heard the shot.
Is Abby?
Yeah, she's okay, dude. She's right over there.
Big claws. Teeth right on top of me. I think it was a bear.
Full-size bear would have crushed him. There's no way.
I thought we don't get bears around here.
No,
Oh, fuck. Look at that.
Oh, shit.
That black stuff? That's infection. It's spreading. This is bad. This is really bad, dude.
Yeah, apply pressure.
Sorry.
As long as we don't get it inside of us,
You're
it
okay.
won't spread.
It's okay.
Fuck, that hurt.
Can we get like a shirt? Can we do something here?
We should cut it off before the infection spreads.
What?
Why would we do that?
I don't know, man. Look at that black stuff.
What do you think it is?
Do I look like a doctor?
See, the thing is, I actually agree with him, but that's because I have some more context clues than these guys. In a normal situation, this would be a fucking terrible idea. But context clues dictate that I... Are they gonna make me aim? Now we call out. Now we call out.
Hey!
Now we call out.
And I know how to use it. Sort of.
Now we call it. Now we call out. We don't want to shoot anyone.
What if it's Jacob or Emma?
What if it's not?
Be careful. It was probably nothing.
Yeah. But is it gone? Yeah, you better run.
Very brave.
All right.
I don't know if I was supposed to see something out there.
Lodge is sounding pretty good right about now, yeah?
Call it out. Call it out.
No, don't shoot, don't shoot. I'm here to save you.
Please say who you are before you fucking come in.
Holy shit. Nick. Is he okay?
Nick and Abby were attacked. In the woods.
Hey, does anybody have any dry clothes? I'm fucking freezing.
All our bags are still in the minivan.
Fuck, of course they are.
Jacob, where's Emma?
Fuck!
Okay, big brain.
Jesus Christ. I left Emma on the island, and I told her I'd be right back.
Ouch. Wait, the island?
Yeah, why?
No, I just thought I saw someone over there before.
Someone?
See, this would be
I don't know, it's probably nothing.
communication goes a long fucking way. You know?
I think we're gonna head to the lodge.
Also, why are you covered in what I hope is strawberry jelly?
Oh, yeah, no, I'm pretty sure it's blood. It was this guy with like, he had like a bottle thing. I don't know, dude. It's like a really long story.
Ew.
Yeah, no, it's super fucked up. Oh, Jesus Christ, I can't believe I haven't told you this yet. I saw a fucking body in the lake.
There we go.
A dead one?
I was waiting for that one.
No. One of the swimmers from the varsity swim team, he got lost on the way to practice, and it was, yes, a dead one, dumbass.
Of course you did, Jacob.
No, for real, I did. I figured it must have been one of the counselors that didn't show up, but I couldn't tell because it was like all
bloated
bloaty and gross.
Something's not right.
I gotta go get Emma.
Excuse me?
Hey, I need this, okay? It's not safe out there.
Dude, we gotta protect Nick and Abby.
Yeah, and I need to save Emma, all right? She's out there alone.
You don't even know if she's in trouble.
You don't even know if you're in trouble.
Are you trying to piss me off?
No, I'm trying to save my girlfriend's life, asshole.
Yeah, I don't think she's your girlfriend, dude.
Ryan, shut up.
Get...
Let go of the fucking gun. Just dodge it. No need to get hurt.
Fucking stop! We're in a real mess here, guys. You're acting like pricks. Both of you. Jacob, we're keeping this. Nick and Abby are injured. We need protection. There's someone around here.
See, I'm gonna explain my reasoning for it real quick. I said let go because he can have the fucking gun. We have another weapon upstairs in an office. We can both have guns. Turns out letting go just made the gun hit his face.
Ryan!
Sorry.
This is bullshit.
Make sure she's safe. If she's on the island, she's definitely fine.
And what, risk another run-in with Captain Deliverance? No thanks, okay? There's probably another boat by the zip line. Either way, I can make it to the island from there.
We need to get back to the lodge. Try to get help.
How? Nick can't walk properly. But yeah, I have an idea.
Fuck, man.
Okay, let's see what tonight brings.
Plays Emma now, right? Yep.
Okay, here's a riddle for you. What's got two thumbs and is suddenly riding solo on a freaky island in the dark? This fool, well, one thumb, one available thumb. Okay. And it was here, on a strange, uninhabited island, that this brave young soul found herself.
This is the moment. This is the moment.
Okay, full disclosure, I've suddenly found myself on a strange, tiny little island all alone with nothing to do but show you guys around. So, there's a treehouse over there. I'm gonna go and see if I can't dish out some of that sweet, sweet panoramic goodness.
This is where things go down.
Not that I want to go back, because I don't. But even if I did, I can't, because then I'd look like the super needy one when he was the one who stormed off in the first place. God, you know what? Sorry, I'm venting. Well, explore venting. You know what? Fuck it. Let's do it. To the treehouse, fellow explorer.
Okay, she can actually fucking die here. Great. Fucking great, man. Well, let's go explore in case we miss any potential cards. Don't want that to happen.
That you, Jacob?
No, it wasn't. Oh, the magician. The incredible, the unbelievable, the mystical, the sensational, perceptive manipulation. The work of a magician. Now you see it, now you don't. Blink and you miss it, and you wouldn't want to miss it. I had a feeling there was a card there. I had a feeling. Not a fan of this, I'll tell you what. I am not a fan of this at all.
No prizes for guessing what these are. Can't say that I've used them. A little too au naturel for me, TBH. You know, I've never thought about where the waist goes. Oh. Oh, please, God, no. Okay, we're gonna just go ahead and ignore that.
Okay, okay, yeah. The poop goes in the river.
And this is the meeting shelter. It's a shelter where you meet at. Okay, I'm trying really hard to make this interesting, but sometimes a thing just is what it is. I think I've made my point. So this island is like an unexcavated part of the quarry that rewilded itself after it flooded into the lake. Pretty cool, huh? You know, when I was little, I used to think that islands just kind of would float in the middle of the water, kind of like an airbed. But I'm older and wiser now and realize that not everything's always as it seems. Kind of like how you thought you were just having a hot summer fling and then it turns into babysitting a big hairy man-child. Who's all sad because you don't want to go steady with him and write him love letters every freaking day. And while we're talking about it, you don't mind that we're talking about it, right? Why is it up to me to justify my feelings when he's the one who got all blah about it, you know?
Alright, so she's venting.
Oh, look. A metaphor in the narrative. I mean, a fork in the road. How fitting. Here's the big question. Do I take the high road, literally, and forget about it? Or do I continue on the path I'm on and keep ranting about my stupid dumb life? I guess since this isn't live, the choice is up to me.
There's a dude behind me. Fuck me. Well, we take the high road.
Okay, moving up in the world. Let's do this. Now you might notice the darling rustic vibes this walkway is radiating, and that's no accident. I don't know what y'all are doing with your walkways, but if you're not spending a full hour pulling a splinter out of a snotty kid's finger, don't you dare call it authentic. Don't worry, the kid was fine.
Pepe pains. Pee-pee.
And
Goddamn.
what doesn't kill you will make you stronger.
So they've been on this island. It's not like it's been unexplored or something. They have been on this island. So this should be sturdy enough for us to walk on, realistically. there's a dude behind us earlier. So I have this feeling. Okay, this is something I've always felt, but I hate it when people stand behind me. I always have this thing where I feel like I need to keep my back against walls. Hate having my back against the door. I hate that feeling of like someone's behind you the entire time. Absolutely fucking hate it. But
This is where we're heading. Not too shabby. Well, literally is too shabby, but these views, oh man, you're gonna blow your tops. There's also a zip line, which, I guess you can watch me crap my pants on that thing. What the hell? I'm here, aren't I? I'm gonna carpe this DM so damn hard it won't know what hit it. First, we gotta get there. And
okay,
there's
she
still
mentioned
so
a
much to
zip
talk
line.
about.
She mentioned a zip line.
I hope Abby's okay. She ran off earlier. If you didn't see it, I kind of sort of made out with Nick. But it was a dare. I'm not like a bitch or anything. Oh, and for context, Abby likes Nick. Well, actually, they like each other. In truth, I just wanted to fan the flames a little.
Emma's kind of a
Watching
dick.
them stumble around each other like drunk jellyfish was exhausting. Poor kid was like a deer in headlights. It's cool though. They're smart. They'll get it. I bet they're out there in the woods right now, just absolutely going for it.
Although this is potentially right. Dude, okay. There's people walking outside my room. And it's putting me on edge. Where's the zip line? There's the zip line. Okay. They all lead here. They all lead here. Okay, so seems like there's potential for escaping here. Like there's proper potential for escaping here.
And here we are, as promised, one extremely rickety and even more underwhelming treehouse. In another world, perhaps young Jacob and I would settle down here and play house together. Honey, I'm home. What's that now? I forgot the children's bedtime. Well now, that's a fine how do you do.
I'm so on edge.
Take it all in, folks. That's the summer camp experience right there, and oh look.
Here it comes.
It
Here comes the
seems
scene.
Somebody forgot to clear the place out. I guess one of the kids left their stuff, or maybe one of the guys back there. But I don't recognize this. Did you hear that? Looks like we have a choice on our hands. Do we snoop through someone else's belongings, or do we open the spooky trapdoor and die a horrible, painful death? There are literally no right answers.
That's a little on the nose, isn't it? Search the bag.
Bag it is. And you know what? I'm putting some clothes on. This is all you're getting.
Okay, this is... I literally just picked my nose. What the fuck? I'm so nervous. I'm so nervous. Bag was good. The bag was a good choice.
Okay, so I think there's something up there. And it is not gonna make me jump, I can promise you that much.
Oh, it's gonna make me fucking jump.
Goodbye, cruel world. The final curtain is calling and there's no time for an encore.
Fuck yeah! Use the taser. We're running. Take the zip line. We take the zip line here. We take the zip line here. Okay, we jump, I guess. We don't take the zip line here? Oh, we do take the zip line. Let's go. Easy peasy. Hold on. That is the slowest motherfucking zip line I've ever seen in my goddamn life. Run. I don't know if the bear spray is gonna work. I'm gonna keep it real with you. We jump over slippy slides. We jump over this too. No problem. There's a giant hole. Use the trapdoor. Use the trapdoor. If we block the door, there's a giant open fucking window there. We know better than that. 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 Block the door, he's just gonna jump through the fucking window. Let's be real. Let's be honest.
Easy.
I got it. He's okay.
Are you in pain?
Nah.
No, sorry. I'm really hungry.
We'll get you some food inside, okay?
Really hungry? Is he actually a zombie? What the hell are those things? Those eyes. They were like...
Well,
they reminded me
we'll
of...
be able to find you a horse, but maybe some granola?
Like... classic Dracula.
I hate granola.
Like... what's the term called? Neff. I keep thinking of the fucking Nefertiti. It's not that. It's the other one. I forgot what it's called. This guy turns on
This will open the nurse's station. Should be plenty of stuff in there.
Well, hopefully we can just get him cleaned up for now.
I'll get you something to eat.
We treat the wounds first.
You and I are gonna find a landline.
Oh, yeah. Isn't there one in Mr. H's office?
Yup. We'll come meet you.
Copy that.
Let's be cautious.
Do you think
Now's the
that
time to be
whatever
cautious.
attacked them out there is, I don't know, has their scent or something?
What?
I don't know. Like, what if it got a taste for blood and now it's gonna track them down?
That's a very legitimate concern. No, Ryan.
I
No.
just feel like if we stick with them, we're sitting ducks. I don't know.
I really don't think that whatever attacked them out in the woods is gonna get into the lodge.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, you're probably right.
Come on. Let's go.
And that's
call
not how I wanted that line of reasoning to go down, though. I needed him to articulate that a
Pretty
lot
weird
better.
to see this place so dead.
Close the
You never
door.
came down here at night while camp was in session?
What? No, did you?
A couple times, yeah.
Oh, fuck.
Where are you going?
I thought I just heard my name.
I didn't hear anything.
I want to read something. Where's the tarot cards? So Star helped quite a bit. The Tower. Fight or flight? That's the question I'll answer. But often when leaping out of danger, we're still faced with certain peril. Hopefully we got through that. Strength can be surprising knowing one's own raw power, tapping into a previously unknown energy. I suppose there are forces that work within us all, and with one hand it gives, and the other hand it can easily rip it away.
I don't think Nick's injuries are as bad as we thought.
Well, that's good news.
Yeah.
So what now?
Being paranoid is good, but the way this guy is paranoid, he goes off and on and he causes issues.
Who should I call?
Mr. H?
The only number I got is to this phone.
Okay, then 911.
Who the hell says 911?
911? Who says 911?
I don't know.
Anyway, yeah, but like, what should I ask for? Like,
911?
police? Ambulance?
Huh.
Call the cops.
Cops.
The cop
With
that's
guns,
gonna
we need
come.
a lot of backup out here.
We already know who he is. He's
So
sus.
they'll
He's
say,
weird.
911, what's your emergency? And then I say,
But he knows what's going on. He could help.
help, my friends may have been attacked by a bear, or maybe not a bear, but definitely an animal with teeth. And we're not sure how many there are out there or how smart they are, so it's very possible they might be mounting an attack on us right now, and we really need backup.
Yeah, that's good.
Okay.
Yeah, I like. Okay, yeah. Don't have to be so sarcastic about it, but like, that's not bad. 911. What is your?
Dead.
Dead.
Well, that's weird.
Phones go dead sometimes out here.
Right when you're about to call the cops, though?
It's a coincidence.
Did you try the hang-up
Extreme.
thingy?
What?
Extreme fucking coincidence.
What are you doing?
I don't know. It's what they do in movies when the phone goes dead. You tap on the little thingy.
We're not in a movie.
Okay.
You're in a
well,
game.
You know, how do you know that? Maybe that's just what they want you to think, man.
Dude, he's so paranoid.
Okay, so this phone's a no-go. No one has signal. Is there anywhere else in the camp that has a landline?
Well, not a landline.
What?
The radio hut has some old broadcast gear.
Where you do your announcements?
Where I curate my sweet summer jams, yeah, and where I do the PA announcements. It has some old equipment there. I think we could probably rig something up and get a message out.
All right, yeah. Let's head over there and see if we can contact somebody. Put that back, Dylan.
No.
You gotta be fucking crazy if you think I'm gonna go out there without something to defend myself.
It's more of a safety concern.
Oh, do you think I'm gonna shoot my eye out?
Or your whole head.
Don't be a dick, man. I know how to use this.
Boo. Hi, boo.
Okay.
It's probably the weather.
Ryan, please.
What weather, Ryan?
Ryan,
Maybe
please.
it was the bears.
Bear. And why does everyone blame everything on bears? Okay, so for the sake of argument.
See, the thing I don't understand is Ryan is the paranormal spooky podcast listener. Why doesn't he believe a little bit? Am I at work? Well, how is work? Are you excited? I don't know what I'm doing tomorrow yet.
What if that bear?
I want to spend time
that,
with you, but
cut
I
our phone line
don't know how
and
things
just
are
cut
going
out
with
all
my
the
mom
power?
right now.
What if that bear
So-
is waiting for us out in the hallway?
I'm really hoping
Thank
we get things done early in the morning. If that's the case, then we'll see. If not,
we should probably tell Caitlin. I don't know. Go to the radio hut. They're probably freaks.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Let's go.
Oh my god. Yeah, we should probably leave that with Caitlin.
aggressive, give her your gun. Defensive, does she need it?
Do you think she really needs it, though?
She needs it just as much as we do.
She's staying in the lodge. We're going out there.
You literally just said there might be something dangerous in the lodge.
When?
Like 20 seconds ago.
Okay, sure, but that's because I really wanted the gun.
Just give her the gun, man.
No.
No. Fuck that. I'm keeping it.
Dude, if those hunter guys come back, she's basically a sitting duck in here. You're being really selfish right now. It's not a good
I
look
know.
on you.
No, I'm just being safe.
I know.
I can't believe you're being such an asshole right now.
No. Ryan, please just have a little faith.
You don't tell me what to do, man, okay?
Have a little faith, Ryan.
I'm sorry, but it's not gonna happen.
What are we even talking about? Just give her the gun. We don't need it. We already have a gun. Fuck.
Are you finished berating me?
We need 2 guns.
I could go on, but please take your turn.
Look, I know that you're Mr. Large and in charge in a crisis, and that's great, but I finally feel like I have one piece of control over the situation, and you want me to give that up, and that's just brutal, dude.
It's not worth having this argument with you.
Well, you started it, man.
My parents are a bit worried about your trip. Is the weather bad? Of course it's bad. It's bad weather, isn't it?
Am I interrupting something?
I know Ryan doesn't like that side of me, but...
Chin up, big guy. I wouldn't really know what to do with it, okay? I trust you. Oh, thank you so much, Dylan. You're so generous and handsome. Yeah, no problem. Don't mention it.
Wait, so we don't get any guns anyways. It's just one person with a gun. I know Kaylin can handle herself. I know she can handle herself. I know for a fact she can handle herself. There's a zip line up there. Place her now. Sure. Real quickly. Girl, just jump. Let's go! Bad weather? I figured. Be careful though, okay? See, here's the thing. You guys ever remember those moments, like say you're in a movie theater, right? Someone's opening a bag of chips super slowly. You know what I mean? Just like, you know what I mean? Just do it fast. Do it fast. Get there quick. Get it done quick. The monster's already coming for us. We're not hiding. They're worried about the fairy part. Winds are really strong. Do fairies generally have an issue over there? If winds are really strong? Fortunate the taser's gone. Good job, Emma. Goddamn, a bag of chips. GDQ, but bag of chips. Yeah, literally. Like, just speedrun that shit. No need to take it slow. Oh, it's just the Baba.
Oh, good to see you. Good to see
Hey,
you.
good to see you too. Crazy lady.
That time again, is it?
Yep.
Strength. Strength can be surprising. Knowing one's own raw power, tapping into a previously unknown energy. I suppose There are forces at work within us all.
He's also called Holy Holy State. Wait, what? The Vatican is called Holy Holy State? No way.
And with one hand it gives, and with the other it could rip away.
So I'm guessing that's about Nick. Nick and his newfound powers.
The
He's actually infected by
magician.
something.
The incredible, the unbelievable, the
mystical, sensational.
perceptive manipulation. The work of a magician. Now you see it, now you don't. Blink and you miss it. And you wouldn't want to miss it.
I don't want to miss it. That's the card
As
I want to see.
always, there's more to see. And as always, the choice is yours. Would you like to see more?
Yes.
Choose one. Choose wisely.
The magician. I want to see the magician.
So it's goodbye again. I'll leave you with this. Remember who your friends are.
I just saw it now on my work
Remember who's
computer.
looking
Oh my
out
god,
for
that's
you.
crazy. Holy Holy State. The Vatican. Holy Holy State. That's actually crazy. Welcome to the Holy Holy State. Here at the Holy Holy State, we do holy holy shit. Nick. Okay, so I am Nick now. Newfound power. We're strong.
Hey, I couldn't find anything to eat. The kitchen's pretty cleaned out. Oh shoot, I left my bag. I brought you this.
These two are really sweet, but Nick is infected.
I don't even know what happened. It was all just a blur.
How are you feeling?
Passionate, peak passionate.
How are you holding up?
I'm... well, I'm just happy you're okay. Are you okay? I'm sorry, I just asked you that.
It's okay.
Nobel Peace Prize is being handed out today. Tomorrow for you. For me? Tomorrow they're handing it to me? Me? What did I do to deserve it?
Hurry.
Saving these
We have to
kids?
find a radio or something.
I knew it.
What's with the,
Oh, did you see Brenda's song?
We found another in Mr. H's office, so just in
See,
case.
London Tipton?
What happened to the lights?
Not sure. Any better?
Don't touch your eye.
I'm doing
Don't
okay.
touch your eye. Blink,
I know.
blink, 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 blink.
Wait, are they going to the radio hut?
Phone's dead. They're gonna try to send out an SOS or something. We're holding down the fort.
Don't say shit.
I thought you said Dylan and Ryan already left.
Stay here. I'll check it out.
Reassuring, we'll be fine. Just be careful.
We'll be fine. Just be careful.
Oh, fuck. I should have said the
Stay
other
away.
thing. No, but I do know Caitlyn can take care of herself. I do know that for a fact. We saw that. We saw that. She still probably should have stayed with us, but we saw that. Stop. No, now we're Caitlyn. Now I have to take care of myself. Caitlyn doesn't know how to take care of myself. Alright. Let me see. see anything? I do remember that being kind of weird. Is it the old man, I wonder? What's that? Why does that look so weird? Oh, it is the big guy. The guy is here. We know he's not bad though, but it seems like he does care about whether or not people are infected, so he might be here to actually kill Nick. But we know he's not bad. Right? Yeah. Oh, my eyes are so itchy.
When you find them, flood them. And keep me posted, Bobby.
Blood him in this case does not mean kill him. Okay, hold your breath. Hold your breath. I don't know how he doesn't see her. Find someone? She just gave him the weapon. I grabbed it though. You're capable, Caitlin. How the fuck did you lose a weapon?
Hey, so this may not be like the best time per se, but like...
What?
Yeah, so like I was just, you know, thinking about like the start of summer.
God damn it, Bobby.
When we first met and started camp.
Bro,
and,
my eye is so itchy now.
like now that summer's over and, you know, is that like the last time we're gonna see each other, you know?
Sorry, Nick, what are you saying?
Hey, don't worry about Caitlin, she's tough.
I know. I'm sorry, Nick. I'm just distracted. Just get through the night, okay?
Maybe I was misreading the situation back there, but kind of felt like a little bit more was gonna happen.
Well, did you want a little bit more to happen?
Duh, are you dumb?
Hey.
Sorry. I just mean... Of course I wanted it to happen, I just didn't know if you did too.
You just called her dumb.
That seems like such a long time ago now.
You did want it to happen though. You can tell me.
Don't kiss him.
Yeah, I guess.
Huh. You're just saying that because I'm hurt.
Nick.
If he does have some sort of infection, then it's not worth it.
We've died. We've died.
It's okay, I got this.
Bro, that dude is just slow walking.
Oh my god.
What happened? Jesus, where's the gun?
We gotta get out. No, we have to hide.
No, just fucking hide. I kind of want him to catch us. Dude, fucking Terminator just walking in. Can you not hear the footsteps, bro?
So,
I kind of wanted to get caught there.
Like an actual radio? I thought it was just.
But I don't know if Nick was gonna die or not.
Morning announcements.
Oh yeah, yeah. It used to be more of a actual radio station, actually. You know, I mean, it is still technically, but nobody brings their radio to camp anymore.
Yeah.
It's weird, actually, that there used to be kids with their radio.
Okay.
And their
There's that creature here now.
and everything, and you know, nowadays everything we need is on the phone. But Mr. Hackett takes it on the first day at camp, so that we're not distracted by technology.
Technology, it giveth and it taketh.
I'm trying to process like what's gonna happen here. Oh, it's my turn.
So is that something like that you want to go into?
Camp radio?
No, like
Walk back.
DJing or music, something.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I like music, but I think I want to major in quantum physics.
To give us this much.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
You don't really seem like a science guy.
I'm
Oh
motherfucking
yeah. I mean,
Bill
you
Nye,
know,
bro.
not here.
Won't let me walk further. Okay, so can't walk further. Just have to take what I can, I guess. No card. Dude, Dylan walks like he has a fucking limp. I can't see anything in this game when it's dark. It's like I can't see when it's dark outside. What the hell? Was it Nick that was pinned down? Or was it the creature that was pinned down? That chainsaw. There's a chainsaw coming up. That's what we saw in the vision. We saw a chainsaw. I'm not sure if it was Nick that was pinned down. A creature. My problem right now. I don't need to process that. Figure out what it was that actually happened. Did I just walking back in a circle? I did. Sorry, Ryan. You know me. I'm just trying to keep you going. Yeah, these guys are meant to be a couple. I don't know why I made Ryan kiss Brenda's song earlier. These guys are the couple. Should have engaged all the way. Let's go. To get Brenda killed. I'll try not to get. Well, she's been kind of annoying this game. Her character's kind of annoying.
I'm sorry. I'm so completely fascinated by this. What do you mean by not here?
Not here at camp. I do that at home, and then here I
You're a wise cracking smartass.
Yeah.
That's a little harsh, but
No.
okay. So maybe I was a little
Alright,
nervous.
I'll
when
do
I
my best.
arrived
That's the
in
reason why I
a
made
social
Ryan kiss
situation,
Brenda earlier. It's like,
and
oh,
I
but it's Brenda's song.
overcompensated a little bit by making a bunch of jokes.
But honestly,
played
these
into
guys
it.
are the couple. I think
Yeah,
Ryan's
I mean,
bisexual.
people kind
I think
of
Dylan obviously likes Ryan.
enjoyed the blasé Dylan.
And do you enjoy the blasé, Dylan?
Not yet, like, you know, whatever, man. It's pretty cool. It's fine. I like Dylan.
Well, it's nice to meet you, Dylan. I'm Ryan.
They're definitely
Well,
definitely
actually,
men.
let's get the fuck out of here, Ryan.
Yeah, I like him. That makes a lot of sense.
So awkward. He's like the comedic guy, but he's always so awkward. Just follow him. What is that? What is that? Yes, I see you. Chris Hackett has written on a note to the camp nurse suggesting that she takes it off a day early. Sure, that's a little irresponsible when kids are around. The bus is going to be a little delayed, and I don't want you waiting around on my account. I'll make sure the kids get home without any bumps or bruises. Thanks for all your help this summer, Chris.
So that's why Nurse Kelly went home early.
Okay. Did you say Chris definitely knew something? Room 02. Where's room 10? Let me take that.
I told the kids to look after this. It's 3 times older than they are. Why the hell did I do that?
Bro, just be smart, man. Just be smart. Fuck. Can I still grab it, though? Can I still take it? No, I just stare at it. Alright, I need you to shoot some shots for me, okay? Just shoot some shots for me. The devil. Thank you. LB to view. The devil felt restriction like a shadow torn from one's corporeal form. Pay close attention to act before the demons unleashed. Each of us have one, even those who are pure of heart, and say their prayers by night. Okay. Okay, dear. No, I haven't died 1,631 times in this game, dear. I just haven't changed the thing yet. Okay.
What in the name of voodoo doo-doo is this?
Can we not take it? Fuck, we can't take it. I need that vial. Like, actually. I actually need that vial. Death Valley. Burbank. Boston. Tokyo. Can't see the top one. I'm not. No. No one's died yet. Just Nick, who has gotten hurt. He's not dead. No one's died yet. Don't make me jinx it either. Hecking dork. Room 8. This will be room 10 then, yeah? It is in fact room 10. Let's go in here and see. Aho. Okay. I'm walking around, I'm exploring. What is that? What'd you find? Stuff we've already found, it seems. Let me go this way. just standing out here in the wide open. Fucking mad lad. Fuck up. I love you. How is your day going so far? Did you sleep well? I hope you slept well. Sunny sent some money so that we can buy this game, basically. He sent 25 bucks. I mean, the game cost 60 bucks. So that was still rough. But evidence collected. LB works. LB to view. So that was nice of her though. Did you see what I kept waking up scared to sleep in? Oh, you dork. But you see what Sunny sent you? What Sunny and Kylie sent you? You see that part in the DMs?
All good?
LB. I think that's
all good.
I think we're good. I really appreciated it.
Oh, this place is kind of a dump, huh?
Okay. You say that. I have to check my DMs now. Nani? What do you mean, Nani? Oh my god, Kylie, I just saw that emote you sent me 56 minutes ago. That's insane. That's not much of a reply. But I got to go to the morning meeting. Hi. You take care, dear. You enjoyed that morning meeting.
Okay, when I was a camper,
try not to
it was
die.
barely working.
Thank you.
It hadn't been used for years, and it took me a really long time actually to get this place cleaned up and.
Bye. Yeah,
looking the
Kylie
way,
didn't
so
type that
I'm sorry if it's
apparently.
not up to your standards, but I've been putting in a lot of TLC.
Okay.
Okay.
Groovy. Oh, the fucking chainsaw had a groovy thing on it. You see that? We have to
Anything
chop
over
off
here
of them.
we can use?
The power tools? No. That's Mr. H wanted more storage, so it's kind of how he lets me keep the station going.
Okay.
Gotcha. So, how far does it go?
Oh, well, it was designed just to broadcast to the PAs around camp for announcements and to, you know, portable radios and whatever. So, I think the range is about a mile.
How do you even
Interesting.
know all this stuff?
We'll be interested.
I just kind of picked it up.
The
Wait, we're this guy again.
Technical stuff has always been a little hard for me to get a handle on.
Well, if you like, I could show you the ropes.
Like a class?
Yeah, it's easy. Like climbing.
They do have a
Sign me
little.
up,
They got chemistry. These guys have chemistry.
Anyways, this thing's gonna need a bit of a power up, but that's where this comes in.
Dust magnet.
It's supposed to be a signal booster. It's kind of janky looking, but it's worth giving a shot.
These guys definitely got chemistry. I should.
You can actually
I'm gonna
talk
commit to
to
this.
people with this thing.
This
Yeah, well, it's not a two-way
Gay vibes.
radio, so you
Hey,
know, we
Aaron,
can
what's up?
talk, but then the best we can do is switch it over to the receiver and see if anyone broadcasts anything back. Which
Brenda's
is
song goes
unlikely,
solo
but-
anyways.
Well, I mean, it is what it is, I guess.
Yeah. So what should I say?
Just like make it sound urgent.
Okay. Hello, how's it going out there? This is, we need help. This is, we are counselors at Hackett's Quarry Summer Camp, and there's been a horrible accident, attack, some stuff bad here. We need your help.
Sound urgent. That's not.
There is a swarm
Dylan.
of bears, and they are everywhere. And there's these hunters too, and they seem to be shooting at the bears, but also at us, which is not good. And a few of our friends are hurt, and we are in desperate need of help. So please, I mean, there's vicious bears, and we don't know what to do. So please.
Bro.
Come help us, SOS.
Dylan!
This is an emergency. Save our ship. Come on down. Please help
He's
us.
joking, right? He's not broadcasting.
Did I do good? Was that?
Swarm of bears?
Yeah.
heard of bears.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I've heard of bears, but
Don't do a fucking dad joke right now, dude. Swarm bears, we need help. What emote is that? That's crazy. People talk. Dude, this guy said, yeah, I've heard of bears. He said, I heard of bears.
all right. I guess I should just like switch this over to the receiver and see if we get anything
Yeah.
back.
Okay. Yeah. I'm gonna keep an eye out while you do all this techie stuff.
Okay. Yeah. Sure.
We see something. Oh, he sees a creature. Does the creature see him?
Check it.
I got a ping on the radio, but no response. I'm gonna head to the
Wait, did he say lodge?
I don't know. Hold on.
2 males in the radio shack near the cabins. Another couple unaccounted for. Copy that. Out.
That's totally us.
Holy shit! They're talking about us.
That's 100% us.
We just told them on the fucking radio. Fuck. They know where we are, man.
But they aren't bad people.
Can't stay here.
Shit. Fuck.
Hey, let's stay calm, okay? Let's go find Caitlin and everybody, okay?
Okay, yeah. Okay.
No. Don't open the fucking door. Don't open the fucking door.
Why didn't you tell me that there's something out there?
I wasn't sure, man.
Fuck, what the fuck was that?
I have no idea.
It said something, man.
Ryan? Is it a bear?
Okay, there's one thing that concerns me. The chainsaw has groovy written on it. And if anyone knows about Evil Dead, that means a limb's coming off. And it's gonna be a good thing. Right? Right? Oh god. That's it. Play the game. I'm not fucking firing. There's no point in firing right now.
What is that?
Conserve that damn ammo. I don't know how much ammo we got, but we conserve that damn ammo.
Fuck. What?
Caitlin, Abby, and Nick, they're coming up the path.
Oh, shit.
They're coming toward us. We gotta warn them. What about the PA?
Up top? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, we can tell them to hide or something.
Fuck, no. Oh, shit. Hold the button.
Caitlin, get into a building now. Do not come up here. There's an animal outside the radio hut. Just get into a cabin now. Go!
Okay. Bless. That worked.
Fuck, dude.
That worked. That worked. They went to the cabin that's with the broken door. It worked out. Breaking in worked out. They were able to get in the cabin. Oh my god, that actually fucking worked out.
What now?
We know nothing about it. We don't know how to kill it.
I don't know. I don't know.
It's just an animal, right? I mean, maybe we can scare it off?
Well, yeah. I mean, if it has hearing like a dog, maybe we can play like a really high pitched feedback loop and just blast it. And I mean, it would hurt like hell, but you know.
Yeah.
Do it.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a really good fucking idea.
Okay, come on, Dylan. Let's do this. Come on.
That's a really, really good fucking idea.
It's almost.
Hey, Dylan, just take a breath. I'm sure you can figure it out.
Okay, yeah. Right.
Stay calm. We can't panic.
There's something missing. What's missing?
I'm still playing this in
Oh crap. It pulled the wire.
Fix it. I'll cover you.
Okay.
Do it now. Go, quickly.
You have to cut it off! Cut it off! Cut it off!
Shit! This is the groovy moment we were talking about. Chainsaw groovy moment. Chainsaw groovy moment. No, fucking chainsaw. We're gonna do this. This is it. This is it. We know. We know. We know. We know. This has to happen. Groovy, baby! Groovy. Achievement unlocked. Just the flesh wound.
The wire. Get the wire. Get the wire.
What?
Get the wire. The thing. Get it on it. Plug it into the thingy.
Keep pressure on it.
Tourniquet it up.
What do I do? What do I do?
The button. The button.
See? That's fucking loud.
Oh, we blew the speaker.
Okay, see, I knew that was a good fucking idea. Here's the downside. I also knew the fucking incident was gonna happen. I don't know how the incident happened, though. Did the dude, like, somehow manage to claw in and grab him? There's no opening up there. How the fuck did he manage to do that?
Nice work, Dylan.
Alright, now, take care of him. Wrap him up. Wrap him up. He's literally bleeding out. He's having his fucking laugh. Wait. Is that Dylan Sprouse? I don't know who this actor is.
Right. Okay. Just hold on.
Why did you do that?
You told me to.
Oh, it was a bad idea.
I don't know who the actor is for this guy. I don't think it's Dylan Sprouse. Or Cole Sprouse. I don't know who it is.
Is it
Can
safe?
you wrap it up?
I think we're okay for now.
We ran into one of those hunter guys.
Ah, crap.
You know, chased us out of the lodge. I think we lost him on the way up here. You get a message out?
I think so.
Great.
Yeah, like that specific angle and lighting just now made it look like it was him.
What the hell was going on? Oh my god! Dylan, what happened?
Oh, I'm okay. I mean, I'm not. But it doesn't hurt.
Okay, you're in shock. Holy fucking shit.
Yeah, he's in shock.
Did that
He needs medicine.
thing do this?
No. Well,
sort
of. Caitlin, where's your gun?
I lost it. One of the friendly locals wanted to say hi.
What the fuck?
Did she shoot at us?
Who the hell is that? No, who the hell is that?
Should we follow her?
Oh, I bet that's Laura at the start. I bet that's Laura. Right? No. Right? No.
Oh shit, Dylan, what is that?
Oh my god.
What actually is that? What is that? Check the damn body. Don't end, bro. They're just panning out, hugging each other. There's a dude that just shot that woman. They're standing still there. Either check the body or get out. What is this? What is this? Yeah, she's just sleeping. And it's clearly not the girl that we just saw running around with the eye patch. Clearly not her. What's up, Birdie? How you doing?
Oh, you're back. Looks like that's one less.
There was 2 cards.
World. Let's take a look once more.
There could have been 2 cards that round, I
The
think.
devil. Without restrictions, like a shadow torn from one's corporeal form. Pay close attention and act before the demons unleashed. Each of us have one. Even those who are pure of heart and say their prayers by night.
Okay. What does that imply?
I want to show you more. Would that be all right?
I'll take it. I don't trust her, but I'll take it.
We spend so much time looking toward the future. It's easy to forget that the past holds secrets too. Worth remembering that. So it's goodbye again. I'll be here. I'll wait for you.
What the fuck was that vision? We saw a head chopped off. We saw someone... what it seemed to be like someone turning. Question is, I don't know who that was turning. Maybe that was Nick? But it didn't look like Nick. It looked like someone else. And that lady. Long, dark hair.
Emma!
Not Brenda Song.
Jesus Christ.
Not Emma. Emma's blonde.
Fuck!
We just saw that creepy old lady walk by.
Sucks ass.
So...
Emma, is that you?
No, it's not. No one says Jacob like that, dude. Come on.
I haven't seen your face, but I know it's you.
Dum, bum, 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 ba-dum, bum, 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 ba-dum. Hello, Cody. Long time no see. Hi. How are you? What were you up to? What was your stream like? Kylie, if you could do me the honors of just shouting out Cody real quick. Is that a rainbow emote? No shot, right? I guess it's a GIF. Nice. Xenoblade Chronicles 3. Oh, that's right. You were playing that. I was lurking for you, I think. Was it yesterday? Or was it today? Might have been today, earlier in the day. I don't know how long you were streaming. But I remember seeing you play Xenoblade Chronicles. How is that? I've never played it myself. I don't know much about it. I hope you're enjoying it. Also, welcome Freestyles. Sorry for the confusion. We're just trying to save dum-dums in the forest. There's a lot of them. A lot of dum-dums in the forest right now. Having a blast of it? That's good. That's good. That makes me happy. Yeah, we're... Teens. Yeah, it's slash shoutout. It's like a proper Twitch command now. This game is fun too. I've never played this game. I've been gone for basically 2 years. I don't know what's been going on.
I'm gonna fall off this.
Shit, you know what? Damn, that's crazy. You're right. I wouldn't want to. Yeah, like that. And basically it tells you like their stream schedule if they have one, what they were doing, and also the option to just follow right there. It's fantastic. What are we seeing? A little highlighted section there, huh?
Well, that bodes ill. Fucking hell.
That's a reference to something. And I don't know what. Where the ravens are, the wolves are. What? What is that? I can't see it. It's too dark. Oh, is that a footprint? That's a footprint. Okay. That's what that is. New tech? Yeah, new tech. New tech. Kind of cool. Kind of cool. Cam girl. Okay. Okay. Have you played this before? I'm guessing you have if you think it's fun.
Huh. Maybe there's something on here.
Yeah, that's a good memory card to grab. Stick it in the underwear, bro. Stick it in the underwear. Yep. Because you guys want to go fucking swimming. Be careful where I walk, I think. Oh my god. I am so sick and tired of these guys making such poor choices. Poor decisions. Like, I want to have alternative choices where, you know, they act smart for once. Ooh, justice. Let's go. So there wasn't the card last chapter. I just missed it. Yeah, let's replay this vision. Let's replay this vision. X, right? Where's this X? Oh, that's Abigail's head. All right, so I see that face. Bam, bam, ratata. I don't know who that kid is. That's not Nick. All right, that's not Nick. It's not us either. But there's another card we're missing. There is another card we're missing, and that's the huge concern. But no, again, Cody, thank you for rating and thank you for redeeming the 69. I didn't see that. I appreciate you, man. It's been a while. It's been a while. How have you been? How has work been? Your family, all that fun jazz. I know you are. What I think when I was on your stream, I think I saw that your kid is level 3 now or something like that. So hope things are going well. He jump scare. Ah!
Ah, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, fuck you, Emma. Who screams like that? Be delighted.
Oh my God, no way. Am I glad to see you?
Oh, what?
Jesus Christ. Ah.
You left me back there, you asshole.
God, Emma, come on.
What the fuck is going on?
Look, I don't know, okay? Some, like, bear attacked Nick and Abby back there.
Yeah, me too, but it definitely was not a bear.
What? Who? When?
What?
Why?
Sorry, I'm glad you're okay.
Yeah, barely. I mean, the thing that attacked me at the treehouse was like...
What? It was like what, Emma?
like out of a horror movie.
She said.
Okay, well, it was probably just like a bear trying to defend itself, you know?
Oh, don't be a dick. You know it wasn't a fucking bear.
No, you're right. And now we have these fucking, the hunters running all over the place. So that's a fun new wrinkle. They did this to me.
That's a lot of blood.
Yeah, well, it's not mine.
Got quite the funky bouquet. No offense.
Okay.
Okay, we've got to
Bouquet
get
is
out
in
of
like
these woods.
the
Yeah,
thing.
no shit, Sherlock.
Summit Smash.
You know, Jacob, you don't have to be a dick about literally everything.
Shit. Okay, you know what? You're right. Okay? You're right. I'm sorry.
Oh, you're so annoying.
Oh my God, can we please not do this right now? Okay, seriously? I literally came looking for you as soon as I heard there was something out here.
His chest or pubic hair?
Like plural?
Okay.
Wait, really?
She heard it. She heard it. They heard it. Get zooming. It's demon time. Oh, look at this moves. This guy got outflanked. He got outflanked. Those ears.
Sorry!
Sorry! Shit. Honestly, just run, bro.
Fuck!
What the fuck does the bear thing mean? Oh, he's surrounded by bear traps?
Ah, fuck! Ah!
Dude, watch where you're fucking walking! I've said that 3 times now! Pry it fucking open! Be fucking smart. God damn it.
Ah, fuck! Shit!
So I should have hid. I should have hid. It's what I'm getting out of this.
Look, you could.
Whatever, he's alive. His life could be fucking worse. So I should have hid there? Oh, she got bit by something. I'll see that. Oh no, that's a shotgun. That was a shotgun wound. That's a shotgun
One of
wound.
those hunter dudes?
No. No, she's not. Be rational.
Should we do something?
What can we do? She's dead.
I mean, with the body.
That's Kaylee Hackett.
Mr.
Kaylee
H's
Hackett?
daughter? I thought she went home with her brother.
Kaylee. Yeah.
Alright, theory time. If that's Kaylee Hackett, that means I think she's one of the infected. That means I think Chris Hackett is also one of the infected. That's why he drove out. We found his shirt in a ranger box. And that implies that his kid is also potentially one of these infected people. So maybe only during a certain time period they change into whatever these creatures are and they go fucking nuts. If that's the case. Okay.
I thought so too.
Oh man, poor Kaylee.
Nick.
You smell so good.
Intervene.
You all right there, bud? Maybe dial it back a bit, huh?
Fuck off, Caitlin.
Whoa.
Hold up. I need to see the shirt. I need to see the shirt. Fuck, is it actually him? It doesn't look like him.
Nick, what do you...
Taste you.
Hey!
Come here.
Ugh, Nick, what the hell? Ugh, get off! Ugh, watch out! I said get off! Nick? Are you okay? I just wanted him to stop.
Nick, dude.
We'll help him.
I got him.
What did I do?
Fuck, it's actually him, isn't it? Fuck, it's actually him, isn't it?
I don't know.
He's so cold.
Okay, let's get him in the pool house. Dry him off.
Just try to rest. Just try to rest.
I'm sorry.
I will have to shoot this motherfucker.
Quit moving so much. It's pretty clean from what I could tell. I mean, it's not bleeding. But you need to see a doctor. Look, this is all I've got left from the nurse's station.
Ooh, fun.
You better hope we find you some real help before they wear off. We need to be keeping a record of everything that happens. For the police.
Yeah, dead girl in the pool needs some explaining, huh?
Easy, man.
Maybe like photos, whatever we can. I've got a funny feeling the cops are not going to want to believe any of this crazy shit unless we've got some hard proof.
From now on, if you got your phone and you see something, take a photo or a video or whatever.
We've already been doing that.
Yeah. You okay over there, Abby? Look, why don't you look around and see if you can find anything to help make Nick more comfortable?
I think it's Abby now, okay. Restroom? Nada. This restroom? Also nada. Anything in this restroom? Also nada. We are checking each restroom, each toilet. Oh, it's so dark. I can't see. You just hear that? Oh, that's the water. That's the water running. So what is there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 rooms to hide in. How many people do we have? Got 4 in here.
I wonder where Caleb is.
Okay. Younger Ryan enjoying his time at camp with Chris Hackett's kids, Caleb and Kaylee. Cool. That's a very interesting angle. I'm gonna be honest with you. Quite the interesting angle. That's why. The moon. That's why. Most purest of souls can be someone that's fuck, how do I keep everyone alive? I'll read some of these cards. The cards actually do provide some clues as to what to do. I never read justice. An eye for an eye. Not exactly in some cases, but cause and effect. Actions and consequences. There's a balance to everything. We all play a part in making sure the scales aren't tipped. The moon, how poignant. Tonight of all nights, to harness your fear and anxiety and turn them into intuition. If you can do this and plan ahead, your cunning might just be enough to save your life. Dude, how many tarot cards are there?
This place was...
Among the miscellany of these forgotten belongings is the scribbled drawing of a woman in the woods. The ghost stories seem to have really left a mark.
Like 12 hours ago.
Okay. I'm just gonna press A again in case. Okay, that's the lady in the woods. That's the lady in the woods. Try my best to avoid him, bro.
Here, that better?
Thanks.
Hey.
It's actually him, isn't it? What else could it be? Demons unleashed. Each of us have one, even those who appear for and say their prayers by night. See, there's two ways to interpret this. Either we shoot him instantly, or the fact that we tried to shoot him is how we die. Or we play this vision here. I want to see how these visions have been historically. It seems like it's saying I shouldn't grab the gun.
Yo, something is not right with that boy.
Dude is real sick.
Did you see how he freaked out in the water?
Yeah, he was like a fish out of water. Right?
Sure.
You know, something was weird when I tried to clean his wounds, too, at the lodge.
What do you mean?
What do you mean?
All of his clothes were bloody, but I couldn't find where he was bit, or scratched, or whatever. He just kept moving around, like he didn't want me to see how badly he was hurt.
Huh.
Rabies?
He's not frothing at the mouth.
I think Abby would beg to differ.
Point.
Yeah, is
Okay, that's interesting.
aquaphobia a symptom of rabies?
Hydrophobia, yeah. But I think it's more about a fear of drinking, not just getting wet. This was like
my cat in the bathtub.
Yeah.
Abby,
Yeah?
can I ask you something?
Of course.
Do you like me?
Nick.
Please, just tell me.
I've really
We're in a restroom.
you this summer.
That's such oh, such
Such what?
such a cop-out answer. Abby,
What?
I've got something to ask you.
Yeah. Okay.
Why don't you like me, Abby?
Nick, I do like you.
No, you don't. You don't like me at all, do you?
What do you mean?
Tell me the truth.
I am telling you the truth.
God, I sure know how to pick 'em.
This is. I'm at a loss for words.
You're not really very smart, are you? Poor stupid Abby.
Stop.
Easy pickings. Right off the bone.
This isn't you. I mean, this isn't you.
Whoa!
Whoa, Abby!
Abby, everything okay?
Holy shit.
I should have shot. I should have shot. I should have shot. I should have fucking shot. I should have fucking shot. No shot. Did I just kill Abigail? I fucking killed Abigail, dude!
No! No!
Oh, it's because of these misleading fucking visions, man. It looks like if she shoots him, the way I interpret that, if she shoots him, he turns. That's the way I interpreted that. Oh my fucking god. Because all of them have been like apprehensive, like don't do what you see in the vision. They just fucking shot him, man.
The fuck is it, man?
I doubted myself.
Okay. So, if I were a counselor at an off-season camp, partying around a bonfire, and it started to rain, and there were monsters, I would go...
I really liked Abigail. That pissed me off. That pissed me off. Oh my god, that just pissed me off so much.
Ryan's stories again.
The one thing I was actually unsure about is like, should I shoot him? Should I not shoot
I'm
him?
getting freaked out about this stuff. We officially suck as counselors.
Thing is, how did she get the gun? I don't understand how she got the gun. The entire time, it was on Ryan's back. What gun did she get? Fucking A, man. I want to restart this entire game. I'm so pissed. I'm so annoyed. I'm actually so annoyed.
Gotta get out of here. Rain must have done this.
Okay, sure. So actually, wait, I liked Abigail. Fuck, of all the decisions to make, why did it have to be that one in particular? Why couldn't it have just been like the ones to be unsure about? Why did it be the one that was actually hard to choose? Like, do you shoot him? Or do you not shoot him? It was so... The vision was so useless. I wish I didn't see that vision. I wish I found the other card. That would have helped. Damn. This might be NPC Slayer run. Or this might be where everyone just fucking dies. How about I walk this way? Wouldn't that be kind of funny? Crazy. Crazy me going a different route. Man, I liked Abigail. Sorry, Abigail. I really tried. there's a launch. Well, I want to go the other way then. Can't see where I'm going. Dude, it's actually so dark I can't see where I'm fucking going. That made me jump.
No, don't do it. It cuts you and you know about.
It doesn't matter. It can be just a cut on the arm.
I've never done this before, Pop.
Let's do it fast, that's all. God damn. God damn these fucking kids. Son, what? Hey, stop squirming. Give me the train. Is she bit, huh? I'm not supposed to know. I don't know. Let me look at her. Nah.
Get the fuck away from me!
Oh!
Okay.
Caitlin!
Were they getting her? Were they getting the thing's attention?
Abby!
This doesn't feel safe.
Great analysis. This is my last chapter. I'm salty. I'm so fucking salty. Am I really gonna go through another playthrough another day and
Ryan?
try to make sure Abigail doesn't die? Oh God. Is that Nick? That's Abby.
Look, we just gotta focus. We can still get out of this alive together, okay?
Well, not all of us.
Yeah, no shit.
Thanks, Dylan.
Hey!
Oh, shit.
Where the fuck is Chris Hackett?
Who's
I
there?
don't know what that is.
I need your help. Please.
Who are you?
My name is Laura Kearney.
So?
Don't let me in. It's not safe out here.
Yeah, there's a crazy woman with a gun killing people.
I'm not killing people.
Holy shit, Laura Kearney? You're Laura Kearney?
Yes?
You were supposed to be working, helping out in the nurse's office, right? And you never showed
right,
up?
yeah.
You and the guy, what's his name?
Max?
Yes, Max. Yeah. Mr. Hackett said that you had changed your mind last minute. I think that we should listen to her inside.
Okay.
That's fine.
I'm gonna open the door slowly. Just keep your hands up, okay?
Okay.
That's Laura. Oh, how much she's changed. I had a feeling that was Laura.
Here we are again. Just you and me.
It's you and me.
Why don't we take another look at what you've found? Justice. An eye for an eye.
Okay.
Not exactly in some cases, but cause and effect. Actions and consequences. There's a balance to everything, and we all play a part in making sure the scales aren't tipped. The moon. How poignant. Tonight of all nights. To harness your fear and anxiety. And
My
turn them
intuition has failed me.
If you can do this and plan ahead, your cunning might just save your life. Now tell me, would you like to delve deeper into one of many possible futures? Make your choice.
The moon.
Off you go then. Chop, chop. One down, remember. Isn't that terribly exciting?
Alright. I'm gonna end it there. I need to go get rest. I really wanted to save her. The fact that she died right there, kinda cringe. Kinda really cringe. Quit to main menu, yes. Can I replay that last chapter somehow to make her alive? Alright. I need to stop. I need to stop. Frustrating end to the stream. I can't believe I let Abigail die, dude. I let Abigail die. Ugh. Good night, Jimbo. Good night, Erin. Ugh, that's my voice. My face is so ugly. Who do I raid? Or is it one of these two? Okay, three. Let me see what they're doing. Yeah. I know who I'm raiding. I'll raid John Cadia. He's doing a first playthrough or something. I don't know what he's doing, but whatever. Oh my god, that's my voice. Stop. I don't know what he's doing, but whatever. Oh my god, that's my voice. All right, just closing it. That makes it easier. Copy paste that. I'll see you guys later. I honestly just might go through a playthrough of my own to get to that point where Abigail lives. Alternative playthrough in my free time. I might just speed run through it and try. Maybe. Unironically, maybe. Okay, Markiplier. What do you mean Markiplier? What does that mean? I'm so tilted that she died. I'm actually so tilted. Like, I knew I should have shot her, but it was so... Anywho, I'll see. I'll see what I do. I love you guys. Take care. Good night. Bye-bye. Did that up until dawn? Did he? Well, I beat Until Dawn, so I'm better. No one died in my Until Dawn playthrough. Fuck, man. I should have just shot. I thought I was going to get a second chance maybe to shoot. I was like, maybe that wasn't the right time. Maybe if I hesitate a little bit, he'll... I'm so mad. Good night.